and side content. So good variety on the streams today.
Holy shit.
The lighting today may be a little off. Yesterday, I accidentally hit a bunch of buttons by accident on this thing.
What?
And I can't tell. Does it look a little dark? Hold on. I can't exactly tell if we're bright enough or not.
No, you're good, Phil. Don't worry.
Does that look a little better?
No, it still looks like shit,
better, right?
dude. But it's not the.
What happened was
it's not the
yesterday,
lighting.
you
It's
know, every
you,
day,
brother. It's you.
I turn this on and off. And by the way, this light has 3 settings. Did I ever show you guys the other settings? Hold on. There's something.
Big ups, Damon. Big ups.
So this has 3 lighting settings. It's got.
Big ups, Roscoe.
This one here. It's also got this one. Ready? Oh God, terrible.
I don't like that one.
This is like bright LED light.
Yeah.
See that? Terrible. Way too awful. Too white. Too washed out. And then it's got this one.
A lot of blue in that. Oh, a lot of blue in that.
Blue.
That's really blue.
Okay. So obviously, out of all those settings, this is the natural light that you would want. This is like natural sunlight, basically.
Well, now you look like a vampire.
I don't know why anyone would want those other 2 lightings.
You look like a pale, crispy cracker, dude.
I don't get it. I really don't know who would like those. But
receding hairline, ass having head.
And last night I went to turn it off, and I hit, like my finger just like slipped and grazed all the buttons. And
crispy mayo head.
So I went to the wrong color, wrong lighting level. I was like, oh God, I don't even know. You know, if it's the right settings. Now that I'm looking,
T-shirt
I think
too
this
big
is correct.
having.
This looks about right, doesn't it? I think so. So hopefully, you know, no issues there. Sorry about that.
Hockey stick leg having. Ass
so
head.
how's everyone doing? I hope you're having a good weekend. I hope you're enjoying everything that I'm doing, but at the same time,
marshmallow
I hope you're
complexion
also
ass
safe
head
and you know, healthy. Today is our variety day. As opposed to the rest of the week where typically we do gameplay, you know, every day, all day. Today is the day where we mix things up a little bit.
Bro, he doesn't even put filters on his video, dude.
It's my weekly show over on my sister channel, DSP Reacts. You can find it at youtube.com.
Like, I have to put filters for him so it looks better for everyone.
Reacts, okay? Once a week, people who are channel members on that channel nominate clips from all over the internet. I mean, just to give you some perspective, I'm taking a look at the screen right now, and I see a game trailer. I see some kind of a animated music video. I see someone doing a vlog. I see something to do with the canine.
Streaming is hard work, dude.
See what I mean? Completely random. You never know what you're going to see on that show because it really is the viewer.
That's why Phil's not a streamer.
Determine what we do on that React show. Some weeks are better than others, but it's always
he doesn't
randomized.
put in any work, dude.
This week, we had more people than ever nominating videos because last week, if you remember, a week ago on Saturday was my 15th anniversary special, and that entire special was run over on the React channel. And during that special, there was a lot of generosity. So some people gifted memberships over on DSP React.
Still at 550, dude.
People who got gifted memberships were able to nominate videos this week for the first time. So we actually had, I want to say overall, we had more nominations this week than we usually would. But I had to eliminate a lot of nominations this week. And I got to explain to people what's going on.
Talking is hard, Phil.
I think some people either haven't listened to the rules or just aren't paying attention. I will also reiterate this over on that channel. But there's 2 rules that a lot of people seem to be ignoring, so allow me to explain. Rule number 1. I cannot watch any video that is flagged for mature audiences. All right? Why can't I watch videos on YouTube that are flagged for mature audiences? Because those are for 18+ viewers. If I do that on my live stream will be blocked because not everyone watching the live stream is 18+. Do you see? So if you watch mature
what do you mean,
videos,
Phil? They have you drink alcohol.
Your stream gets shut off. So I can't do that. Like literally, I wish I could. I mean, I have no problem watching. Usually those videos have adult language or graphic content like
brief
violence.
interruption.
I don't mind that, but on YouTube. So my apologies, but I keep telling people this. I can't watch anything that's flagged for kids.
It is allowed,
I can't watch
bro.
anything that's flagged for adults. Why can't I watch
your
stuff
stream
flagged
is
for
not
kids?
for adults?
The stuff on
then.
YouTube that's flagged for kids is permanently disabled for monetization. So if I react to a kid's video, that means my entire video gets demonetized. And
wait, what?
Things that are flagged for kids have other restrictive criteria. So if I'm watching a video flagged for kids, but then I swear over it, it kind of creates this weird gray area that YouTube has issue with. So I can't do that either. I know that sounds really stupid, but that's what YouTube has created. That's the landscape they created for their own business. I didn't do it. They did. Okay?
Yeah, you did nothing wrong, dude. It's all their fault.
So basically, yeah, that's the deal. Now, I'm not kidding. As I was reviewing all the videos submitted for this week's React show,
Big ups, Old King.
There were like a dozen videos flagged for adults, like adults only. I can't watch those.
Big ups, Adam.
Even if, like I said, I don't think any of them were like.
Big ups,
Jasper. None of them
Jasper.
was like sexual content or anything like that. A lot of it was like, oh, graphic language, graphic violence.
Phil, if it's on YouTube, it should be fine, right?
I can't watch it. There was actually, if you can believe it,
Phil, if it's on YouTube, it's fine.
Barstool Sports pizza taste test, and it was supposed to be one of the funniest ones because he was eating the pizza, and apparently the owner of the pizzeria came outside to argue with him about the quality of the pizza that they made at that pizzeria. He was upset the guy was going to give him a low review.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So they get into a big argument, and apparently they're going back and forth, you know, in the street, but apparently there's a lot of bad language. Got flagged for adults, can't watch it.
What about you?
All right.
Well,
so
fuck your mother.
If you're gonna
yesterday he was saying fuck your mother.
The React show, please understand, we just can't watch those. All right, it's just not possible. All right.
What about
number 2? I cannot watch
what about when
any
you said
videos
you
on
wanted
the
that guy
React
to
show
suck shit out of your
that are
asshole,
taken
dude?
From official television stations,
is that bad?
Movie channels or broadcasting networks.
Is that worse or is that better?
Video straight from the BBC. I can't watch that. Those videos have already been copy protected on YouTube, and the moment you start watching it, within 30 seconds, it gets flagged and your stream gets shut down. Every week, I see people submitting videos like this. Oh, here's one officially from the television show of some person, or here's one officially from this late night show.
You know why?
This news. I can't do it. They will literally get shut down, and there's nothing I can do. That's the way YouTube works, and this has always been the case. But I think what's happened is
because they're like troll
videos,
month or dude. So,
we've got a lot more people who are not.
That's his excuse to not watch any of them.
Don't get that yet. You know, it's growing pains is what it is. People, new people jumping on, and they don't know what's going on.
It's shit submitted by all the gifted memberships that went to trolls.
They have the opportunity to nominate videos. They're excited about it. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying we need to be a little bit more tricky and a little bit more careful about this, because I was actually upset that there was I'm not kidding, a good like 15 videos this week that were nominated. There's no way we can watch them. So I had to eliminate them. In fact, one of them is an ultra submission, and I'm just going to play it for like 5 seconds to explain to everyone why I can't watch that clip, so that I don't want people to feel upset that, oh, I skipped this person's clip or whatever.
Yo, big ups HST.
Sadly, that's just the case. That's how YouTube
Good
works.
to see you. Hope your weekend has gone well. There's some people
out there who just have been doing React content for endless amounts of time. I don't know how they do it. Like, there's people who all they do is react to shit. I don't know. Because for me, every week when I do this show, there's problems.
Because they're not
lucky for me.
They have their monetization turned off, dude.
Small amount of the content that I make on YouTube. And
that's how they do it, Phil.
The way I make money on DSP Reacts is not on the videos. Those videos make like no money at all. Seriously. Even last week during my 15th anniversary celebration, when we were reacting to my own gameplay clips, those were getting flagged as, unsuitable for ads and stuff like that.
By default, it's set to off.
This React content does not make
all you have to do is leave it. Just don't turn on
people watching.
The monetization.
It makes money based on people supporting the channel via things such as channel memberships. All right? So today, if you head over there to DSP Reacts with me after this stream, what will happen is when this stream goes down after the podcast
and guess what?
is over,
even if it does
pop up, it'll say, hey,
even if you get a claim,
over and come chill with us.
You can just mute the audio
let's have
after.
a good time together over on DSP Reacts for the show.
Claim disappears.
Follow on over. And if you like the content over there, please support the stream, because absolutely contributions during that
but
stream
Phil will never tell you that.
And
Phil will say, I can't do it. It's so hard.
A member over there, or maybe gifting some membership.
It's not possible.
As well. Since we've gotten more members over there, the show's gotten a lot better.
That's how lazy he is,
at first
dude.
There was a big explosion
he
of
doesn't
excitement
have 4
for that
minutes
channel
to mute the audio.
In February. Then, after a month or two, okay, now we kind of get what it is.
It's baffling,
and then we went way down to like maybe 50 members. But then, in the last couple of months, there's been a lot of excitement again, people gifting memberships, and we're over, like I said, last I checked, we were at 150 members. We very well might have lost some of those this week. But having that many members allows a wider variety of people to nominate videos. The wider variety, the better the show is, you see? So
things are starting to look up.
To keep that momentum going, it's just going to make the stuff better. So please consider it. And, I'm excited to see what you guys have in store. The other thing is it's relaxing for me. Unlike when I have to make progress in a game or whatever. When I'm doing the React show, it's just me sitting here giving you my honest opinions on what we're watching. It's a lot more laid back of a day, So I enjoy that, and I'm looking forward to that after our podcast ends here today.
Yeah, like a yo-yo. He'll lose him, he'll get him, he'll lose him.
So how did yesterday go on my streams? It went pretty well.
I
Second
think,
session of Starfield. Because
all in all, though, his channel's on the decline, right?
Major hub city, New Atlantis. I decided the entire stream, all I was
I think I saw Duty's last video talking about like his long-term, like what he used to make and what he makes now is he's gone down significantly.
And some of the audience had a great time, but some of the audience already have.
Big ups Chaotic Bacon.
I thought this was going to have way more action. This is boring.
Big ups Brock.
Have you never played a Bethesda game before?
Boring.
Did you not see any of the Fallouts? Did you not ever play Elder Scrolls? Like, it actually gets me. Because, like, what were you expecting?
What about...
Did you think that we were going to play this game and it was going to have Doom gameplay?
Other people are saying it's boring.
Did you think that there'd be double jumping and rocket launches?
It's boring watching you play it, Phil.
It's a Bethesda RPG. There's going
when
to
are you
be
going to get that, dude? It's not the game, it's you, dude.
Insane amount of exploration, content, dialogue.
You are the factor.
Missions. That's how they're built. So if you went into this game...
You are the constant. You are the static.
These expectations of grandeur, like this game was going to completely be groundbreaking and blow you away.
Why do you think this happens over and over, dude? Why do you think people say the same thing?
In it, you see what I'm saying?
Over and over. Because it's you.
Personally, I had a great time yesterday. I did 3 hours of side content, meeting all kinds of people
in the menu grinder,
Atlantis, and actually some of these quests that I completed apparently
Phil Burnell menu grinder,
2-parters. So that's cool. But admittedly, after having done 3 hours of side content yesterday, I do feel like tonight when we play
you should
again
just
on
go
my
play
that
with
the plot.
That gotcha Earth game. Was it Earth 2?
One thing or the other.
Where you just it's just the menus and you just buy land. They scam you out of money for like fake land.
And that way it creates more variety rather than just more.
Yo, that's right up his alley, dude.
So I do feel like that makes sense.
You can just get scammed.
Yesterday we upgraded some weapons. I actually found a rare weapon. Use it today, right? Instead of walking around doing more side content.
Yo, go play Earth 2, dude.
Stuff today. So we'll see how the story goes tonight. I'm excited.
Go play Earth 2. Be an Earth 2 streamer, dude.
On the late stream, 6:45 p.m. for more Starfield. But just what I expected would happen.
Buy some land, dude.
And here's what it is: the premiere stream.
It's an investment.
Friday,
it's an investment, dude.
We had tons of excitement, and then people saw what the game was. They said, "Oh, it's a Bethesda game," and then yesterday we had half as many viewers. It's not shocking. I knew that was going to happen. Really, I knew it.
Really?
Because I had the feeling everyone went into this with so many expectations of the game was going to be so different or so amazing, and it's still a great game. Don't get me wrong. Like so far, I feel like this is a combination of Fallout and Outer Worlds. That's kind of what it feels like. It's in space with the dialogue options and side quests of Outer Worlds, but it has RPG elements like Fallout. So it's kind of a hybrid of the two. And if that's what you're looking for, then you're going to enjoy this gameplay, and you're going to enjoy the streams, you're going to enjoy the playthrough. But if you were going into this looking for anything else, I don't know what, like, why were you? I'm serious. Like, why were people thinking
Champions would get him 1 million views, dude.
Everything that we saw up to now from Starfield looked like that, right? So it's weird to me that people are coming by the stream and complaining and saying, you know,
it's boring as fuck.
It's just it's a Bethesda game. Did you really think they were going to break the mold and do something completely different? I didn't. I never expected that. And the thing is, I'm a fan of Bethesda games. Every year we do a long-form playthrough of one. We did Fallout New Vegas, Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, and then we just did Oblivion. And you guys love those, so I don't see the problem. But I think some people were just so expecting more, which is, I think, is ludicrous, okay? Was I expecting that Starfield was going to be a ginormous playthrough? No.
Dude,
actually, what I thought would happen is that everyone would be interested in the first stream, and after that, we would get a regular audience of, 300-400 viewers who would come by and chill with me, because it really is, I feel it's going to be a chill playthrough. I don't think this is going to be a playthrough.
There's no way you knew you were going to get half the viewers and you still played it.
Frustration. There may be some of that when we try to understand.
No way would you ever do that.
Like I've actually heard later on, if you try to build your own ship, it could be pretty complex. And or some of the things like settlement building as well and managing your followers can be a little complex. But outside of that, I think it's going to be par for the course what we would expect.
The game itself seems a little dumbed down to me, but
game publisher.
I haven't seen. I need to see more gameplay.
I'm down for
before
that.
I make a decision.
I'm down for playing Starfield over a course of months.
On what I think about Starfield.
As now it's a daytime stream. Later on this month, likely what will happen is other games will take priority.
And not watching Phil play, because that tells me nothing about the game.
Starfield with me, right? And we'll balance that with other stuff. I think that's perfectly fine. I actually don't see.
There's no aliens. What the hell is that? It's just robots, no aliens. What? That's kind of weird, dude. It's space, right?
So I certainly hope you'll approach it like that with me as well.
Where's the aliens at?
And if not, if it's not your cup of tea,
maybe they're alien robots.
Apologies. I'm doing much more than that. You know, I'm not just playing Starfield. Currently, I'm juggling a ton of other games. As we're going to talk about right now. My second stream last night was Chrono Trigger, and we are at this point.
How much did he make last night?
Of the Chrono Trigger playthrough, I believe at this point we're around. I want to say we were around 16, 17 hours. Let me double check that. Wow, 18 hours. We were 18 hours into Chrono Trigger as of last night. Okay.
10? No, he didn't.
And
he did not make $10 last night. We are in the part
of Chrono Trigger
where
now you
way.
can like completely wander the map of all the time periods.
Why are you still playing this game?
Stuff going on, all this fun stuff, side questing.
He did.
Each quest usually has a character specific to it to develop their character further.
Was he mad? Was he begging?
You usually get some really good gear. Or
he had to be begging every 5 minutes.
Like yesterday, we powered up Frog's sword, the Masamune, to become super powered. Okay.
$100 in super chats.
It's great. But I would say probably
sucks that super chats don't count, dude.
Trigger. If that, we might even beat it.
If only super chats counted as real money.
So thanks for chilling with me in Chrono Trigger. I'm excited for more later this week. In fact, I believe it's Tuesday night we're playing it again, and that should be fun. Okay, so that's a great playthrough going on. We've also got more Street Fighter 6 gameplay coming up, and we got Armored Core 6 continuing. So with all of that stuff, if you don't like Starfield, that's fine. I hope that you'll come check out some of my other
super
content.
chat. Jesus.
Remember, in the middle of the month, we'll be checking out Lies of P. And
you might as well have made nothing, dude.
Kombat 1. So there's good variety coming this month. You know, if Starfield is a disappointment to you because for some odd reason you were looking for something other than a standard Bethesda RPG, well, there's much more happening. Okay, so I hope that you'll tune into some of my other content. Then, if again Starfield is not your particular forte of game, all right. So now that we talked about that, let's jump into the schedule for the rest of the week. I'll give you a quick update on my health. And we got one big news story to talk about today. And then we'll probably head into our shout-outs. And
why are we doing an update on Phil's health segment?
So, schedule for the week.
It's TMI, Phil. This is why you're a fucking lolcow, dude. You don't fucking tell people about your health problems, bro. Unless you want sympathy bucks. Do you want sympathy bucks, dude? Huh? How's your neck feel today?
Tonight is more Starfield. And like I said, tonight we are going to go back and continue with the story starting at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. That we will get some advancement in that regard. And maybe make some decisions on what we want to do next in the playthrough. Tomorrow, Monday, it will be Armored Core 6 returning on the first stream. Last stream, we hit the first skill check of the playthrough, Baltius. And after conquering him, we moved on. We actually beat another tough stage. I have some pretty cool, unique builds now. I have the, dual miniguns build going on, which is quite fun, by the way. I had dual miniguns, and someone had actually recommended a different kind of missile.
Health update, baby.
All right, I'll give that a shot. So I'm enjoying the game a lot.
It's insane.
I think a lot of people were expecting me to play Armored Core 6 and fail and rage and hate it, and it's the opposite. I'm actually really enjoying it. So I'm looking forward to that as a major stream tomorrow. Tomorrow night will be the continuation of Street Fighter 6. Honda, at the 5-star diamond level, trying to get him to master. All right? If I have a really good night tomorrow night, there's a chance I will hit master level with Honda. However, judging by the progress I've been making with Honda, which is much tougher than the progress I've been making with Blanca, because I don't feel Honda is nearly as good of a character as Blanca. He's more limited. He's harder to catch people with any kind of meaningful damage, and he gets locked down a lot by the top tiers. I feel like it's going to be slower going. So I'll do my best, but I don't think we're actually going to hit master with Honda tomorrow night. Then on Tuesday, all right, Starfield will become the daytime stream again. And then Tuesday night will be Chrono Trigger as we probably start finishing up the side content and start to head into the end game of the game. And then Wednesday's up in the air. It's my final consecutive streaming day of the week. And I am open to having Wednesday be whatever you want. We could either do Armored Core 6. We could do Starfield on the daytime stream. Whatever you guys feel like. Now, depending on how we did with Honda tomorrow night, may determine, hey, do I want to play with Honda again on Wednesday? Are we this close to hitting Master? Should we try to push and hit Master on it, right? Maybe we should. Or maybe you guys will be tired out. Maybe you'll be pooped and be like, you know what? I don't feel like I want to see any more Street Fighter this week. We want something different. Maybe we want more chill Chrono Trigger. Maybe you want the day to be Starfield and Armored Core. I'm leaving Wednesday open. We got a few days to figure out what you guys want to see on Wednesday. So let's talk about it over the next several days. And like I said, tomorrow, how we do may very well to help determine what we're going to do on Wednesday. Okay? Next week, daytime streams will be a balance between Starfield and Armored Core. Night streams will be a balance between Street Fighter and Chrono Trigger till we beat it. But Chrono Trigger will be beaten soon. So once Chrono Trigger is completed, what do we want to do next? And this is an important question, all right? I could focus more on the games I'm playing, therefore make more progress in Armored Core and Starfield. So basically every day would be a combination where it would either be like Starfield and Street Fighter, Starfield, Armored Core and Street Fighter, and we alternate between the 3 games. Or we could start something new. I know people have been saying they want me to play Sea of Stars. All right, I'm down for that, but I am nervous coming off of a Chrono Trigger playthrough if you want to see me essentially play a modernized game that also plays like Chrono Trigger. You see? I don't know if that's what you guys would want or not. Outside of that, though, I'm a little apprehensive about starting anything too lengthy or meaningful because, like I said, around the middle of the month, we've got Lies of P and Mortal Kombat 1 coming up. So I am nervous that if I jump the gun and I start a new game, we weren't going to beat it by then, and now we got another game that's in limbo and we're never going to finish, right? So let's talk about that. As we are approaching the end of Chrono Trigger, we need to come to this determination of what comes next before the next playthrough that I do in the middle of the month. So I think we should
big ups Pepsi.
Start that discussion. I'm curious what your feedback is on that. And if you say Baldur's Gate 3, I'm going to be very upset with you because obviously there's not enough time to play that. Okay.
Baldur's Gate 3.
All right, so outside of that, what else is going on? Not a heck of a lot. You know, this is an exciting month because there's new stuff coming. Starfield was kind of the beginning of that going on. And obviously I'm more excited for more stuff, you know, coming up. But, you know, right now, I feel like, well, Armored Core is for a certain audience, but not for everyone. And Starfield is for a certain Bethesda audience, but not for everyone, right? I don't think like we've hit our stride with big new releases yet. This is the beginning of the fall gaming season, don't get me wrong. But it definitely looks like when we get into the second half of September, and particularly October, is when there's going to be gaming overload of so many new releases that I'm going to have to even just pick
Gaming Overdrive
and choose between everything that I'm doing to really determine what games we're going to be playing. There's no way I can even play all those games in October. There's just far too many. So in October will be wild, all right? I've also been thinking about this month and if we should do any kind of a special event, okay? And we've been talking about this. Every month this year I did a special event, whether it was a long-form react to documentaries about Pro Jared or the Second Wings of Redemption documentary. We actually did a long-form react to the Internet Historian earlier this year, if you remember. And then we had specialty events, such as my Super Bowl event back in February. We had the Street Fighter event called the Fight and Feast. Then we had the Digital Summer Party. And then just recently, of course, we had the Machinima event. And then we had the 15th anniversary event. So we had a lot of special React-style content this year, plus a lot of kind of fun marathons. But I guess the question is, September, should we do one or not? And we've been talking about this. And, you know, for me, probably the two things I would want to do, one would be some kind of a special throwback retro event, because I haven't done anything like that in a very long time. Possibly playing a classic game like Super Mario Bros. 3, or maybe a marathon of like the classic Mega Mans all in one setting as a marathon. I think that would be pretty fun and neat. As something different to do. Or we could do a long form react event. Now, what would that be? That would be up to you. There's plenty of stuff that's happened in the last year, react content. I mean, June the King particularly has done a ton of new documentaries, none of which we've watched. So we could easily do something like that. But I guess what we should do is really this week, because now we're in the first week of September. This is the week we should talk about it and determine what do we want to do. And it seems like a lot of people in the chat right now, because I am reading the chat as I talk, seem to be of the impression that we should just not do one this month. That this month we should just lay back and kind of relax a little bit, and then maybe in October get back to it. Well, here's the deal. All right, if we were to do that, so in October, what I'd like to do is once a week, I'd like to review a horror movie over on DSP React. So once a week, a horror movie kind of deal. And I kind of have an idea, I think, of what I want to watch, but I'm not sure yet. I need to kind of solidify that idea before I lock it in. So maybe once a week, review a horror movie, and then we have our big Halloween marathon at the end of the month. And you might say, well, what is the Halloween marathon? Well, we do this every year. What people do is they nominate games for me to play on a marathon on Halloween. Now, some years people have picked more horror-themed games, and other years it's not. It really depends. This year particularly, if you're not aware, there's 2 horror-themed video games coming out in October. There's Alone in the Dark, and there's Alan Wake 2, and they both come out the week of Halloween. So, it stands to reason that perhaps we could play a little bit of each of those games for like an hour or so during that marathon, but we could also play a bunch of games that you guys nominate. And the question is, what games would you guys like to see me play during the Halloween event? And what we do this every single year. We have people nominate. So the members of the channel, we get to nominate in one thread, and then the standard viewers get to nominate in another thread. And so the members will likely end up picking like a couple games, and then the standard viewers will pick a game or two. You see? So that's probably what we'll do this year. And that way it incentivizes being a member, gives members a little bit more priority and a little bit more power over the course of this event in October. So, we can do that in October. November, of course, we're going to do what we did last year. It's going to be the return of the Adpocalypse, or we can call it
I got the new shirt on.
2.0. This time around, we'll be reviewing, I'm sure, way more kinds of ads.
That
last
Jason
year, we had so many
Voorhees.
advertisements that people nominated, and it ended up being one of the most fun events
Ross
I've ever
has
done.
some
Just
good
sitting around
shit
reacting
today.
to retro ads was super fun. There's so many out there to watch, and I cannot wait to do this again with you to celebrate, you know, Black Friday / Thanksgiving here in the United States. So that's going to be special. And then, of course, we always do a Christmas event as well. The Christmas event has tons of stuff that annually happens, including usually it's the beginning of a new Bethesda playthrough, a throwback one that is, as well as, you know, all kinds of holiday festivities and the like. So we have events scheduled for the rest of the year.
He's spinning on the X and Y axis,
I don't think it would be
dude.
the end of the world. And that would give me more time to focus in on Armored Core, Starfield, Lies of P, Mortal Kombat 1 in particular. Of course, the end of the month, there's also the expansion character Aki in Street Fighter 6. So those are my main focuses this month. And, you know, again, I will take in your feedback over the course of the next week or so. Right now, it seems to me like the people in chat are saying, just skip it, don't do an event this month. If that's the case, that's fine. That does mean that there is going to be a lack of content over on DSP Reacts, because typically it's, you know, React content and stuff comes out of those marathon events. All we'll have is the weekly shows, you know, DSP versus the internet once a week. I'll have to see if I'm in the mood for like if anything, if I review anything this month, it might be the Flash movie.
Oh, it's
That's
official
about it. Like,
Warner
I'm not really
Brothers
planning on
merch
doing
too.
anything else
It's not
this
some
month.
knockoff, yo.
Nothing stands out to me that's going on
Look at that.
review-wise or anything. And this is, we're not doing any kind of special React stuff, you know, that would have to last us the whole month. So, all right, we'll see. I'll continue to take in your feedback. If you're watching this on demand, please
17 and up only.
I want to know what you want this month. Should we
You're
do a
16,
special
you
event
can't
or
wear
not?
this
Should we
shirt.
skip it? Should this be the month that we just do a big skip? You know, let me know your thoughts, okay? Okay. So,
Big up Soup Sandwich.
that's what's going on right now around here, all right? Now, update on my health.
Lip
There
smack.
is some good news.
Health check.
My neck is
Health alert.
almost better.
Health
Almost.
alert.
And what I mean by that is I'm really not feeling too much lingering sharp pain anymore.
Okay.
If I move my neck a certain way, then I get some tenseness and some pain and uncomfortable nerve feeling in my shoulder. But after having kind of slept well for the last 2
Is
3
lip
nights,
smacking?
it is
No,
getting
probably
better
not.
every day. Like progressively, every day I wake up, I'm like, oh, I feel a little better. I feel a little better. This probably means that within the next couple of days,
He's been
I'll be
healed,
all right.
dude.
So what it was a bad nerve pinch. This
Oh,
happened to
yeah.
me
Thank
before.
God. Thank
This
God
was
it's
not
okay
nearly
now,
as bad
dude.
as the worst one I've ever had, where I had numbness in my
Big
thumb
ups,
for like
KB.
3 months. But you know, it's scary when it happens, and it hurts. Like right now, it hurts. If I move my neck in a certain way, I feel it
Dude,
right here.
you're such a
shooting in my
liar,
shoulder,
bro.
and it sucks. But it is what it is. It's
Anybody
genetics.
that's ever been
Shitty
lied to
genetics,
before
right?
can tell that
I had
you're
problems with
lying,
my lower
dude.
back in my 20s. Now I'm in my 40s. And
Most
I'm
people
having
have been
problems with my
lied
neck,
to.
I guess. So we're just gonna keep having
Most people
problems
can
for the
tell
rest
that
of
you're
my
just
life.
lying,
What can I
dude.
do, right? But I am happy. I am feeling much better. Obviously, I don't like feeling in pain or whatever constantly. So that's a good thing that, you know, it is getting better here. So, all right. So that's that. Now, before we get to shout outs and open discussion about stuff, what I would like to say is thank you in advance to those who support my content. As you guys know, 15 years I've been a YouTuber, and at no point during that time period did I ever decide to sell out. I never became someone who was all about paid advertisements, shilling product, trying to make money.
Well, you just
selling
show
junk.
you just show
I was
yourself,
never
dude.
about that. I mean,
You're
yeah,
the
did I have
product,
merch
Phil.
because you wanted it.
You're
I made
the rotten
$1
milk.
per sale. I never cared about that stuff. It was never about me being an influencer. It's about me putting out meaningful content for you that's honest and truthful and transparent, and us having a good time.
It's toxic and negative.
My philosophy.
That's what it is, dude.
I'm putting out great content for you, and you're enjoying it.
It's not great. It's toxic,
dude. There will be people who will support that content to keep it going. Whether that's simply liking my streams and videos, leaving comments on them to add engagement, spreading the word about my content, which is huge, word of mouth. That's how people find out about me primarily, because outside of that, it's all slander on the internet about me. But
as it should be.
There's other ways that you can go above and beyond. Today, you can do
a super chat
or a super sticker. You can become a member or gift a membership to the channel to help out the community at large. Or you could do a tip. A tip is a great way to contribute that goes directly to PayPal, and it cuts out the middleman. There's no real tons of, processing fees or anything for those PayPal.
Of course.
Contributions. I get them right away. They help me buy games and stuff. So whatever, it's all good. Anything that you use to contribute today is great. Today, particularly with this React stream, it's very important to get that support because I don't make ad revenue on the videos I do for the React channel.
It's all good, everyone.
So if you like what you see today, please support in some way. And by the way, whatever you contribute during this podcast carries over to the React show, even though technically I'm switching channels. For example, we have tip goals. Those tip levels maintain and carry over. So if we raise $20, $30 on today's podcast, that'll carry over. And if we hit another 20 on the React show, it'll be 50 and we'll get our first reward. I'm not going to reset the meters or anything like that.
That's a nice gotcha technique, Phil.
Okay?
Where'd you learn that one, Vince McMahon?
Jade says, on Halloween, can we watch some Rob Gavigan? Perhaps we will. Maybe that will be something we'll do as part of the Halloween marathon, that we'll maybe watch like an hour of Rob Gavigan and we'll react to him. We'll do a little bit of the horror games that are out. We'll do some classic horror games that people nominate. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a good variety of stuff we could do on the Halloween event. Yeah. Cool.
Sounds garbage.
All right, so that's that. Let's now talk about one news story. There's one news story today I wanted to cover. However, I think I forgot to change the colors. I did. So hold on one second. I'm very upset with myself because I was not ready for this. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DSPN or DSP News.
ESPN.
We have one news story for today.
The Dented Sports Network.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, is the 25th anniversary of the release of a classic game that to this day, people still hold in high regard. A lot of people actually believe this game is the game that brought cinematic quality to video games. That before this game, really games were more about heavy gameplay and not about cinematic story elements. But that this game completely changed that and flipped it on its head. Cinematography combined with epic gameplay elements. Full voice acting. Rare game at the time to have that. Okay? And it wasn't full motion video with it like a fucking shitty Sega CD game. It was actually a game that had great gameplay elements plus full voice acting. Okay?
Wow.
And
very cool.
It is a game that began an epic franchise that to this day is applauded and lauded as one of the best ever.
Very cool.
Today is the 25th anniversary of Elmo's Alphabet Adventures, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much. Elmo, always knocking it out of the park every time. No, I'm kidding. It's the 25th anniversary of Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1. Hideo Kojima was still in his 30s when he released the game. It was definitely a different gaming climate and a different world back then, to say the least. Like, I remember when that game came out and I was playing it and I was like, I have no idea what I'm playing. You would play the game for like 10 minutes and then all of a sudden it would go to like dialogue cutscenes between people on this comm going two-way radio style. I was like, what is this? It's like nothing I've ever played before. It's so weird. There was so much voice acting. That was the other thing too. Like, there was so much voice acting. Like, wow. It really was groundbreaking. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I hated the game. I did. I had bought it for PlayStation. And I heard so many good things about it.
Honesty is the best policy, Phil.
I was like, I don't really like this. I don't like stealth. That's the thing. I wasn't a stealth guy. I didn't like stealth video
games. We know.
I didn't know it back then because They weren't prominent.
We know,
Metal Gear Solid 1 brought that stealth style element gameplay to the forefront, and I just did not enjoy the game because I didn't like stealth. Years later, of course, as a YouTuber, I played Metal Gear Solid 1, and I sucked at it, and I hated it, and I still was terrible at stealth, right? But over the years, I've grown more of an appreciation for what the Metal Gear franchise was, Metal Gear Solid in particular. Playing games like Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, HD edition multiple times, Metal Gear Solid 4, and of course Metal Gear Solid 5 when it came out as a new release, I actually really enjoyed. I thought it was one of my favorite games of the year. I was sad that the game felt completely unfinished because it really was. You know, Konami essentially fired Kojima and his team through the project. They were done with it, and they said, too bad, time's up, and they forced them to kind of rush out a project that wasn't done. And that was a shame, because I've even said to this day that Metal Gear Solid 5 could have been one of the best video games of all time if they just finished it, but they weren't allowed to. So, with all that being said, the Metal Gear Solid franchise has a huge place in history. And in fact, Kojima-san had some words to say about it on social media this morning. Hold on.
Really? What did Kojima say?
This is actually straight from his own post on Twitter this morning. Excuse me, the X app this morning. So Kojima-san says the following. Metal Gear Solid 1 was a major turning point for me. Not only was it the first major PlayStation game to be released worldwide, but it was also a major change in terms of production. Although I had previously planned, written, and designed and directed the game, my superiors had been responsible for the production. I had no authority to make decisions on platforms, budgets, release dates, promotions, hiring of staff, participation of outside creators, and so on. When is it effective to sell? How would it be enough to turn a profit? How would we sell? We were not even told how to sell the product. If you have a black box, you can't move flexibly. Interesting way to put it. For Snatcher, now for those who don't know, Snatcher was one of his older games back
What
in
a way
the
with
Sega CD
words.
era.
What a way with
Very
words.
rare game. Almost no one ever played it because it didn't get big production. And right now you could get it for it's really expensive to find a copy.
Phil's enemy is anybody that has more money than him.
So, for Snatcher, there were advertisements that revealed Lisa's identity as a Snatcher before the release of the product. We were not allowed to choose our staff or on which game platform we created games for. And we were not allowed to collaborate with outside creators. So in 1996, when they established a production subsidiary in Ibisu, I participated in the management of the company. Metal Gear Solid 1 was the first work that I ended
Basically
up
everybody
on my own. To reduce the monthly electricity bill, I asked the company to stop working at night. I also launched a drama series in parallel in order to turn a profit as soon as possible, and ported Bomani in order to stabilize the profits for that fiscal year. Wow. So he was given control of the boat, per se, and to make this game viable, he had to do all this other stuff he didn't want to do. He had to do a drama series that was completely unrelated, and he had to make Bomani games. That's pretty funny, actually. I never even knew that. But you hear what he just said? When his game Snatcher came out, for those who don't know, Snatcher was supposed to be like a detective noir story set in the future. Very similar to Blade Runner, where in Blade Runner, you don't know who's like a synth and who's not. You don't know who the robots are, right?
Oh, like Fallout.
Well, guess what? Snatcher is a similar game. What he's saying is, because he didn't have control over Snatcher, the entire plot of the game was spoiled in advertisements. Morons were putting ads out saying, oh, this character is a fucking Snatcher. So what was the point of playing the game? You already know the plot twist because the advertisement spoiled it, right? So what he's saying is, for the first time ever, he was in control of the entire game, but it was an incredible amount of pressure and risk because he had to make ends meet. Don't work at night. We got to save money, right? We got to make Bomani games here, right? Well, I mean, think about it. Back then, there wasn't even major Bomani. It wasn't like you could buy Guitar Hero at home. So, you know, what games was this? Who even knows, right? But pretty interesting to hear from him on that, on this 25th anniversary. So, to Kojima-san, thank you for a 25-year history of awesome Metal Gear Solid games. Sorry that there won't be any more. I guess what can you do? That's life, right? But onward and upward, and I wish him the best with his.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll hear these kind words from you, and he'll thank you for those, Phil.
Is his next outing, if I remember correctly. So, well, we'll see. We'll see what a sequel to Death Stranding, not a sequel to Death Stranding 2. You know what I'm saying. All right. So there you go. There is one other news story, although this one is not gaming related. And this one is just so ridiculous. I feel like I should just tell you this because you're probably going to laugh. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Toy Story 5 is fully in production, which makes no sense because everything's on strike, but yet somehow it's in production. And the rumor has it, get this, Andy, the original boy who owned the toys in the original Toy Story movie from the 1990s, will be returning as an adult, and his family, including his children, will be an integral part of the plot of Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5. All right, how many people have actually seen the Toy Story movies? Raise your hands. I've seen every single one of them so far. I have, okay? Toy Story 1 is a masterpiece, in my opinion. It's superb. At the time, even though today the animation doesn't hold up, at the time, it was groundbreaking what it did. The plot is insanely cool. It's just a really original, creative movie. It thought outside the box. It actually laid the groundwork for what I feel were all the other future CGI movies, right? It really did. That was the one that got the ball rolling and got a lot of confidence in CGI can work, okay? So, Toy Story 1, amazing. Toy Story 2, pretty good. I didn't personally like it as much as the first, but after having seen it multiple times after, I do think it's grown on me more. I like that they add more characters into the world that make sense, that fit into the lore of the game, the lore of the movie and everything. Still a great movie to this day. Toy Story 3. For me, this one's kind of a mixed bag. There's some things I like about Toy Story 3 and some things I don't like about Toy Story 3. But if Toy Story 3 was meant to be the epilogue story for, the toys, then it's not a bad movie at all. It explains how life can go on for these toys when you're not necessarily owned by a kid anymore, or when you've been forgotten or you're an outdated toy, you could still have some kind of use. And it was actually kind of heartwarming because, let's be honest here, a lot of toys, after their time period, don't get used ever again. Or, as we saw in Toy Story 2, become collector's items for people who just put them into boxes for forever, and they never actually get used ever again, right? So, when you're watching Toy Story 3, and you see, oh, now the toys actually can go to, like, one of these orphanages or a playroom for, like, kids at a school that they can still get used, that's neat, right? That was kind of a cool, awesome send-off for the whole franchise, and I felt that Toy Story 3 did a great job of that. And then they decided they were going to make a Toy Story 4, all right? And I saw it, and listen, I don't dislike it, okay? I don't. I actually think that it has some interesting plot elements and some neat things that happen. But essentially now, we've gone outside the realm of, like, what you really care about. You know what I mean? Like, do I care that Bo Peep, one of the toys from the previous movies, went off to start her own settlement of toys in the forest or whatever, and they're living out there, and then there's another boutique of toys, and the toys are like, what? Like, what the fuck is going on? I thought the whole point of Toy Story is that toys actually are alive, and it's following their lives, entertaining children, and trying to keep under wraps that they are alive. That was supposed to be the point.
Bro, what is he talking about?
Like, oh, now the toys aren't even with kids anymore, and they're going out and they're doing their own thing, and they're at a toy store, they're at a carnival, and they're doing all this weird shit. What the hell is that?
Well, don't watch it, dude.
You lost the spirit of what the movies were supposed to be.
Why does he always do this with shit,
characters,
dude? Oh, they ruined it. They ruined everything.
Because of the development and everything.
They don't fucking watch it. Nobody asked you to fucking watch it or care.
But at the same time, it's like, dude, we've lost the way of what the whole point. The charm of Toy Story 1 is completely lost in Toy Story 4 because it's not even the same plot anymore. You see, the characters have gone off in their own ways and their own lives in such directions that it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even affect the core plot line anymore. You see? So, and then of course, do we even have to mention Lightyear? The fact that they tried to do a spin-off movie pretending that one of the toys was a real spaceman. I mean, what a dumb thing that lost them insane amounts of money.
Who cares, morons, bro?
Right? So now when you tell me Toy Story 5, the toys are going back to Andy, the original owner, and his family. It's like, well, technically it shouldn't have just been what it fucking was going to be anyway. Like, shouldn't it have been like, so he was a toy for Andy, or they were all toys for Andy, right? And then eventually, maybe you could even have the collector's plotline of Toy Story 2. But then eventually what should have happened was maybe, they got put into storage or whatever, and then all of a sudden they get taken out, and now they're toys for the kids. right? When they're kids and they get played with the new generation. That could have been the ending epilogue that, you know, your 2 generations of Andy's family that they were entertaining for or whatever, right? Why did it take us 5 movies to get there? Why did we need... If 3 was going to be the ending, that's fine. But why even make 3 if that was just going to be a fake out for them to make more movies later anyway and undo the nice ending that they created? Because really, I'll be honest with you guys, when I watched the end of Toy Story 3 when it was a new movie, I cried. I was like, dude, that was amazing. That was an amazing way to end that plot. Even though I cried over fucking toys that don't exist. I'm a little sissy, all right? But I loved it. I thought the ending was good. Like, this is meaningful. It makes you feel good about watching this franchise and having some investment in it. And then they made 4 and they erased all those good feelings. Really. Like, it was like, well, it was all for naught. It was all a waste of your time, right?
You did the same thing with Scooby-Doo. When you were like, why would they make Velma Indian? Why would they make Velma Indian? Why not just kick me in the nuts repeatedly? I wish I could. I really wish I could, Phil. Over and over, and
let's see what happens.
You do it with everything, Phil. Everything they remake, they change something. Why would they do that? How could they make her black? How could they change her skin to color? Who the fuck? I literally don't. That doesn't matter to me, bro.
I don't care, bro. Today. All right. I guess it's time for us to get to shout outs now. Okay. We start off today on the YouTube side of things. We have The Danimal, who became a member for 23 months and continuing. Thank you so much, The Danimal, for almost 2 years of ongoing support here on DSP Gaming. And he says, what's up, Phil? How did you like the Starfield so far? Well, it's like I've said. Starfield so far for me seems like a combination of Fallout and the Outer Worlds. That's really the best way I can describe it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think a lot of people are looking for them to, again, reinvent the wheel or make giant, groundbreaking strides, and they haven't done that. But I'm enjoying what I'm playing. I'm getting lost in the world. I'm enjoying the side content, the immersion, and everything that we're finding in this first major city. I'm excited for tonight, where we're going to actually advance the plot a bit. So, overall, I'm having a good time with the game. I really am. I'm enjoying it. I'm hoping that it stays at the level that it is, and it continues to be fun and exciting. However, that being said, I'm wondering if the entire game is the same. Meaning, if you do a ton of content in one major city, right? You do some story. Well, you then get to another world, another major city, and then there's more of it. And then you get to another world and another major city, and there's more of it. Is that what it is? Is that the whole game? Or will there be a lot of other stuff? Will there be stuff such as big segments of combat? Because you remember Fallout had that. Fallout had like giant segments where you had very challenging combat and the like, and then all of a sudden you go to a narrative-based part that took forever too. I wonder, because right now we haven't really seen that. We went to the first research base, which was some combat, but not a ton, and then all of a sudden we got thrown into this insanely huge city that seems like you could get lost there for ages. So I guess we'll see. What's coming, but for me, I am enjoying it so far. I am liking the game because I didn't go into it with these, I feel like, unreasonable expectations. I kind of knew what Bethesda was doing, what they were capable of, so I'm liking it. Okay, that's my opinion on it so far, but I'm only 6 hours in. So, okay, and shout out to Jake. Jake is our first super chatter of the day. Let's get him up on the leaderboard. Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, this penguin game is weird.
By the way. Okay. Oh, big yawn. I don't know why. Sorry about that. All right. Swinging over, we have one tip so far this morning. All right, let's see. It's a $1 tip, and it is from Slayer. So let's get Slayer on the leaderboard, and let's see what Slayer has to say this morning.
Big ups, SRH. Thank you.
Okay. So, he says, I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I enjoy watching your playthrough of Starfield so far, compared to me playing it, you seem to have skimmed through a lot of side missions you can do. You're not talking to all the named NPCs. You're skipping some dialogue options. You're not exploring the city as much as you can. You haven't gone to all the different districts, buildings, and businesses. You should also try to familiarize locations roughly like where the well is and the shop's general location. Each different planet
Ban him,
has
Phil.
their own cities and stories you can
ban
follow.
His ass.
It's interesting, so I hope you can focus more on side missions as well. If you're focusing on the story missions for today, I might check in on your playthrough later when I get further into the game.
I might.
For now, I'm still exploring different planets in the system before I continue with the story. The game will be my focus for months to come. Anyway, hopefully you can implement the advice.
He's a variety streamer, dumbass.
Time through side
He's
quests.
a variety streamer.
On the screen. Oh, that's it. Take your time through side quests. Okay. So here's the thing. All right? I feel like this is the kind of game, all right, where I'm going to have to say this all the time. And it's fine. I don't take offense, and I take in all valid, constructive suggestions and criticism, okay? But here's what you got to understand, okay? Starfield in particular is exactly the kind of game that 10 people will play it, and 10 people will get 10 completely different experiences out of it. Because you might have someone who's more apt to combat, so they're going to try to find all the combat missions and just do those right away. You might have someone who really likes narrative. So all they're going to be doing is searching through every single piece of information and reading every log fully.
And then you have people like Phil who like to skip through the whole game and not experience any content whatsoever.
Immerse themselves in the narrative world before they progress on. There's some people who are only in it for the story, and once the main story is done, then they'll go and they'll take.
And there are some people that only stream games to make money.
All right, everyone's different. Okay,
everyone's different. Everyone's different. Like it's all beautiful.
Is that it really can be played in completely different ways. All right. My first session of Starfield,
big ups, Legend.
2.5 hours was intro.
Big ups, Arsons.
All right. We got to New Atlantis. I did some exploration, and then I immediately wanted to go to Constellation because that's where the story was going to advance. Because I knew that that would probably unlock things for us, which, by the way, it did. So I was correct in my assumption. That's kind of how Bethesda operates. Is you got to at least get to a certain level of the story in order to make enough progress to unlock a lot of stuff. Okay, so I did that, and then immediately what I did yesterday when we were doing our second session, I said, let's hold off on story because we just arrived at the biggest, hub city so far. Is huge, right? Let's explore. And we spent 3 hours, an entire major stream, just exploring. We went to the well. We went to the commercial.
No, you
district.
did. You didn't spend 3 hours.
Right? We were
you
checking out
stopped.
the hub stations and all of that.
You chatted. You read tips.
We were talking with all the people we ran into. We did a significant amount of side content, right? I probably would say 5-6 major side missions. We leveled up my speech. We leveled up my lockpicking. We found a rare weapon hidden in a secret room, which was really neat. We did a lot of stuff that would all be considered the free roam side content of the game, right? And that's well and good. But you have to understand that my experience with this game is going to be very different from others. Why? Because I am a live streamer. I'm interactive with my audience, and I have to entertain an audience. It's not just me sitting here playing the game for myself. I have to find ways to create variety and advancement and interesting things happening so that the audience doesn't ever feel too overwhelmed with one style of stuff. I, be honest, after having played 3+ hours of the side content of Starfield yesterday, I had a blast. I could easily sit here and do another 3 streams of it. I know I could. But what would end up happening is you'd see no combat whatsoever, no upgrades of the ship, nothing, just me wandering the station talking with people for 3 hours at a time. For another
You're already doing that.
People would definitely say that they're bored. They'd be like, this is too boring.
You're in the menu the whole time.
Where's the game? Where's the gameplay elements, right? So what I do is I strive to give you variety. So tonight, on a 2-hour late night stream, I'm going to focus on the story. I want to see what happens with the story. We haven't really even done anything with the story besides brought this artifact to Constellation, and that's it, right? So, tonight, let's see what happens. Will we leave New Atlantis and go to a new planet? Will we not? I don't know. Will there be combat? I hope there's combat tonight, because I'll be honest, yesterday there was almost none. It got kind of boring in some parts because there's nothing really going on action-wise, all right? As much as I love the narrative, and yes, exploring and learning the lore of this world is nice, at some point, like, okay, let's get some variety. I don't want to just do this constantly. So, that's the goal for tonight. Let's get that variety in there, right? Now, I'm not saying, because I'm doing 2 hours of story tonight, that I'm going to continue to do the story nonstop, and I'll rush through it, and within 2 weeks, the story's done. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we got to keep it going back and forth and have enough variety, right? So, tonight, let's see where the story takes us. Then maybe when I play this again on Tuesday, we determine, all right, do we want to keep going? Do we want to maybe reassess? Am I in a new world now because of the story we want to explore? Do we want to go back to New Atlantis? Because there's 2 quests at New Atlantis that apparently will get second sections And you need some time to pass before that happens, right? So perhaps we should wait and come back and do those later. But you see what my point is? If I just sit in New Atlantis and I just do content there for a week, everyone will get bored with this game. Everyone will tell me,
they
why
are
are you
bored.
still there?
We are
like,
bored.
What are you doing? This game is giant and massive and all these things to explore, and you've chosen to sit there in the same hub city.
Everyone's bored,
endlessly,
Phil.
All right?
Already.
Now, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Big ups next
There's literally not. I'm not going to say to one person out there, you shouldn't be doing that. No. Enjoy the game however you want. That's the beauty of a game like
just
Starfield.
Don't tell Phil how to play the game
in a different way and enjoy it at a different pacing, a different style. For me, yes, what I'm seeing is this game, when you get to these giant hub cities, will have tons of condensed content.
Unless he needs you to.
But I don't think my audience wants to see tons of condensed content, right? If you take a look at some of the classic Bethesda games we've played, like Fallout 3 or New Vegas, when you get to a new hub city, there's content, you're there for an hour or two, you unlock the quest, but then you're off. You leave the city and you're off to explore, you're going to different areas, you're fighting monsters, you're looking for loot, you're doing this stuff. You're not just sitting there in the hub city endlessly.
Yeah,
so,
Phil seems like an only child,
I kind of have to break stuff up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm surprised he has a brother, right?
So, I hear you. I thank you for your criticism and your input. But I'm asking for your consideration that I cannot play the game exactly like you are. It sounds like you said, this will be your game for months. And you know what? From everything we're seeing in Starfield, it looks like that might be the case. Like, if there is a dozen hub cities, and each hub city has like 10, 15 hours of content in each city, and you do the math, you're talking, probably 150 to 200 hours of content in this game. You very well could be playing this game for 2-3 months, and that's it. And that's fine. If that's what you're looking for, great. Enjoy. But for me, I do definitely have to keep things at an entertaining pace for an audience, a viewing audience. So I do have to keep things moving to some extent and make sure that we're not always just bunkered down in one area doing the same thing over and over. For example, yesterday, for the very first time, I investigated the research and the upgrades, all right? And honestly, they're very complex. First, you have to have components to do the research. Now, you don't need all the components. You could have more of one than another. Then you could do something that's called like an overflow. And then you could still do the research. Even though you don't technically have all the components, you could still initiate it. But then once the research is completed, now you need more components to actually utilize what you just did. So maybe you researched the way to make food. Well, you can't make the food till you have food components. Now you got to find food components. You see, it's complex. We sat there for about 20 minutes doing this, and people were already complaining on the stream, this is incredibly boring. We don't want to see you play with menus. We want to see you play the game. I mean, technically, the menus are the game. Okay? But you have to understand, yes, I basically have to try to appeal to a lot of different people at once. It's frustrating, and it could be very challenging. It's something that I've striven to become better at over the years. Since I've been an interactive streamer, it's challenging, with especially a game like this. But I think I'll get better at it, especially once we see the depth of the content in Starfield. Maybe we'll say, okay, we'll have, tonight is side content night, where all I'm going to do is we're going to explore side content in this area, and then next time around, we're going to do a shipbuilding night, and a base building night, and a building of our companions night, and then the next stream we'll do story, right? I might have to do that. That might have to be the way that I pace it, so that way we have that variety, and it keeps the playthrough moving and interesting. So, let's see. Let's see what happens, but yeah. Apologies, there's just no way that I'm going to be able to be in line with what everyone is expecting from me for this playthrough. And if you're someone who has spent 25 hours in New Atlantis and haven't even advanced the story with Constellation yet, yeah, you're probably not going to want to watch my stream from tonight. But I got to at least keep stuff going to the point where we want to see where the game's going next, right? Okay. Continuing on. Someone took $1 and says, Woody left the gang in Toy Story 4's ending. How on earth would Toy Story 5 work without him? Because he's coming back. Of course. No, this is the point I'm making, is they don't need to keep making these movies because they basically just keep making the last movie completely worthless, right? If Toy Story 3's point was to show how the toys can still continue to be happy and make children happy without Andy's family, like an epilogue. But then Toy Story 4 went on to show how these toys can actually be happy without having to entertain a family, but instead can go off and do their own thing, like with Woody and Bo Peep.
Bro.
That's great. But then what the fuck is the point of Toy Story 5?
Do you think kids give a shit, dude? They don't give a fuck.
In Toy Story 5, did they find a way to make it so that the plastic and wood doesn't rot?
Oh, is it shiny and funny, dude?
Themselves in like lacquer and shit? Like, what is the... Why are we going back? Right?
It's for kids, Phil.
I don't know. It does seem very silly to me. Very, very silly to me that they're making a Toy Story 5. Thank you for the tip. I received a $5 tip from Canadian Kirk. He says, speaking of which, do you think human beings will ever colonize the galaxy?
At $1.
Will that be a task that sentient, super advanced robots will accomplish?
It says $2.
Let me put it this way. Okay?
He's counting dollar bills right now.
How about this? This will be an interesting
thing. All
right?
You're like the worst stripper.
I feel
you're like the worst stripper.
The human race.
The human race. Okay, let's hear this.
Can achieve.
Let's hear this.
Some pretty amazing things. I mean, if you think about the things that humans have achieved that are groundbreaking, how on earth?
What about you? What, e-bagging?
Does a creature that stands?
How does a money creature e-bag? I don't know.
6 feet tall, right?
I don't know how a money creature
e-bags. A building
e-bags,
structure that towers into the sky so high
you didn't build
that you can't see the top from the ground.
Smarter people,
right?
But not.
How is it
not you
that we found a way to communicate and transfer energy and data?
Who's this we, dude? You didn't do any of this shit.
Stuff around us. No physical connection. It's just we're doing it at a moment. Right now, I'm transferring to you through the internet. I'm not there with you. I'm not actually sitting next to you talking to you. But this is amazing technology, is it not? How do we come up with all this stuff? Right? It's nuts how smart people can be. The only thing that's holding people back is people. That's literally it. It's the human race that holds the human race back. Because when we get so wrapped up in our own shit, right? When we get wrapped up in our own politics, and our own religion, and our own, this group is better than this group, and this group is ahead of this group, and this one controls all the resources, and this group is below making the resources. When we get into the deep down way that humanity has always existed, all right? That's what holds us back from true progress. Because if we lived in a society, oh God, did you hear what I just said?
We live in a society, Phil.
If we lived in a society where people realized that if everyone truly looked out for one another and took care of each other,
bro, you're disgusting,
would
bro.
actually mean that everyone was okay.
You're a scammer, bro.
And I know people say, well, that's communism.
You're literally a
really
scammer.
Isn't, because communism has been tried and failed. It's not. See, the thing is,
for you to say that is like
esoteric thing because it's never really been done. But if everyone was like, if everyone just looks out for each other and takes care of each other, then we'd all be all right.
See, the thumbnail never lies, dude.
Progress.
The thumbnail never lies.
Think of it this way. Well, let's go colonize Mars. Okay, let's do it. Well, wait, we can't. Why? Well, someone has to finance it. Okay, let's have rich people finance it. Well, they're not going to do that. Why? Well, because they have to make a profit on it. Right? Wait, what? Well, yeah, they need something out of it. Forget about just human progress. We can't just do things on the fact that we want to advance as a race or a civilization. We actually have to have a reason that we benefit from it, right? So how do we benefit? How do we start selling condos out on Mars and timeshares and shit? How do we start, getting duplexes that you can rent space and shit? That's what we got to figure out first.
How do we start pulling Hogans,
all
dude?
The units out. How do we figure this out? And then once we have this insane, complex, way profitable scheme, then we'll roll out with how to get to Mars and start colonizing it, right? Because
how do I pull Hogans?
Before that, we'll never do that. You see, we have to think what benefits us, what's going to get us ahead, and that's the thing about our societies. The whole point of us thinking only about ourselves.
I don't think there is a point next to.
You see, really, if people were just like, listen, we all just kind of want to get ahead. We all want to advance. These things will all be better for everyone, right? Like right now, how much do you want? And then I know this sounds like a conspiracy theory because it is, but at the same time, I just want you to think about this logic.
Get your tinfoil hat out. Put your tinfoil on, Phil.
You're telling me that there's no way that the common science or doctor studies or whatever you want to say, medicine, modern medicine, can figure out a way to shield us from the common cold. Now, I understand that the common cold is not just one virus. It's a million things. But you're telling me there's not just general ways that we can prevent it?
Yeah,
that we're destined to always catch the common cold.
It's called boosting your immune system.
Could it possibly be
it's called eating fruits and vegetables.
Billion upon billion dollar profitable industry.
It's called antioxidants.
Of them selling over-the-counter remedies for the common cold that don't cure it, but just treat the symptoms. And so because it's so fucking profitable, they will never cure the common cold because they don't want to, because they want to be rich.
Bro, what are you even talking about?
And the thing is, there is a way. Dude. I guarantee you right now, if you talked to the top
exercise, dude.
Be like,
that's a good way.
Absolutely, we could stop it. It would cost an insane amount of money, and we'd have to do this crazy research, but we could roll it out and make sure that no one ever gets the common cold ever again. We would have a way to prevent it, whether it's a vaccine, whether it's just
you got it.
Things
you got it, rampant
systems, whatever it could be.
Bonsai.
We could stop it. But where's the profit in it?
You hit the nail on the head.
Therefore, no one will ever do it.
There it is. It's always the bottom line, baby.
That's the problem with humanity. Everyone's always looking at things from an angle of how to get ahead rather than how do I benefit myself and everyone around me.
Big ups toxic.
So when you say, will we ever colonize the planet? It would be interesting if we tried it.
That was the question that spurred this.
What's the benefit? If you remember, when the explorers...
That's why he started saying all this shit? Somebody asked him about space.
And look at the New World and stuff. We had Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus.
Big ups, Palm.
And
Primus.
All the French explorers and all of them going out. What were they looking for? We're like, wow, we just want to find new places to expand. They're like, no, what can we loot? Where's the gold? Where's the spices? Where's the new rare things from there that we don't have that we can then loot and bring back home for monstrous profits? That's why they were doing it. They didn't care about culture. They didn't care about, we can expand.
Big ups M41.
All they wanted was to sack shit, right?
Yeah, like the Vikings,
so that's what
right?
I mean. That's human nature, you know?
Right. You're a perfect example of that, Phil. Human nature at its worst.
So, if you told me that they found giant veins of rare minerals and shit that they could sell back on Earth, on Mars, we'd be there in 5 minutes. Elon Musk would be on the next SpaceX jet out there, and he'd be mining it himself. Space cheese, that's valuable. He'd be eating the cheese and bringing it home. But that's what I mean.
Make a sound,
right
Phil.
now, we have to figure stuff out. How does it make it profitable, or what's the benefit? Because no one will ever finance it and make it viable until that happens. Then all of a sudden, overnight, it'll be the next major thing we all talk about and everyone cares about. But until then, that's how humanity is, right? That's just how humanity is.
Hey, just how it is. Deal with it.
That's my take for now. Maybe my take will change in time. You know, I try not to be too political there, but I mean, in general, I'm from what I've seen of human nature, I am kind of cynical. Are there people on planet Earth who actually care about others? Yes, there are. Absolutely. And you want to know the truth? Those people are very rarely in positions of power or any kind of prominence. You know, you want to hear about someone who is one of the most normal.
Sounds pretty bleak, dude.
Rich people out there. I'm not even going to tell you the story. I want you to research it yourself. Go look into the life history of Keanu Reeves. That's all I'm going to say.
What?
Go look at that man and take a look at someone who's a normal guy, who's rich, but just wants to be a good person and help others, and that's all he cares about.
Yo, Keanu.
That's what you should look into.
He's a Keanu
more
fan.
People were like Keanu Reeves on this planet, all right?
The one. He's the one.
This planet would be a very different place.
No. He's the
That's
one.
all I'm going to say. You're absolutely right. That's a man, he lost his family. He lost everything. And because of that, he realized what was truly important. To this day, he's filthy rich, and he doesn't use any of that at all. He lives in a normal apartment. He gifts tons of money to people to help them. He almost all the money he made on the Matrix trilogy, he gave away. He didn't want it. He's the most normal guy you'll find who's rich.
Phil.
Because he doesn't care about getting ahead.
Great,
he doesn't care about hoarding for himself.
Yeah, we already know about Keanu, dude.
Around him and be a normal dude. And if everyone on Earth was like that, this would be a different place.
Keanu does not need you to big him up, dude.
An infinitesimally small amount of the population of Earth is like Keanu Reeves. And that's why we are where we are, you know?
I don't think Keanu would actually like you talking about him, dude. If he actually knew about you.
No, he did not lose his dog and go on a rampage. That was a movie he was in. Sorry, you got the little confused there. Okay.
I don't think Keanu would fuck with you, Phil. Honestly. Jerking off on stream, all this racist shit. Keanu's not down with that, bro.
All right.
Stop trying to use him
that's what I got.
to make yourself look better.
If you guys have a few extra questions and things you'd like to toss at me for the next few minutes before we, get
cloud chasing, dude.
I'm all ears. What do you guys want to talk about this
What an
morning?
asshole.
Meatball Man says, what's your favorite fast food fry? For me, it's either Chick-fil-A or Arby's. In-N-Out are not good. Fast food fries. Interesting question.
Yeah, In-N-Out fries are like
Five Guys has really amazing peanut fries. They fry them in peanut oil. I do agree that the waffle fries at Chick-fil-A are really, really good because they're seasoned. They taste great. If you're talking the stable like Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's, I would pick Wendy's. Even though I don't think they're great, they're still better than Burger King and McDonald's in my opinion. I don't really eat fries that often, so I can't really answer the question in depth.
Five Guys has great fries. Burger King has good fries.
Arthur says, do you plan on hitting Master with all characters in Street Fighter 6? By the way, I'm enjoying your Starfield.
That's about it.
I don't think I would ever be able to do that. It's too much of a time investment. Like, when Street Fighter 6 came out...
I hate McDonald's fries, dude.
Alright, I was primarily playing Blanca, but I played a wide variety of
They're
characters.
too salty.
And it took me until the beginning of August I got Blanca to Master. Then I restarted on PS5, and it took me all of August, and I just, within that month, 1 month, got Blanca back to Master. Now, that's a character who I was already great with and had already learned a bunch of strategies and everything, so it took me only a month of playing. It looks like probably within the next week or two, I'll probably get Honda to Master. But after that, it's like starting from scratch. Like, even though I know Luke I'll probably do decent with, it's going to take a long time for me to learn enough strategies and everything to get Luke to any kind of competitive level. Same with any other character, whether it's Zangief or Lily or Dalsim or someone else who I try to play with. I guarantee you, it's going to take me a long time. And the thing is, being honest here, I know people don't want to see Street Fighter 6 as much. I love Street Fighter 6. I would love to play it tons, but people got burned out on it after me playing it all summer.
Of course they did,
and they still want to see it, but I can't be doing it as 3, 4, 5 streams a week. At most 2, 3 night streams, and that's going to be it, you see? So with that time constraint, there's absolutely, positively, no way that I would ever know or ever try to get everyone to Master. It would never happen. I don't have enough time, you see? So, no, I don't think. Will I get some other characters to Master? Perhaps I will. Perhaps I'll find some other characters after Honda and Blanca who I like enough, who I want
some cheese? You'll find some more cheese, dude? He's looking for those cheesy moves, dude.
That's going to be a really...
He wants cheesy moves he can spam over and over.
Derek's favorite Toy Story was Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3, if that was the last one, would have been amazing, but they fucked it all up. No. See, here's the thing. Comment Frenzy says, can't you say that Keanu got something out of his charity work because it boosted his public image and helped market him? No, because it didn't. Because no one knows about it unless they do the research. Keanu did not go out there and publicly do giant press conferences explaining how he's donating all his money to charity to help the people. He just did it. And then he went on with his life as if nothing
keep
happened.
Keanu's D out of your mouth,
He's not looking for recognition. He's looking to help people legitimately.
He doesn't want you to suck him off, bro.
By donating his money and helping others. He's just trying to help others. As opposed to, again, look at these major companies that every year they have to announce all the charitable things they've done or whatever, because it makes them look good when in reality, if you looked at what the company actually does, they're a scumbag company, and then they did that one nice thing to try to offset it, right? That's the difference. You can tell people who are actually doing something legitimately just to make them look good in some respect, while others do the good things just because they want to help people and be good.
Phil, do you know that you just sound like a complete, sociopath, right? Like, you don't sound believable at all. Like, knowing your history.
I have had almond milk before. It's very sweet. It's good, but it's very sweet. So I don't know if I liked it that much. It's nutty but sweet, right? If I remember correctly.
Knowing what you do on a daily basis, how you speak to people.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now. You're talking about some song. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah. This shit is bloated as hell. $7. Good job, Phil. You did good. You did good.
Oh, it's true.
Son.
Arthur says, I thought you said Master is where you said you'll really start to learn the game, but I understand your time constraints. No, that's absolutely correct. Once you hit Master level, you weeded out the vast majority of idiots. There still are idiots there. In fact, it's been said now that there's like 50-some thousand people at Master rank now, and out of that, like they said, they did the statistics, something like over a fifth of them are literally pattern mashing Kens. They just played so much in the last 3 to 4 months that they artificially earned their master rank. They didn't actually like consciously win and win.
You gotta love this shit, dude.
Game well.
You can't make it up.
Enough that they kept
you can't make this shit up, dude.
Mashing their bullshit patterns online that they got enough wins to get to master. All right, but in general, when you get to master, you must have some kind of an understanding of what you're doing with your character, right? And yes, master's where you're going to play all the good players. They're all in master right now, so that's true. But for me, how on earth would I ever have the time to get everyone to master? It's never going to happen. I wish, but I don't think that will ever happen. I mean, hell, I played, what, 13 of the characters out of the 18 when the game released. I never even got to the other 5. To this day, I've never touched Kimberly, right? Jury, I only played for like an hour during the beta. That was it. Guile, again,
everything he says is over-exaggerated, and he's just full of shit.
I never got back to them. So because of that, this character is completely unused by me. And like,
it's so easy to fact-check Phil and see that he's lying about everything, dude. But most people just don't. And it's like, oh, okay.
Orcs are dorks.
I'm dented.
Has re-upped his membership for 27 whopping months, and he says, "Good morning, DSP and friends." Good morning.
Yeah, the projection is unreal, dude. Like I don't even have anything else to say about it. It's so directly blatant projection that it's like, I don't know how many times I can call it out. It's like, I mean,
huh? Derek, I got rid of the. I got rid of that imposter.
It's everything he says, dude.
No problem. What's one of the last movies I watched and I would recommend? Shoot, Dungeons and Dragons from earlier this year. Honor Among Thieves. Surprisingly good movie, well written, well acted. Everything was pretty good about that movie. I really enjoyed it. It's a shame that apparently it didn't do well and now they'll never make another one, but I really liked it. I've never seen the 1990s Berserk anime. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. You really like the Mario movie, Derek? I did not.
Big ups, Tarman.
I seriously didn't like it.
Big ups, Unknown.
I thought that it would just try to...
Yeah. Once again, the worst take from Phil.
Mainstream pop culture shit. It didn't really explain the lore of the Mushroom Kingdom. It didn't make sense of any of it. Just like, oh, so the Mushroom Kingdom exists, and then, oh, also King Koopa exists and wants to take it over. No explanation why. Oh, there's also the Kongs are there for some reason. Okay. Oh, there's just Mario Kart tracks everywhere. What? Wait, what's going on? All you did, you made a hodgepodge of everything of Nintendo and crammed it together with a bunch of pop culture references and really shitty writing because I didn't laugh. Like, there were no funny moments. I wish there were, but I wasn't laughing at any of it. It was bad writing. Like, the whole King Koopa, Bowser, Peaches song is not funny at all. It's weird. It's like, what is going on? Why is this supposed to be funny in any way? How did this go viral like a meme unless people are just stupid? I don't get it. I just don't understand it. I didn't like the movie. I was very disappointed because they had an opportunity to do something epic and create a meaningful narrative in a world with character development. And they did nothing. It was just, here's just an action movie with Mario elements in it. Here you go. Enjoy. Oh, don't you hear the song is playing from a Mario game? So you should be appeased if you like Mario. No. I wanted Mario to be a serious movie with a narrative and all kinds of interesting stuff. And you frivolously skipped that opportunity to make an action movie that really didn't make sense and wasn't very fun.
There's 2 people here. I don't know where they
are. I received a $4.20 tip from Radical Jaws.
There you go.
He says, I second what you're saying here. I never touched a fighting game in my life. I'm using modern controls. I don't even know how to properly use Drive Rush, but I made Platinum with Zangief and Gold 5 with Lily. This game feels so forgiving to rank up in. No, you're right. The way that it works is that if you're just playing enough and you're not... I think people... like I said, someone actually made Master with a 20% win-loss ratio. Think about that. 20%. They were only winning 1/5 of the time they played and they made Master. What the fuck? Like, that's insane. But that's how they made it, right? And it's crazy because you got someone like me... I have a 60-something% win-loss ratio. So it's like, if you're winning more than you're losing, you're eventually going to hit Master. How the fuck are people losing more than they're winning and they hit Master? So, yeah. Absolutely. Good afternoon, Cracker Jacks. How are you today? Good to see you. Back to the Future 2 is an amazing movie, Juan. I hope you enjoy it. I love the Back to the Future trilogy. Very good movies. Armored Core 6 continues tomorrow. No Sleep, Real Lives. That should be fun as well. I can't wait. I had a lot of fun last time, not only beating Baltius, but then unlocking the, the chain guns and going with a new build. And then I ran out of time, and now it's been almost a week, Arthur, I did not see me versus Snake Eyes from his point of view. First of all, it wasn't a set. It was a match, a single match.
He talked shit about you.
But I'm sure he was, I didn't give him anything impressive whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, I never fought a Zangief who understood spacing as well as he did. So I didn't realize he was going to catch me in the ways that he caught me. Like, he was catching me outright with
something. He talked shit about you, bro. What do you got to say?
Not be able to do that. He was just ridiculously, setting me up. I was like, oh, shit. But no, I did not see it from his point of view. I'm sure he didn't have much to say. Well, what's he going to do? Compliment how I got my ass beat because I don't know what I'm doing against him?
Maybe it was...
Probably not.
Maybe it was just me.
He probably said, fuck this guy. Fuck him. He sucks.
What are you talking about? You're master.
Blanca scrub. Yeah. Take this, you son of a bitch.
You're
Bend
a master
over,
rank,
take
dude.
it up the... Oh, who is that? Oh, that's someone on YouTube? Oh.
Oh, you're a master rank, dude.
That's probably what he said.
No, you said you're trash, bro. And you're a master rank. Straight. Dude, I was gonna say, I feel like he lost on purpose. I feel like he literally wasn't trying.
He didn't say that?
During that match. So he could...
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel like he wasn't actually trying. It didn't look like he was trying. Like, he wasn't like going as hard as he went against like regular people.
Oh yeah, there's a new Wonka movie coming out around Christmas, right? It's supposed to be the origins of Wonka, how Wonka became Willy Wonka or something like that. Yeah. Pausen.
He popped the tires.
Became a member.
What an
for 19
asshole,
months.
dude.
Good morning. Good morning, Pausen. Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Welcome everyone. So people are just joining the podcast. If you're here, we're about to adjourn within just a couple of minutes, and we're all heading over to DSP Reacts for the React show. I hope you guys will make the jump and join me and hang out with me today for the React stuff. Hopefully it's a good one. And remember, all support carries over. So everything you see here, and the tips, it all carries over there. So we'll have a foot towards our goals already. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The React stuff this week seems to be all over the place. Like, the variety is wild because we have so many members over there now. Over 150 members we're nominating this week. So those videos
he wasn't
are
trying, dude. Like,
huge variety. Like, wacky
I
stuff.
swear he wasn't trying.
Sadly, I couldn't watch a lot of them. And I'll explain that. I already explained it earlier on this podcast, but I'll explain it as we start over there this week. Because people who are nominating need to know the rules, and a lot of people are not paying attention to the rules, and I can't watch some of these clips.
Phil, Snake Eyes said that you're fucking...
We'll talk about that in a minute. Excuse me.
That you probably got dropped on your head when you were a kid. And he said that your fucking, that cat is, like, ugly as hell.
Do I miss the 80s?
I heard him say it,
You know what's
dude.
funny, all right? Because now that I'm 40 years old, well, I'm 41. Now that I'm this old, I realized whenever you're at a certain point of your life,
thank you.
You will never fully understand how important that part of your life was and what would have been the best use of your time. Right? In the 80s,
what the hell was that?
How would I have known
I hit the fucking...
that the way that the culture was and money was and everything would change? Within 20 years, the whole world would be a little different. So
how could you know the world would change, dude?
Somewhere you had a great time on a flight. It was like luxury class,
luxury
food, really cool party atmosphere.
That's all gone now, Phil. You're bankrupt,
travel,
dude.
It's like insanely crammed airports. Everyone's frustrated. The flights suck. There's no food. Everything's terrible, right? It was different back then. Even pop
you weren't
culture in
bankrupt.
general, everything was so crazy different. How things were on TV, music, MTV and stuff was huge, right? Video games, are you kidding me? Video games, how that would change in time. And that's the thing. So now I look back at my youth. I look back at when I was in my 20s. And I'm like, man, what would have been my optimal use of that time, right? Probably not doing what I was doing. Probably not traveling just to play grassroots Street Fighter, right?
You wasted your life on Street Fighter. Is that what you're saying, dude? Who cares, bro? I don't give a shit.
They always say that hindsight is 20/20, right? So the older I get, and I look back at another generation, man, that would have been better use of my time.
I wasted my time too, bro. You don't hear me complaining about it.
My early days as a YouTuber, and I'm like, well, listen, I worked my butt off, right?
Well, I wasted my life on drugs.
And I made a lot of money back then.
I wasted my 20s on drugs, dude.
Here's something I could have done different that would have been better, right?
Nobody cares, dude.
Reacted to something that
You're the only one that cares.
If I maybe rolled with the punches of people making fun of me on the internet, it wouldn't have gotten to the point where now I have these crazy stalker losers who just want to fucking like ruin my life.
Stalkers.
You know, full time, right? But that's partially my fault.
Yeah, we're all wasting our time right now.
I created that almost cult of hate around me, right?
The cult of hate.
You look back at all those things and you're like, man, what could you have done better? What if you were back in the, like, if I was 10, 15 years in the past, but I had the knowledge I have today, all the things I would have done differently, right? I would have been a streamer earlier and stuff like that, right? You know, but there's no point in reminiscing about that stuff when it's already too late to change. You just move forward.
Then why are we?
That's the thing. I'm trying to.
There's no
live
point.
in the
Then
moment
why
and
are we?
enjoy the moment for what it is. That's really like the most important thing I've been trying to do.
This is not living in the moment, dude.
The audience I have, the fun we have, the life I have here with my family. Enjoy all of it now, and don't take it for granted. Because I do feel like there were times in my life I didn't understand how important it was.
Phil will never
Back when
get
I was
his
in my
shit together.
20s and I was fully healthy. I didn't have back issues, neck issues,
Jesus
blood
Christ.
issues, all kinds of shit.
Blood?
Right?
Gout?
Now I have all that. It's like, well, you know, it's life.
Well,
you learn with experience, right?
That's life, man. That's life.
Okay.
Got to deal with it, right, Phil? You can't fix anything. You just have to deal with everything.
Abdullah, yeah, we've talked about Free 1-0.
So don't even try to fix
that
anything.
Was the person who I did that. We were both prominent YouTubers doing Street Fighter content, and I did a set with him very early on in the life cycle of Street Fighter 4, and I literally didn't hear from him since. So.
Why even try, right?
Okay.
Why even try, dude? What's the point, Phil?
Okay. Guys, I think it's time to say thanks, and let's move on from the podcast. Let's get the React show set up. All right? As usual, what happens is when this stream goes off, if you're watching live, you'll see a pop-up say, hey, head over to the podcast show. Please head over there. I'll get that started within a few minutes. I'm going to take a little break, use the restroom or whatever, and then, you know, by 1 p.m. we'll get started over there, and I'll definitely let you guys know what's going on. We do have to do a small segment outlining the rules, because sadly a lot of people did kind of not listen to the rules this week of what was going to be nominated, so I need to let you guys know about that. But outside of that, I think it should be a good show. I hope you'll join me over there. I'm excited for DSP versus the Internet, and I want to say thanks. You were a great audience here for the podcast. Remember, this is very important. On my React days, the entire React stream, I'm not making any money on any of that, the videos or whatever. So it's the streams that are important. If you can support my React stream today in some way, that would help me a lot to make that channel continue to be viable, especially because we're not doing any special events, it seems, this month. Please support the DSP versus the Internet streams in any way you can to make them viable so that I can keep making that channel happen. All right? Okay. Thank you guys very much for a great show, and I will see you over on DSP Reacts. Thanks for a great podcast. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. The fall is upon us with all of its games and exciting fun, and I cannot wait to spend more time with you soon. All right, guys. Thank you. I will see you over there. Peace out. All right. So let's get set up, everybody, for the React show. Let's see here. So I need to move my camera to the upper right.
All right. Time for React.
Bring out
I killed that guy, though.
React's logo, if I can find it.
I don't care. I got what I wanted. I'm happy.
And
he's dead.
I gotta make sure that the correct pop-ups are enabled. They are. There we go. All right, so guys, I'm gonna go offline. Please head over to DSP React, and I will see you there. Thanks. And what I do, I wiggle like this, and what happens is your wallet opens up, and all of your money flies out of your wallet through the sky. And then once a day, I open my window with a big bag, a big sack, like Santa's loot sack, and it just fills with money, just flying in there. Yikes. Money kinesis. I have money kinesis. He got that. Money kinesis. He got that. Hypnosis. He got that. Money kinesis. Controlling all of you, money kinesis. He got that big gnosis, through the big roaches, notorious PEG. He got
got them bills lined up every single week. You know all these Hogans ain't for free, so swing by and hit me. Please drop a tip if you like the post nasal drip. If you drop a like, I'ma snort right in the mic. 14 years for these Hogans, 14 years so I can be broke boy Joe Rogan.
Pignosis. Money kinesis. I have money kinesis.
He got that
money kinesis.
He got that
Pignosis.
He got that
money kinesis. Controlling all of you. Money kinesis.
He got that pignosis. You know who the pig roach is. Notorious P.E.G. He got them bills lined up every single week. You know all these Hogans ain't for free, so swing by and tip me.
Money kinesis. I have money kinesis.
He got that
money kinesis.
He got that
Pignosis.
He got that
money kinesis.
He got that
Controlling all of you. Money kinesis.
He got that
Pignosis.
Fuck, dude, this stupid shit is fucked up.
But I'm telling you, I did spend money on mobile games in the past. I admit it. That's how I know how addictive they can be. That's how I know how bad they are for people to get caught in that kind of addictive nature. I remember playing, and there was an event. The Hulk Hogan card was in it, right? It was a legendary old school back in the day 1980s Hulk Hogan card.
We've been hanging and banging, brother.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't wanna
buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want it. All these pools, yeah, I'm about to bust. Spending all my money on these Hogans like I'm Elon Musk.
Ridiculous amounts of money. I know it was. It was probably hundreds of dollars for this event. I earned the car.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Keep spending. I earned the car.
If they ain't 6 stars, I don't wanna
buy more.
Spending all my money on this Hogan.
Oh, play for 2 more hours. You ran out. Buy more.
If it ain't 6 stars,
keep spending.
If it ain't 6 stars, I don't want it.
I earned the card, right? I'm like proud of myself. Oh my god, I actually earned this card, and wow, it was very hard to do. I'm one of the few people in the game who even earned it. I think it was only like 20 people in the whole game who had the card or whatever. Okay? And I can tell you exactly what happened. Immediately after I earned that card, within 1 week they announced we're rebooting the game. The card is now going to essentially be way reduced in value.
We've been hanging and banging, brother.
It's been a rough year. Why does Phil always have to mention that there's tips going on the stream? Why does he have to mention if it's a slow day for contributions, and why does he have to bring that up? Big ups, Meerkat, and a very slow day for support. Please tip me. I need tips tonight. I jump on stream. Obviously, I need tips. Pay my taxes, pay my back taxes, pay my utilities, pay my mortgage, pay my internet bill, pay my utilities. Very slow day for support. Been 47 minutes, and only the third tip of the day. I really appreciate that. I need that way more. Pay my taxes, pay my back taxes, pay my utilities.
Yo, big ups Phil Burnell's Hogan Pulls. Big ups Crazy.
Positive guy. I focus on
big ups Chicken. Big ups Ursa.
I'm not a person who revels in hurting others to get over. I will put out positive, fun gameplay content for you guys, and I will continue to be successful that way. And if I fail, I fail, but at least at the end of the day, I can say, hey, it was a slow day. It's been a very slow day for support. Please tip me. I need tips tonight. I jump on stream. Obviously, I need tips. Pay my taxes, pay my back taxes, pay my utilities, pay my mortgage, pay my internet bill, pay my utilities. Very slow day for support. Been 47 minutes, and only the third tip of the day. I really appreciate that. I need that way more. Pay my taxes.
Misery. No, I haven't watched it yet.
Pay my internet bill, pay my utilities.
I forgot.
Please tip me. I need tips tonight. I need to pay bills over the weekend. I appreciate those who contribute in any way. Please, if you can tip me, do that. rather than these super chats and membership. I need that.
Yeah, PUBG's been messing with me, dude.
I understand that people right now are so hyped for the gifted memberships, and I'm very grateful for that. I mean, thank you.
Pick up Stoge.
That doesn't mean that people are going to forego tipping, because that would put me in a bad situation. And in particular, I don't know why you guys, okay, why are you laughing? Grocery shopping, tips. Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips.
1,300.
Tips. Bills and stuff, tips. Tips are the liquidity.
1,300.
Huh? Why are you laughing? Oh, so hilarious that this guy has stuff financially tight. Huh? I literally can't afford stuff on Tuesday on my day off, and you're gonna laugh? Oh, it's funny. When you can't go and do something with your family on your day off, your one day off for the week when you're working full-time 6 days a week. That's funny, right? No, it's not fucking funny. Now shut up. Grocery shopping, tips. Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips.
That kind of dates that clip. Like, when the fuck was his day off on Tuesday? It's gotta be like mad long ago.
Meal with my wife, tips. Coming up, my day off on Tuesday, tips. Nintendo Online, tips. Bills and stuff, tips. Tips are the liquidity of my business. Huh? Huh? Huh?
This one's for all my baby girls.
All right, LARPer. Keep on trolling, baby.
Now, why do I need to bring this up? All right? Because tomorrow's my day off. I got 2 big bills due this week. Everything all at once. Who? 2 big bills. Chill. Give her a pill. I got 2 big bills. The electric bill. I got 2 big bills. The internet bill. I'm reliant on chance to pay all my bills. I got 2 big bills. I got 2 big bills. We want people who are actually here to have a good time and chill. I got 2 big bills. I don't want to be Mr. Bills. When I pop tags, I feel so pain. I can feel bills coming off my face. A timed release of 2 big bills. This is the United States of Phil. Chill. Give her a pill. I got 2 big bills. The electric bill. I got 2 big bills. The internet bill. 2 big bills. Chill. Give her a pill. I got 2 big bills. The electric bill. I got 2 big bills. The internet bill. I got 2 big bills. 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 2 big bills.
Because then there was some weird running meme once I finally showed a picture of my wife. Dad, they said she looks like a horse. And I was like,
I need my horse, baby. Oh. She's like my mother and my lover.
I love the horse.
I love my horse, baby. I love my horse, baby. I love the horse, baby, dog. She's like my mother and my lover, yeah. I love my horse, baby. She's like my mother and my lover, dog. I love my horse, baby, dog. You're my soulmate. Put some makeup on your eyes right before you cry. Never ever say goodbye. Married till I die. You're my soulmate. I just wanna get on top of you and ride until the sunset. Baby, let's go get some DoorDash. Let's go to Burger King. Fuck all the junkies in front. They're just shooting up like they got horse, baby, don't. She's like my mother and my lover, yeah. I love my horse, baby.
I love the horse.
I need my horse, baby.
There's nothing whatsoever on my wife that looks like that.
I love my horse, baby. She's like my mother and my lover, dog. I love my horse, baby, dog. You're my soulmate. Put some makeup on your eyes right before you cry. Never ever say goodbye, married till I die. You're my soulmate. You're my soulmate. I need my horse, baby. Oh. She's like my mother and my lover. I love my horse, baby. I love my horse, baby. I need my horse, baby. Oh. She's like my mother and my lover. I love my horse, baby. I love my horse, baby.
You wanna know what he did? He took the face of the escort and put a horse's head on it, and he said, my wife looks like a horse.
I need my horse, baby. Oh. She's like my mother and my lover.
Why do I say I'm not a children's entertainer? Because I'm not a Muppet. I'm not here to play a character. I'm not here to pretend that I'm something that I'm not. I don't dye my hair. I don't act stupidly constantly to get attention from children. I don't do stupid
Here goes
pranks.
Max Power.
You know what I mean? I don't cause drama. I'm here just to play games and have fun. I'm a legitimate gamer.
Big ups to your dad. I need banana, tasty banana, banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth. Act and talk a certain way with certain mannerisms, certain over-the-top reactions, screaming at the top of their lungs, jumping, flailing, doing weird things, constantly on camera. I need banana, tasty banana, banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth.
This one's for all my baby girls.
I need banana, tasty banana. Banana in my mouth, tasty banana. I need banana, tasty banana. Please don't feel it comes in there. Put banana in my mouth, squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth. Squeeze banana. Banana in my mouth.
When we hit the 250th Street for that celebration, I'm going to debut a new vest. There we go. Celebratory bubble blow. Very nice. There's bubbles everywhere. There's bubbles all over my PlayStation 4 controller. There's bubbles on my microphone stand. There's bubbles everywhere tonight.
Alright, now guys, if you could support the stream tonight, I would really appreciate it. You guys may not know this, but during the break, I dropped a considerable amount of investment into my streams for fighting games moving forward.
I need your buy-in and some funds in my account. I hope you listen, cause I need a big amount. I need that money and I need some real support. I need that money cause I have to feed my horse. I need that money. Yeah, I need it. I need that money.
Need that money.
I need that money. Need that money. I need that money. Please. I need that money.
Internet bill, electric bill.
Young cat. If we're talking money, I need it. Gifted subs, yeah, I need it. Super chats, feed my cats, yeah, I need them bad. Something broke in my house.
just don't have any real disposable income to be blown on anything right now. It seems like every single time that I'm able to save money up and I can do something, something happens.
I need your buying and some funds in my account. I hope you listen, cause I need a big amount. I need that money and I need some real support. I need that money cause I have to feed my whole money. Yeah, I need it. I need that money.
Need that money.
I need that money. Need that money. I need that money.
My bills,
Please, I need that money.
the internet bill, the electric bill.
I need your buying and some funds in my account. I hope you listen, cause I need a big amount. I need that money and I need some real support. I need that money cause I have to feed my whole. I need that money. Yeah, I need it. I need that money.
Need that money.
Yeah, I missed my shot, yo. I missed my second shot.
That money.
My bills,
Please, I need that money.
the internet bill, the electric bill.
I didn't expect him to
I need
be
your
good.
buying and some funds in my account. I hope you listen, cause I need a big amount. I need that money and I need some real support. I need that money cause I have to feed my whole. I need that money. Yeah, I need it. I need that money.
Need that money.
I need that money. Need that money. I need that money.
My bills,
Please, I need that money.
the internet bill, the electric bill.
This one goes out to the one and only,
That's what I have to deal with while I'm trying to play.
the fat cat.
Just taking a bath on my lap.
I first saw you in Burger King. You took 2 seats, cause that ass is way too big. Had a boyfriend, I realized, but you told him lies with your raccoon eyes. The DoorDash is here. Wipe away your tears. Got you extra fries, and they taste just right. Have no fear. There's no trolls here. Devin made you cry.
Yeah.
With those raccoon eyes. Raccoon
Yeah, I mean, I've said that many times. He'll just, you know. That's how he. What else would he? Honestly, that's why he wants to transition into like politics and like just straight up podcasting. Because he hates games so much and he's so bad at them. Like even if he's good at a game, it's because he's playing it the wrong way, you know, which isn't often. Yeah, the podcasts are bad. He doesn't make any money really during the podcast, so I don't know how he's gonna transition out of gaming, but Is he not streaming? Nah. He's not live yet. I hate this map so much, dude.
Big Ups Liquid Richard.
Pick up the new album, Carry Diamond.
Okay.
Come on. This is with the BBC. Dumbass scrub. What the fuck? Peanut butter complexion style. Big old country boy. I'll be that monkey.
How are you, fat man in my home? You play Radio 6 Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Every time when you more. Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night.
This is America. Money is to be made and spent. Bend me over, and stroke my BBC. Play the fucking set. Get that ass, baby. Visualize me in a bed, nigga. Visualize me in a bed. Mouth wide open and cheeks spread. Spread his cheeks. I'm a working motherfucker. I represent new age blacks. Can't believe that you just asked. Please go jack off.
How are you, fat man in my home? You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Every time when you more. Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night. My mod should be doing this. I gotta play all day slay. All day slay. Carbon Candor, can you please do the band? Shout out to Big Cheese. Fuck Kiwi Farms. Jokes on men. I'm going back for Brandy. Got black, Kenny, Bacon, Prozac. Kenny, Bacon, Prozac. Black people, black, Brandy. Black people, black, Brandy. I'm going back. Don't criticize what I'm doing on the screen. Food, that's just more gas to take for the love machine. For the love machine. How are you, fat man in my home? You play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home. All day when I'm home. Every time when you more. Cause you shine so bright. You look like the sun. Even in the middle of the night. Time when you more.
Carry Diamond.
Real talk.
You look like the sun.
New album in May. Shout out Sean Franklin.
Here's the thing. I became infamous on the internet in 2016 for accidentally beating off on camera. Now, luckily, nothing was shown. There was absolutely nothing exposed to the internet. It was just me doing my own thing. I went viral for it. I just want the bust. Oh, man. Bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. Oh my God, look how big he is. Oh my God. Wow. That thing is a monster. I just want to bust. Oh man. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the give me the monster. I just want the vibrant and robust. Wow.
bust. I just want the. Give me the monster. I just want the. Wow, it's big.
Where did the load go?
I just want the bust. Oh man, bust. Give me the monster. Bust. Wow, it's big. Bust. I just want the. I just want the bust. I just want the. I just want the bust.
Only. And there was nothing I could do. I can't watch them. Okay? So you got to be careful about that, or else that's a guaranteed skip. I can't watch your video. That's number one. Number two, please understand, we can't watch videos that are from dedicated channels of real news networks, real television shows, real broadcasting corporations. All right? If you're giving me a video that's straight from the fucking BBC, YouTube channel, it's going to get claimed and it's going to be blocked. We're not going to be able to watch it on stream. Okay?
BBC.
And so, you're going to see one of these videos we're about to watch in the Ultra playlist, I can't watch. We're going to play it, I'm just going to explain, and we got to move on. What I'm going to say is whoever nominated that video, please nominate again next week.
Meerkat.
Double, and don't nominate those kind of videos. People are, oh, what about this, late night talk show? Always gets blocked and claimed. What about, this show from Gordon Ramsay? Always gets blocked and claimed. There's nothing we can do about that, all right? Sorry, that's just how YouTube works. So, apologies. I have this listed in the rules, but sadly a lot of people don't read the rules before they nominate. Hopefully, next week we can avoid the adult flagged videos. And we can avoid anything from these official things that I had to skip. I don't like having to skip your video nominations.
Really?
I'd rather have it all in the running, but I got to obviously put stuff in there that we can actually watch. All right? All right, so now we've killed about 5 minutes. Without further ado, I would like to jump in to the Ultra member submissions, okay? Just to forewarn you, there's some weird stuff this week. Like, looking at the variety of stuff that was nominated, there's some weird stuff.
Yeah, because you got all these troll members, dude.
But that's par for the course, doing this. Like, we always have weird stuff on the show, okay? So there you go.
There you go. It's always weird, dude.
Oh, yeah? All right, guys. And by the way, guys, if there's trolls or whatever, let me know. But I can't do anything about it unless the troll says something, just so you know. So there's no point in tagging a troll's name and giving them attention if there's no way I can remove them until they speak. So if you see them speaking, let me know. But outside of that, I can't do anything about it. Okay? Okay. All right. So let's actually get the app synced, and then we're going to begin here. Here we go. Wow, we had more standard clips than ever before this week. 52. Damn, that's a lot. And I took out like 10 because I couldn't watch them because they were flagged for adults. So, damn.
Flagged for adults.
All right, so here we go. Let's sync.
Who does your stream consist of, Phil? People who pay you to drink alcohol. How old are they? How old are these people that pay you to drink alcohol?
And let's play. You ready?
I'm curious.
All right, let's begin. Let me get my controller ready here. Let's begin.
My 4 main fetishes are girls burping, farting, pooping, and peeing. And in my own personal humble opinion, I think those things are by far the hottest, most sexiest things any good-looking, attractive girl of any race from anywhere in the world could ever do for her man.
Hey, we're off to a good start, Phil. We're off to a good start.
Well, that's a great way to start the show this week.
I agree.
And there's probably a really good reason why this guy will be single for the rest of his life. Let's continue.
Are you sure, Phil? Is that Derek's?
At 8:25 a.m. on
Is that Derek's submission?
All right, now I just want to say this. All right? We just watched a video from this channel, and it was good, but I don't want to watch the same videos every week. I'll entertain this for this week, but I don't want to watch any more K9 videos next week. So please don't nominate K9 videos. We don't need to watch the same kind of videos every week.
No
we just
K9
saw
videos.
one of these recently. I don't want to see another one next week, okay?
What?
All right.
University Place deputies responding to a call of a stolen vehicle
What the fuck is
at the
this
cemetery
shit?
at the
I don't
9200
know,
block of
dude.
Chambers Creek Way.
This
As
is
the sergeant
content,
was
bro.
getting
This is
close,
peak content.
Lakewood and Stillicum officers reported that the stolen vehicle was leaving the scene.
We're approaching Charles Ray. Driving regularly.
He is shooting at me from somewhere.
Approaching Charles Ray, engage you.
We'll try to get sticks out on Bridgeport.
Attempting to get sticks out on Bridgeport 832.
The University Place sergeant was able to pull
It's not
over
cheating.
and deploy his stop sticks to wait for the stolen vehicle.
A what? Stop stick? So this is a stop stick.
Pretty sure that guy was cheating, bro. I don't know, dude.
Still eastbound, we're approaching Chambers Lane.
See how this works. I don't know too much about this.
Chambers Creek, approaching Chambers Lane.
It's just a string. It's just a string. How's that going to stop the car?
Right behind you.
Yo, big ups,
That's
SRH.
The spike deployment was perfect and got all 4 tires flat. Unfortunately,
That idiot drove right over it, too. So, okay. So what it is, it's spikes. They leave it on the other end of the road, and if the moron is dumb enough to keep driving, they pull it at the right time to deploy under the tires and pop them. That's interesting. Okay.
the 4 juvenile suspects took off, and we had to terminate our pursuit.
Hitting the sticks, 834.
With 4 flat tires.
Officers later found the vehicle unoccupied and still running at 7500 Bridgeport Way.
I wonder where this is, Pierce County? I don't know where this is. Where is this located?
Approaching the car, 832.
So it's just 4 kids, 4 teenagers stole
Other
the car.
deputies surrounded the nearby area and started to check for the juveniles.
Morons. No, they said Bridgeport Way. That's a street. That's a street. That's not where it is. Although if this were in Bridgeport, Connecticut, I wouldn't be shocked. But no, Pierce County is not in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
There's a hole in the fence line.
Big ups. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Probably heading north through the parking lots, I'm guessing. And there's one unit north of me. I don't know who that is. I think that's Chris, maybe.
I mean, they could be anywhere. Look, the fence has a giant hole in it. They could have went through there, right?
They're down here. They're down here.
They're down there?
Yeah,
Why are they
there's 2
down?
down in the ravine right now.
Why are they in the ravine?
This deputy could see 2 of the suspects
Why aren't they
down
running,
in the creek
dude?
bed. He chose a very interesting way to get them to comply.
Oh, really?
Don't make us release our canine.
He's lying about the dog. They don't have one. Oh my God, he fakes it.
Bro, this is not real, dude.
Yo, that's awesome.
This is fake?
He's faking the dog.
Is this scripted? What is this?
In the creek.
Yeah, they're working their way south in the creek. It's like one male boy pant, black.
Yo, big
Oh
ups,
my
Marlix. Big ups.
Female, blonde
Bro,
hair,
this is like...
red pants, black hoodie, black and orange backpack.
Where are the tips? What are we at? 31? How the hell did he get all the way to 31, man?
Hands behind your back. You're
Did
under
1
arrest.
minute man tip?
They got one.
Coming.
The best part about this whole thing is that the kids actually believed there was a dog, and in the end, they told the deputies, man, as soon as I heard that dog, I gave up. So, awesome job, an A+ for creativity and figuring out a way to get these kids to comply. Way to go.
Bro, this dude barely has a hair on his body, bro. That's crazy.
Wow. All right. How do you tip? Type exclamation point tip into the chat and the link will pop up. Thanks for asking. Okay, onward. That was fascinating. I didn't know about this, how the strip worked. The stop strip, they called it. Stop stick, stop strip.
Well, the black Mr.
They pulled
Clean,
it at
dude.
the right time. That was kind of neat. I think that they're pretty dumb that they fell for the fake dog, but okay. So what is this? Look at this. What the? Look at this.
Yeah, they fooled some kids, dude. Good for them. Good job.
So, obviously this is not what's making the music because this is CGI. So the music is made separate, and then they add in the CGI to simulate what the music really is. That's kind of interesting. Like fantasy instruments shooting ball bearings. Look at that. Not the cymbals.
Phil, you're gonna get claimed for this, dude.
That's funny.
Phil's gonna get claimed.
Haha. So what do we got in there? We definitely have real cymbals, a real drum set, real cymbals, correct? What else do we got in there? Now we have a xylophone. All these different instruments being played. This is neat.
The club?
I seriously miss real music like that. I do, because everything today is synthesized. Everything is made in a fucking computer lab studio, all fake. Actually, hearing real instruments being played is kind of neat. Now people are saying this really is synthesized. Well, I guess I'm just an idiot. I thought it was a real band playing and they made this video over it, but you're listening to synthesized music.
Oh, this sounds
Alright, well, I'm a moron.
This sounds real.
Everything's fake. Everything in life is fake. You know, I'm fake. Did you know that I'm actually CGI ready? I'm gonna rip my face off to reveal the cyborg underneath.
Please do, dude. Everything would make so much sense.
Alright. I'm just a dummy.
Yeah, this is all like clearly computer made, dude. Right? Scatman Phil! Scatman Phil! Scooby-da-bop-a-da-bee-bop! It's Scatman Phil!
Look at that! A moving xylophone. And it, that's pretty cool. It hits the moving xylophone pieces. Sounds like this could be like a soundtrack for like an old platformer game or something on like PS2.
Humanoid pig.
Oh, it's almost done. I was gonna say how long is it? I like it.
Oh, it's going ham,
Spiral
dude.
would crash. I agree. Yeah.
Yo, that,
like an old.
Yo, that Fruity Loops is going ham, Phil.
Would have a soundtrack like this, but I like how they
that Fruity Loops goes hard, huh?
Realistically, could happen. Of course, it wouldn't. I mean, it's ridiculous. What is the probability that the ball bearings will land where you want them, right? I mean, everything always went perfect accuracy.
Well, the music is drowning out Phil, so that's pretty good.
We do this sound, all right?
I like that.
Modern Warfare 3 introduces open combat missions, which for the first time allows players the choice of how to complete objectives based on their preferred playstyle.
For the first time. So never before have ever in a game you've been able to choose your playstyle of completing a mission.
Nah, Phil.
I love when they say dumb shit like this, right?
Nah,
like,
Phil.
what are you talking about? No. This has existed in every other game franchise besides yours. And now you've decided to put it into Call of Duty to pretend like you innovated when you're just doing what everyone else has already done, right? I mean, I love that when they say dumb shit like that. Right out of the gate's a lie to advertise their new game.
Open combat missions
How is that not a
part of the
headshot?
campaign. They're part of the story, but you get to play them in the way that you want to play them.
Who are you looking at? The camera's
Are
here.
you fucking...
Why are you looking over there?
Bro, I shot this dude in the head, I swear.
Hi, David. We're all right here. Can you look at us?
And the game says...
What are you looking at? Who the fuck is off camera?
I get shot.
Those who
Fuck your mother.
like stealth gameplay can play it stealthily. Those who like to snipe, or if you like vehicles, or if you like to go guns and blazing, all of those options are supported and afforded to you as a player.
Supported
This isn't
and
just
afforded.
some additional mode that
What are you
lives
looking
alongside
at,
the
Robert?
campaign.
Hello?
This is intertwined
Robert,
with the story.
Maybe if you put less hair gel in your hair, you'd be able to look at the camera. Hello?
Bro, you're
How
gonna
you doing,
roast.
bro?
You're gonna roast his hair.
And
You
we've
want,
intentionally
Phil, you want to roast some hair?
dispersed these throughout the campaign.
Phil, we can talk about hair.
When the player starts the mission, they are given
Oh my
a loadout.
God, this is
but as they go
stupid.
through and play, they'll be encountering
How is he roasting
new
somebody's
When the
hair,
weapons,
player
dude?
starts the mission, they have a
loot.
big smile on their face like this, and they look off camera. Because why would I look at the camera when I'm talking to you? It would seem like I'm actually speaking to... Oh, how you doing?
Disperse
What?
these throughout the campaign.
Is he
When
fully
the player
dented?
starts the mission,
Yes,
they
I
are
think
given
so.
a
You
loadout.
never go
But
full
as they
dent,
go
dude.
through and play, they'll be
You never do.
encountering new weapons, tacticals, loot.
There's no interviewer. People say he's talking to the interviewer. There's no interviewer. They're talking to a camera reciting their script. There's no interviewer guy. Boy, you guys buy right into this, huh? You guys seriously buy right into it. There's no interviewer. They're just reciting their nonsense to a camera.
And these are all added to your arsenal.
No one would interview
Players
them.
can change it up. Play the mission now with suppressed weapons and sneak around. Or
bro, no wonder they tip you, bro. They'll buy into anything,
get
dude.
right into the action. Enemies are now adapting and adjusting to your playstyle.
Oh, good.
Open combat missions have a decent amount of replayability aspect to them. And when I say that, it's less about go through the entire game and start over and play it a second time. It's more about within each mission.
You know what's really cool is that Sledgehammer Games, they have underlighting underneath their tables. Take a look at that. So when you're developing Call of Duty, at any time you can just look down and see an ambient neon red light protruding through the cracks of the table you're sitting on, just blaring into your face. I'm sure that really enhances the level of content that they put out. And it's very
trying to experience it in different ways. In one
Oh
level,
my
we start you on
God.
top of a catwalk overlooking the entire level. Hopefully by that point in the game,
Yo, that
there's
guy-
guns.
That guy actually-
There's guys you shoot with them.
He actually has
This
a
night vision.
he
You've
has
never
a
seen that
empowerment is a
before,
huge part of that
bro.
level. You may even decide, you know, to
You
challenge
can
yourself on
defuse
some
a
of these,
bomb.
like, what's
You've
the
never
fastest
seen
I
that
can do
before.
this, or
Revolutionary,
can I just bring
first
a
time
knife
ever.
to a gunfight and
You
really
can
kind
play
of
with
push
your
the bounds
knife. Look at
on
this.
what you
can do
bring as a player.
ineffective knife tricks that give your
These are the
position
type of campaign
away.
missions that we've always wanted to create, and we just can't wait to get them into the hands of the players.
I'm sure you can't. What you should say is we can't wait for you to spend another $70 on the same game you've played 400 times. That literally people data mined the beta and found out it's the same code for Modern Warfare 2. It's actually Modern Warfare 2, just with new content, but it's the same fucking game, and they're selling it for $70.
Yo,
a bunch
big
of
ups.
assholes. All right, now guys,
Big ups,
this one
Batman.
right here.
I was gonna say, that guy
I cannot
actually
watch
has a
this.
hairline.
Take a look. Channel 4
You know,
is a
Phil,
British
he actually has a
broadcaster.
hairline.
Anything
It's
that we
better
watch
than yours.
that is from an official,
You know,
channel or service,
he might
or
look like
broadcasting
Guile, but
corporation or TV show is incredibly high risk that it's going to get claimed, and if it gets claimed, it will shut the stream down. So I'm sorry, but we can't do this. Like, I mean, I know maybe some people got a little bit confused, but the fact that there was a pop-up on the screen right there from YouTube stating it makes me feel like we can't do it. All right. So, FYI. If you're going to nominate videos, please nominate ones that don't have that. And for whoever, this is an ultra submission. We can't watch your ultra submission. It's going to get the stream shut down. So please resubmit 2 submissions next week.
Oh,
all
waste-
right? And don't use anything that's officially
waste
from
your
any kind
money,
of a
bro.
corporation or whatever, because that's going
Get
to be a
scammed,
no-go.
dude.
All right? Sorry about
Get
that.
scammed.
Okay.
Ultra member, you don't mean shit, dude.
Somebody is making dinner for you.
You don't mean nothing to
These
Phil.
motherfuckers tell you, hey man, come make your plate, nigga, dinner's ready. You're looking like, okay, nigga, you run the fuck downstairs, you hungry as fuck, nigga, you ain't eating goddamn near 2 fucking days. You go all the way down there
EDP.
and come to find
No.
out, oh,
Phil.
dinner ain't even the fuck ready. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, wait a minute, when you order pizza, the dude.
Phil, it's EDP.
So someone's making food. They tell you to come down and get it. And then when you try to get it, it's not done. What's the point of that?
Phil, don't you know?
I have no idea.
Don't you know who that is, Phil?
People are saying this is actually that guy, EDP, who got caught for pedophilia or whatever. Oh, so I don't.
Oh, the bad
I don't know
word,
nothing.
dude.
I don't know who these people are. So people are saying these are some of his oldest videos. I'll watch a couple more. I mean, we're not gonna watch 3 minutes of this shit.
You're gonna
We'll watch
after
just a
they
couple
told you
more.
that,
I mean,
you're
that was
gonna
the
watch a
dumbest thing
couple
I've ever
more.
heard. Who would call you down and say dinner's ready, and you're like, oh, by the
You
way,
just
it's
said
not
he
ready.
was
I'm
a
just fucking
pedo.
with you. Well, then that's an
And
asshole.
now you're like, oh, we'll watch a
You
few
understand?
more.
It doesn't even matter if that's like your
What do
family
you
member.
mean?
That just means that you're an asshole. All right.
It takes damn near 2 to 3 hours to deliver your shit, and as
What?
soon as you get on the phone and call, the nigga knocks at your door. Now, out of all this goddamn time, you was taking.
I'll watch a few more. Yeah, sounds like a good guy, right?
And as soon as I pick up the goddamn phone, I'm like, what the? I'm looking like, dude, I fucking hate that shit to death. Women are going to the grocery store when they go to any place in general, like when they go to the grocery store, when women go to when girls, women, ladies go to the grocery store, or they go to the fucking hamburger stand, they're putting on makeup. Well, I have to
The hamburger stand.
Who the fuck are you trying to impress inside of a burger stand, nigga? Ain't nobody, nigga, you ain't trying to impress nobody inside of Mickey D's. When you try to be nice to girls and they look at you like you shit. Oh my God. It's a Subway. This lady was only going to order a 6-foot sub. So I was like,
A 6-foot sub? You heard what he said? This lady was only going to order a 6-foot sub. Wow, she must have been really hungry.
Well, ma'am,
Yo, Phil likes this, yo. He likes EDP.
Why don't you go ahead of me?
Phil likes EDP and Cyrax.
Bitch, you're welcome.
And Derek. And he likes Derek too.
So don't be nice. Don't be nice to people if they're gonna be jerks. All right, this is pretty shitty. Let's continue.
I'm starting to see a pattern here, dude.
Oh.
I'm starting to see a pattern
Dead
here,
Rising
Phil.
2 highlights. Well, this is 9 minutes long. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing.
I don't know if I like
This is one
it.
of those highlights from over 10 years ago that people used to make of my stuff. We'll watch a little bit of it. I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Start.
Dead Rising
and the thing
2.
appeared to disappear. What the fuck? Yo, my console just locked up.
It did?
Oh, my console. Oh, shit.
Dead Rising 2 is so powerful, it made my console fucking lock up in 2 seconds. Holy shit.
Damn,
so I didn't
Phil.
get to play the game. It just froze.
I heard you lost your wife in Vegas.
Don't break, asshole.
Fucking killing zombies. You still be around.
Wow.
I love that guy. He's an asshole.
Yeah, Phil loves the asshole. Phil loves himself, dude.
It's time for Light Your Farts.
Yes. Oh, he's so rude. How can you laugh at this, Phil?
Snap. Tyrone King. Look at that. He got a big ass mace for a microphone.
Ah.
What the hell is that shit? Looks like a baby rattle.
I hear it. I hear some N-bombs coming. I hear some N-bombs coming, Phil.
Gangsta Kitchen.
Gangsta Kitchen.
Uh-oh. I see some N-bombs in your
Check this
future.
out. Yo, I'm gonna let you finish. But seriously, yo, Jerry should have won. Jerry was the best rider out there. Fucking Kanye West is the host of this game show.
Well, that's a dated reference.
Kanye West.
Oh, I have my selection of shit taking. So fuck that. If there's no way I'm taking a nice big ass handicap stall. Fuck that.
What the fuck?
What the hell? What do I do with a painting? Ah, come here. Come here, boy. Oh.
Boy?
It traps the zombie.
Wait, what?
I only played this game. I only played this once ever, so I actually don't remember that. It traps the zombie in the frame. That's funny.
That was funny. Now he's stuck in the painting. Look.
Yeah, he can't move. He's completely trapped in the painting. Look at that.
Phil's biting his fingernails right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sledgehammer.
I would be.
Man, see, these were fun times, but man, look at those visuals, right? Like, these were fun times back in the day, playing games with the camera and just being able to pump
Right,
it in.
Phil?
And,
Fun
no
times,
capturing,
dude.
no streaming, just pumping out raw
Being
gameplay from a
obnoxious
brand
as
new
fuck and,
game.
like,
But my
cringe as
God,
hell.
Look how bad it looks. It's
So
so
fun, dude.
blurry and so fucked up, right? And if I streamed on Twitch, it would still look like that because they... because of their fucking bitrate limitations, right? There you go. Anyway, someone had asked, they said, I thought you would play this co-op with John Rambo. I did. After having done 1 or 2 streams of it, I couldn't make progress. I got to the Tiger Boss, and the Tiger Boss kicked my ass for like an hour straight. And then finally, it was a weekend, and John Rambo said he could come over and hang out. I said, come on over. That was one of my first co-op streams we ever did. He came over, and we did co-op together to beat that part of the game, and then we continued on doing the rest of the playthrough co-op, which was really neat.
Your sledgehammer.
Damn.
Carrying a giant bear. I brought you guys a present. A giant fucking bear. What am I supposed to do with this?
Why am I still carrying it?
Giant bear. Lizard mask. Here, give me a lizard mask. Hey, you come here.
That's funny. You just do whatever.
Yes.
Put a frame on them, put a mask on them. They can't bite you if their head's covered, right?
Shut up, bitch. I'll come back for you later, Queen Latifah.
What?
Oh, she got a big ass fucking.
She
got a
Latifah?
big ass wrench. That's great. She got a giant fucking wrench.
You need to pay
It seems that way, Grand Option. It does seem that way.
Would you like pork fried rice?
Oh my god, so racist. See now.
So racist.
Once again,
laugh so racist.
Back then,
Dude, you're laughing.
This is very old. This is
You're
2010.
laughing
This is
though.
over 13 years ago was when this playthrough was. It was actually this playthrough happened when I had lost my job, and so this was one of the first playthroughs I had done. Okay, so this is like 13 years ago. Back then, that kind of humor, no one was offended. No one. No one came to
That's
my
not
videos
true.
and were flagged. Oh my!
You think just because they don't say
I can't
anything, they're not
believe that
offended?
He said that in the video. It's so offensive
Really?
to this culture or that culture. No, everyone
You're that
liked
thick?
it. They thought it was funny. YouTube was a different place back then, and then over the years, people get more and more sensitive, and they can't take that kind of humor anymore.
They
Now,
can't
keep
take
in
it
mind
anymore.
something.
That's what happened.
Back then, I was playing for myself.
So all
really,
so
even though obviously people were going to watch the video.
So if there was
no
an
live
Asian
audience,
person
there was
watching
no
you
interaction with a
when you were
stream
saying
audience,
all
where I'm
that
talking to you guys or whatever.
Chinky Chang
It
Wang
was me
shit,
talking to myself
you think they were like, oh, that's
So
funny,
imagine
that's
playing a
funny.
game and I
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
fill this dead air.
Asians sound
This
like
game has
that.
a
You
lot
think
of dead air.
an
No one's even
Asian
talking, you're just
guy
fighting zombies. So
would say
constantly
that?
I would try to fill
That
the
was
dead air
watching
with
you.
comments like that. And people would find it very fun. Because they're like, wow, there's a guy, he's just dicking around in the game. He's not taking himself seriously. He's just enjoying himself for what the game is. And he's off the cuff, ridiculous comments, but they're meant to be silly. No one listened to that comment and said, wow, Phil really hates Asian people because he made that comment. No one took it that way. Today, if you make commentary like that, people would be so offended. They'd be flagging your videos constantly. They'd be you know what I mean? So, it is what it is. Times change. Things change. Honestly, I do enjoy my modern day gameplay a lot better because I don't have to fill tons of dead air. I can just relax with you guys and talk and have a good time and enjoy games for what they are rather than me having to constantly joke about them. But it's fun to go back every once in a while and watch the past and where you came from. And again, this was 2010. So this is not even 2 full years into me being a YouTuber doing this. And people liked this back then. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I will admit, it's tired. You know what I mean? Like, over time, things need to change. Things need to evolve. I don't think that if I was still doing this kind of commentary in 2023, even if people weren't offended by it, all right, I don't think this would work. I think that this would be more like, this is for a certain audience. Back then, everyone who watched my content was like a teenager or young adult.
Curated content for a specific audience.
Humor. I was going for basically South Park in gameplay. Does that make sense?
South Park isn't racist.
It was like South Park level humor in gameplay. And people liked that.
You can't.
But over time,
no, you're not going to compare yourself to South Park, dude.
Stuff. So that's why you watch it today.
And
We all
Keanu
laugh,
Reeves would
we're
hate
laughing,
you.
but it's like, all right, well, yeah, but obviously we're not doing that now.
His audience
right?
is the KKK.
So there you go. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is part one.
Derek's a grand wizard.
We still have more Ultra member submissions to watch. I want to say thank you so much to those who are here chilling and anyone who supported the stream. I really appreciate that. And I'll see you all in part 2. Thanks for watching. See you then. Okay. As you guys know, I do shout-outs between the parts. So let's do shout-outs. Yes, we will have member questions, Derek. And remember, I do this at the beginning of part 5. This is part 1. So a couple shout-outs here. First of all, okay, that was nothing. That was a
there are actually now that we're talking about this,
Adam has done a $5 super chat.
There have been some people in his chat that long-time supporters that have said some like crazy racist shit. Right? Didn't he have to unban that guy for being racist, right?
Will absolutely get flagged and claimed. So, if you could do me a
like
solid today and support the stream in some way, whether that be liking this stream, which is free and easy to do, that would help. Whether it be a super chat or a super sticker, or a membership, or a gifted membership to the channel, the more members, the better on this channel because there's more variety of clips selected and suggested, and it makes this show better. Or tipping as well. My goals today, I would love to hit $50 in tips by the end of this stream. We still got a ways to go, but please, that's a great way to help. Or
Canadian
maybe give some memberships to the community. Either way would be an outstanding way to support, and please do if you can. Okay? All right, let's continue. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 29 for September 3rd, 2023. We are now on part 2.
We're
continuing on with the Ultra member submissions. Remember, people who are Ultra members of this channel get their videos watched for sure. And then standard members get thrown into a random order playlist. So we got to keep going with the Ultra member submissions, see what people have to say or want me to watch, and then we'll continue. So here we go.
Uncle Roger so impressed.
Not more Uncle Roger, bro. You said no more, dude. You literally said we were done with Uncle Roger, dude.
Auntie Helen left me. Hello, niece.
So we had watched Uncle Roger previously. We haven't watched one in a while.
Yes, we have. You do it every time,
dude. Did we not
dude.
watch one where there's this show called The Great British Bake Off? It's supposed to be a baking show, right? So here's what I don't understand about it. Why do they have shows where they're like, oh,
he loves his accent.
It's a baking show, but today we're going to make Japanese
Sicken me,
food.
Phil.
Like, what? But you're not baking. You're instructing people who are only known for baking to make food that's not baking, right? So that's what I don't really understand. That confuses me. Like, you know that they're not professional chefs, they're bakers, so why would you think they can make Japanese food? But last time, I guess what people had told me is that they do it on purpose as a stunt because they know the people are not going to do well. So the show's stupid. It's staged. It sucks. Okay, let's fast forward. Let's actually see them start to cook, because I don't care about the intro or whatever. I actually want to see them start to, like, make Japanese food, supposedly, right? Looks like he made sheep. What the fuck? Okay, what are they doing? They're going to make bao? I think they're making buns. Are they ever? Okay, here we go. They're starting to cook. I want to get to the food.
Who wants to get to the food? This guy hate gherkin so much because
Cut to the food,
like
Phil.
A gherkin.
Competition stepped up, but Mark's not doing chips, so...
Chips? Did they ask for chips?
Who doesn't want chips, mate?
This is Japanese week. You serving Japanese bun. Uncle Roger don't want chips, mate.
You doing steamed chips?
Yeah, I'm doing steamed chips, yeah.
Japanese week and she's making chips. Are you serious?
Roger see what I just see.
You doing steamed chips?
Yeah, I'm doing steamed chips, yeah.
Uncle Roger sent some chemistry between these two people. Uncle Roger
don't care about the chemistry. Where's the food? Here we go.
Give him the food.
Just like it being a bit different.
The roach demands food.
Let's both say that into the camera.
And the roach gets what the roach wants.
Okay.
What is this
I
show?
like this woman. She go on Great British Bake Off and insult cake. Oh my god.
What are they saying,
That is like
China?
Uncle Roger working at Singaporean restaurant and insulting Singaporean food.
This restaurant is based on a Singaporean kopitiam.
Uncle Roger think Malaysian food better.
I think she has
so he actually did that in the past.
Okay, bakers, your time is up. Please step away from your delicious buns.
It's time for the bakers.
So they each made buns, and they decorated them to look like something British, like the Wallace and Gromit sheep, I think that is, right?
Steamed buns to face the judgment.
That's actually
Uncle
neat.
Roger
They look
so
like Wallace and
impressed
Gromit
at
sheep.
this TV show, not because their
Is
food
that
is
neat?
good, but
If it's
because
food,
they
Phil loves
clean
it.
up so fast. Look at this. This table is now so empty. Just 1 minute ago, this table full of all the cooking utensils. Last time I saw someone pack things up this fast is when Auntie Helen left me. When a woman want to leave you, they pack shit up faster than professional mover. Uncle Roger see how fast Auntie Helen pack. It make me go for yo and hiya at the same time.
Yo, Phil loves that accent, dude. He loves that shit.
Piggy pork belly buns?
Piggy pork.
Look at this bun. Why this bun so ugly? This one look like it got lupus. This one look like it got eczema. And this one, did you use this pig to wipe your ass? Why so ugly?
Look very neat, very bold, well shaped, nice and shiny, smooth.
Wait, what? Look at that. Look at that. This bun is like 99% bun,
it's
just
empty.
1% filling. You might as well don't put filling in there. If Uncle Roger go buy steamed bun and you give me filling like this, I think you're trying to rip me off.
You are. Those buns are supposed to be full. I've had dim sum before, and it's supposed to be completely full of ingredient, and that's like completely empty. That should be like the worst one, that rated the worst because they had no filling in theirs.
Texture's great. Either I needed a bit more filling or a bit strong.
See what I tell you? Too little filling. This red glasses lady is correct. I like this lady. She's so fashion. Glasses color match her shirt, match her cardigan. She looked like giant lady, but
They all seem pretty similar in size.
looks like a
A little bit
burger.
of decoration is quite nice.
Oh,
that
that's-
looks like a burger,
that's
doesn't
interesting.
It does. Bacon, cheese, burger, and red.
you might as well make burger.
I know.
Why bother making bun? Trying to trick people. If Uncle Roger
Trying to
buy
trick
bun
people.
and I find burger inside, I will be so angry. I will complain to your manager.
Admittedly, and that's the thing, like, that's what I don't get about these shows. It'll be like, so you're on a show, this is what you're doing, but now you're doing something different and combining it with that, right? So it's a steamed bun challenge. Make the best steamed bun. But then this person made a burger in a steamed bun. So you didn't technically make a real steamed bun. You made a variation to kind of make it your own, which is fine. but you miss the point of, you know, this is what's good about steamed buns. So I get that might taste like a burger, but I understand what he's saying. That's, again, I feel like these shows are just like attempts at causing drama or gimmicks. I hate, like, all right, I'm gonna give you an example. We were watching a show, my wife and I were watching what was called, like, the food truck race or something like that. So the first 2 or 3 seasons, what it is established businesses who own food trucks drive one of their food trucks to a location, and they compete to sell their product against other food trucks. And whoever is like the biggest seller there wins a prize, and then one team gets eliminated. Then they move to another city and they do the same thing. All right? The show was great for 2 seasons. And then all of a sudden, like the 3rd season, they changed it. Oh, now everyone's just an amateur. No one actually owns a food truck. These are people who are aspiring to do it, so it's the first time they're ever doing it. So they don't know what they're doing. So you purposely set them up to fail. You know they're going to make dumb mistakes. You know they're going to be doing horribly, cooking poorly. Probably the truck will be broken down. They won't have the supplies because they don't know what they're doing. How is that entertaining versus actually seeing the real food truck owners competing? But what it is that, oh, there wasn't enough drama. It didn't make sense. So we have to set them up to be more failure and more drama, right? So let's have Japanese week on the baking show where they don't fucking bake anything Japanese. It's so dumb. And that's the thing, like, that disappointed me because we liked the show. But after watching the show like 2 seasons, the 3rd season was terrible. But we're not going to watch it anymore. And so we never did. You know, it sucks. But that's what they do with these shows. Anyway, let's move on.
Better not try to fuck me, man. You better not, bro. Bro, get off me!
My name Elmo, I'm a fucking problem. I love white bitches, that's my fucking problem. Put your titties on my head, girl.
You look so dumb right now.
Freedom of choice.
The gym ain't that serious, bro. I'll do you a favor. Go change.
Professional wrestler Chris Jericho has sunk to a new low by doing a conspiracy theory podcast about the strange death of Bob Saget. But I can't wait for next week's episode where he talks about his wife being at the Capitol on January 6th.
What has someone said to you that will stick with you forever?
I was shopping at Walmart one time, right? And as I'm shopping for food, I noticed somebody that was filling his entire cart full of DiGiorno pizzas. I'm talking about every single variety of DiGiorno pizza. He filled his cart up with specifically DiGiorno pizzas. And he walked right out of the Walmart. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He just stole all of those DiGiorno pizzas. And as he was leaving, he said, "It's not delivery." And then he left, right? And I'm like, well, you have to finish the saying. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno, right? So I'm talking to the worker, and I said, are you just going to let him do that? And this worker said something that would stick with me for the rest of my life. He says, Walmart doesn't care if anybody steals something from my house. So why would I care if anybody stole anything from theirs? And then he said, it's just a job, man. Come here. That changed my whole entire life.
How did that change your life? That changed my whole entire life. No, it's true. If any of these companies want to stop theft, they have to hire professional guards or enforcement, and they don't. Even a lot of these, you may not be aware of this, but a lot of these retail places, they hire what's called, oh, you're right. Guy, I didn't even think about this. This is Joe Rogan. This is going to get blocked. You're absolutely right. Maybe we'll have to play this in like 10-second snippets to try to hear what he has to say about circumcision. Interesting. Anyway.
Dude, come on,
anyway,
bro.
No.
What
So
the
a lot
fuck
of these
is this shit?
retail places, they'll have what's called a loss prevention officer. Do you know what that officer does? They just walk around and look at you. Or say, hey, can I help you? That's it. If they see someone stealing, they can't do anything. They're not authorized to stop the person, tackle them, scream at them. They can't do nothing. They really can't. They have no authorization to do anything. None of them are police, so none of them can do anything. They're a body that just stands there, and these companies actually believe that if someone's looking at them like this, that they won't steal. That's why right now in the United States, things are getting much worse when it comes to crime, because what's happened is all these criminals have been emboldened, and they're realizing now they can get away with anything. There's an epidemic right now in Washington State. People keep taking
Free your mind, Phil.
Pickup trucks.
Free your mind.
Drive at night when it's closed. They drive through the front glass doors.
If I can't see the laws, are they
banks
real?
Or pharmacies. They run in
Do they
and they
exist?
loot, and they also knock open and rip open the ATMs in there. They just grab everything, and then they run right the fuck back out. And there's nothing you can do about it. They're filming these people.
Phil, go
doing
stop
it,
them.
And they never, they can't catch them.
Be super,
right?
Phil.
Same thing. These people who are stealing at like Walmart, they walk in, and they probably have like a mask on, so you can't see their face. They walk in, steal, walk right out. Nothing's done.
Stop
now,
them.
Walmart
then.
actually has opted to start closing locations rather than dealing with the theft. They're just outright just closing stores now. We give up. This is too much of a high crime location, so they're just closing the store down.
Yeah, that's how they do it here, dude. They just go in, take what you want, and leave.
Handle it, right? I'm curious. How do other countries handle this kind of problem? Do they have people who are authorized to stop the theft? Do people get hurt, beat the shit out of, and arrested? Because people today just walk in, walk right out. No one does anything about it. Seriously. And then they tell the employee, well, how do you stop theft? You customer service the person.
His chat's bugging.
So me just going up and asking the person who's stealing right in front of me if they need help is going to stop them from stealing? No, they know I can't stop them, so they continue to steal. Like, what are you talking about?
What a bunch of morons, dude. No, they should hire you.
Anyway, that's how it goes around here. Anyway, where I live. All right, we're probably not going to be able to watch much of this because, again, this is a formal Joe Rogan clip. We'll watch, like, a little snippet and then maybe pause. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, by the way, so Battlelook says in the European Union, if you tamper with an ATM, it sets off mechanisms to ruin the money. All shop fronts have metal shutters. Let's say, yeah, here, a lot of shop fronts do not have metal shutters. You can just drive right through. Yep.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not true at all, dude. What are you talking about? They all have metal. Everyone has metal shutters. What do you?
Greek Orthodox.
Yeah.
That's like the bare minimum.
That's crazy shit. Somebody said, I think Segura sent me that. I'm like, what is that?
For babies in a pool, and that light just popped up.
Let's end all this baby stuff. That's a horrible thing that they do. They smash that kid into the water and pick him up by their arms and smash him down in the water again. And they do it.
Oh, I guess it's like a more violent version of a baptism. I'm Roman Catholic, and how we get baptized, all right, when you're a baby, they lean you back over. I forget what they call it. Did they call it the baptismal font? And all it is a giant bowl that's like concrete, and it's molded to look fancy. And they fill it with holy water. And then they take you as a baby, and they dip you backward. And basically your head's over the water, and they take a big, like, spoon, and they, like, pour this ladle of water over the baby's head and say some holy words or whatever. And basically you become baptized. That's how you get indoctrinated, essentially, into the Catholic Church. That's the way that they do it. It's supposed to be based on what John the Baptist did during the times of Jesus Christ, okay? So I guess what he's saying is there's like a more violent way they do it in Greek Orthodox Church, where they take the baby, they're like dunking the baby in water over and over like this or something. I've never seen that. I'm Roman Catholic. But it is interesting how much shit gets done to babies under the premise of, like, religion, and it's just acceptable. While if someone just walked up and grabbed your baby and did it, you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're going to jail, motherfucker. You punch him in the face, and you call the police. But then in religion, it's just fine. We just do this, right? Let's see what he's talking about.
Derek doesn't like Joe Rogan.
Then they cut his dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Circumcision.
Dick don't look pretty, bro.
Nope. Cut it up, bro.
One-day-old dick.
Cut it up, man.
Slice and dice.
I was glad I didn't have a boy, because you have two girls?
All girls.
All girls. 3 girls?
3 girls.
If you had a boy, would you get him
No.
circumcised?
No.
Yeah. See, I was glad I didn't have to make that
mutilation.
decision. Yes.
Stick mutilation.
Like I am.
Yeah,
I grew up
too.
Catholic. I am, but I was like, would I do that to my
No
own
way.
son? I don't know.
No way. Dude, sometimes they lose their dick. Sometimes it gets infected. It happens every year.
Really?
Yes, every year.
Just a shoddy little circumcision job?
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about the
There's
shoddy
probably-
circumcision
there's probably a
job.
statistic.
I don't know a single person
No.
I've ever met in my life where that's happened. Or at least maybe they just didn't talk about it. They're dickless. Man, maybe all those years when you insult someone and say, hey, dickless, maybe that's really like a big insult for someone who lost their dick during a circumcision. Oh, wow. I never even thought about that. Anyway.
Yeah, you don't think about much, dude.
That is pretty weird. I mean, you got to think about it. So, circumcision, from what I'm to understand the history of it, originally was a medical
Why is he
procedure,
talking
and it
about
was
this?
done because it was a risk to keep that portion of the skin because you could get infections, you could get dirty and infected.
He thinks this
now
is
in
good
a modern
content, dude?
society, right? You could teach a boy to wash and keep it clean, and then you don't have to worry about that, right? So why are we still doing this? Why is this still a practice that so many people are doing? You're cutting skin off of a body part because of something from ancient times could have become infected because people didn't have the means to properly clean back then. But you know what I mean? Like, this actually confuses me. Like, why are we still doing this? I agree. Like, that was something no one chose. No one chooses that. You just get it. You did. Oh, well, I guess I got circumcised. Why did you do that? Did you think for 2 seconds that you don't need that anymore? But, oh, well, it's Roman Catholic. They all do it. Like, what? It's weird. I will agree. It's fucking weird. Why are these parents just doing this? Right? No. Don't just do something. Well, everyone always did it. What's the purpose of it? Purpose? There needs to be well, it's just a religious thing. No, you fucking idiot. Most religious practices are based on a reason why it was instituted back in the day. There's a whole book in the Bible. What is it called? The one that has all the fucking rules that no one abides by anymore, right?
Yeah,
it says it's like, don't eat meat and shit. Like, these rules that were made because people needed to live by them in ancient times to survive. That's why they had them. No one follows. Is it Leviticus? No one follows them anymore. So why the hell are we still following the fucking circumcision rule? I have to.
Preach, Phil. Preach.
I mean, it sounds like Joe Rogan is completely against it. I have to kind of agree with him here, and I don't know. I never listened to his show, but it doesn't make any sense that we're just doing these medical procedures based on no medicine just because it's something that a religion has been doing for thousands of years. That's really fucking stupid.
Year, kids get infections from circumcisions and they lose their dick. Every year, also, kids, this has happened multiple times, kids have been circumcised by a traditional, what is it, a mohel with a rabbi, and the rabbi's had herpes, and they've transferred it because the rabbi has to suck the kid's dick to stop the bleeding. Yes.
They still do.
Now, what the fuck? I didn't know. What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
That's real?
We've crossed the line.
I didn't know anything about that. Again, I grew up Roman Catholic. I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, he said rabbi.
What in the fuck?
Rabbi is a Jewish thing, Phil.
That's what they used to do? I don't know, man.
It's a little iffy,
Again,
bro.
I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just watching the show like you
Usually,
guys.
if Joe Rogan says it's probably true.
Okay.
I mean, he usually doesn't just say like.
Yes, they still do that and they still defend it. It's a traditional way of doing it.
And you're giving it herpes?
People have given the babies herpes, and
I mean,
the kids have died.
I don't really like Joe Rogan too much either, but
yeah, they've died from it.
Yeah, I didn't know that still was going down.
Dude, they suck the baby penis, and there's a fucking video of this one rabbi explaining the necessity of doing this because it's the part of the ancient book. It's in the Torah, wherever it is.
It's in the ancient.
Robert
It's in
Baker
the ancient
estimates
times.
229 deaths per year from circumcision in the United States. Bollinger estimates that approximately 119 infant boys die from circumcision related each year in the U.S. 1.3% of all.
I mean, I'm sure this is not widespread. See, let's be honest here about Joe Rogan. He's a sensationalist podcaster, correct? So he's going to have this story and he's going to talk. He's talking in like, oh my God, this has happened. And then he actually quotes the number, a couple hundred, babies. Oh, out of how many, right? It's like a tiny number. And I'm sure it's probably not 100% mainstream that this is what these foils do or whatever either, right? It's probably like an ancient thing. But I think I've heard enough. I'm pretty disgusted. I think I've heard enough about this for today. Maybe we'll re-examine this topic in the future. But I think I've had enough of this nonsense. It's really gross.
Ancient times, bro. It's in ancient times.
How am I supposed to comment on that one? I don't even know what to say. With no context, right? You can't comment. I mean, it's an outdoor speaker, so obviously this is some kind of a party or an outdoor event, or else there wouldn't be an outdoor speaker, right? So it's allowed that this would be happening. He's dancing. He's not doing anything wrong. At least he's not taking his clothes off. He's not fucking violently punching people. He's not shooting weapons into the air. I mean, maybe he's high, but I don't really, like, who cares? I don't even get the context of this clip. Like, they turned New York into Jamaica. Why? Because they're dancing? I don't get the context at all. Right? Like, next clip.
The fuck, man? This is fucking the dumbest game.
So, by the way, this is the final Ultra submission for the week. Then we're going to get on to the standard member submissions. And this is a second from the same person. Got to do 2 this week because last week one of theirs was not allowed because of context. No, because it was a video we can't watch because I think it was flagged for adults. So this is 5 minutes. We'll probably just watch this and write it out. This is XSX World Tour. This one's even older. Well, no, it's about the same age as the Dead Rising clip. Maybe a little more recent, but 11 plus years ago. So probably this was like, 2011, 2012.
Just keep wiping out, but I'm not touching the controller. You said to stick a jump, don't touch the controller. So that's what I'm doing. And somehow I wipe out nonstop.
More classic DSP.
This is doing all right. Right? So, again, you gotta remember something. Back then, okay, I didn't have a live stream. There was no interaction with anyone to tell me or help me on how to play a game.
Again,
so,
I couldn't stick the jump. It's not my fault. He's a fucking fat fuck and he won't stick any jumps.
Fat fuck?
He won't stick them.
Yeah, remember
what would you like me to do?
that
it's a fat fuck, yo.
Fucking dumb.
Back then, I didn't look anything up. There was no help. There was no interactive chat. It was just me trying to play these games for themselves, okay? So, I'm just going by what the game told me, and I remember that I'd played this game for several hours. Look, part 32, and each part's 10 minutes long. So I played it for, 5-6 hours? I gotten this far, and then all of a sudden, I just couldn't make any progress anymore. And this was actually one of my earlier, more infamous rage quits, because I couldn't figure this out, and I just gave up, basically.
Well, I was going to do tricks, but every time I try, he fucking won't stick the jump afterwards.
So Derek is actually... Derek says this game is a 2005 game, but they remastered it for the HD console. So this is me probably playing it on Xbox 360, 12 years ago. But it still had the same gameplay elements as, a PS2 game, basically. So.
Yeah. That's the projection.
Like
he's always,
oh, God!
He's always projected everything, dude.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad! The world's most ultimate trick.
He did the longest, most complicated trick ever, but he was falling into a crevasse.
A crevasse.
So he went down in a blaze of glory.
He fell into the crevasse.
He went down in a blaze of glory.
Good one, Phil. Good one.
Fucking bullshit. Restart.
Wow.
He sounds like a regarded Joker, dude.
It really is. I don't like this style of game. I already said this in a channel update earlier this week, but it's complete repetitive nonsense.
Highly regarded Joker.
The only gameplay is just doing jumps. It's really not complicated at all. It's really not that fun. It's okay when you land one cool trick, but if you don't nail it, it's so fucking annoying. Like right now, having to redo the same shit over and over and over. This isn't fun.
Yeah, and listen. I understand. Oh, this was a reboot? This is a reboot, not a remaster, I'm actually being told. So it almost played nothing like the OG games. Oh, never mind then. Okay, I'm being corrected. So here's the thing. You guys know me. I've never been a sports guy, right? I didn't play Tony Hawk back in the day. I take that back. I rented it. I did rent Tony Hawk, one of them, and played them, but I never owned it. I never was crazy about it. This is the kind of game I never would have played. This was during the time period when I was trying to branch out and do a variety of games so that there was always variety of content on this channel. On the DSP Gaming channel. This is my React channel now, but you understand what I'm saying. I always wanted to put out variety for you guys. So I ventured forth to try games that I never had any background on. I didn't really know what I was doing. And some of them worked, some of them didn't. In this case, this didn't work. This was one that I wasn't enjoying. I was really suffering through it. I remember particularly that I was very upset at as it got more difficult, it just wasn't fun anymore. And quite frankly, it was repetitive. I mean, take a look at the game. You're not doing anything besides jump, 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 jump. It's the whole game, right? I'm sure the game is perfectly fine. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with it, but it just wasn't for me. And this is one of my more infamous rage quits. Let's see here. Let's see when I actually rage quit what I say. Here.
These giant leaps that I can't do. I think it's my character. He's too fucking fat.
That's what it is, a fat ass.
Literal projection onto his character in the game.
Any points? Look, they've all got hundreds of thousands of points. I can't get any points on
I have 53,000 points. Oh, you can't see it. So the person in first has 954,000 points. I have 66,000 points.
Yo, big ups, Cucumber.
Yeah.
Big ups, the guy.
Try. One more. That's it.
The last one.
I'm done with this. The game sucks. I don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. Doing same repetitive bullshit over and over and keep going until I miss every fucking crevasse. Every crevasse on the board.
Why is he saying it like that?
I got better shit to do.
Well, right in there.
Enough. I've had enough of this game.
And that's it. What the hell? Whoa, no, we're not watching Angry Video Game Nerd. So Lady Charisma says the fun in these games and Tony Hawk Pro Skater is learning the tech of the game and getting better. It didn't really fit your playstyle. You're right. Now compare that with just a few years ago. They remade the Tony Hawk games 1 and 2 into a collection. I loved it. Even as hard as it was, I played it, I learned it, and I absolutely loved it.
Wait, what did you just say?
I had
what was that comment?
a great time with those Tony Hawk collection. And that's what I mean. That's a case where it shows my evolution.
Was that a
back
sneak
then,
diss?
if a game wasn't easy to just jump into and start playing right away, I hated it. Today, I actually enjoy games like that where if you can get rewarded.
Yeah, did she just say that getting better at the game, something about like getting better at the game, and they said it doesn't really fit your playstyle?
For the Ultra member submissions. For the next 4 parts of this week's show, it'll be standard members in the randomized playlist. Remember, the best way to support this channel is to become a member. Members are the people who actually nominate all these videos. The more the better. All right, thank you all for watching. Part 2 done. Part 3 right around the corner. See you then. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Real fast, let me just check here. Nope, that's nothing. Okay, so guys, I do want to stretch my legs quickly before we continue here. All right, let me just stand up and stretch for a minute, and then we're going to jump into part 3, which is the randomized standard members playlist. In fact, let me close this off and get to that. Here it is. Here we go. Look at this. Top 8. South America West. Dalcine. Oh, that's right now. That's live. South Americans playing Street Fighter. Interesting. I wonder if they're probably pretty good. They're good everywhere. Anyway. Okay. Let me stretch my legs. Derek is asking, is it the same with GTA? Yeah, you know, again, you have to understand something, though. That back in the day with GTA, okay, I was playing the PS2 versions of the game on an HD TV. That is insane amounts of input lag. Like, ridiculous amounts of lag. So anything I did was dramatically delayed, and it made the games almost unplayable. Then later on, they ported these games to modern consoles, and those playthroughs are much better, you know. All right, real fast. Let me just stretch my legs. Ooh. For now. Oh. Eating Canadian pizza. Pizza. The money flew. Oh, I love it. Oh man. By eBay. Hell! It's been tough. I always think that it's my fault. Drinking gin. Yep, I'm toxic. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. My ass is so fucking stretchy. Alright, got a little stretch on. Oh, no, you didn't, you motherfucker. Alright. Sometimes I do get up to fart. That's correct. Someone said, so he says he's stretching his legs, but he's just farting. Sometimes I do. That's true. I'll get up and I'll release one over there, and then I'll come back. But not today. I didn't do that right now. I would tell you if I did. I'm not ashamed. Okay, so guys, we'll continue on. 2 more hours of reacting. Again, guys, please support the stream. Now, be honest with you. Guys, I noticed that these react streams a lot of the times don't get a lot of support. But that's how I make a living on this channel, alright? I want to keep doing react content for you. I like doing it, alright? But I need the help. So, please consider becoming a member today. 130 members is not too much to ask for this show. And to hit the tier 1 tips goal, again, It's not a lot to ask for this show. I do it every week, and I don't make money on these videos. All right, please support the stream today. Even if it means $1 or gifting 1 membership. It helps, man. It does. Please consider doing that if you like this content. All right?
It helps, man.
All right.
It helps, man. It really does.
Let's continue.
Give me money. Give me money, bro. It's not that much to ask for, bro. Just give me money.
So let me hit play a shuffle.
What the fuck, dude?
Excuse me. Let me shuffle.
Give me hundreds of dollars. What the fuck, dude?
Okay. And then we're gonna go.
Bro.
I have no idea what order we're gonna watch these. We're gonna.
Why aren't you giving me hundreds of
this is 18
dollars,
minutes
bro?
long. We're definitely not watching 18 minutes, but we'll watch. Some
I'm doing
of it.
things the same
All right,
exactly as I was doing last year.
Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the Internet for episode 29, September 3rd, 2023. We are now heading into 2 hours of reacting to the common standard member submissions. These are all in a randomized playlist, which means I have no idea what we're watching or what order we're watching it, okay? Thanks for being here and chilling. Remember, the best way to support the channel is to become a member today. Without further ado, let's watch. Now, by the way, it's a clip show. I'm not going to watch an 18-minute documentary on the Dragonfly. I'll watch a little bit about it, but I'm not going to watch 18 minutes. We'll probably maybe skim through it, okay?
Digital bum, dude. He's a digital bum, dude. They exist,
wow,
dude.
Dragonfly looks a lot different than I remember.
They do exist.
Is one of the most complex feats of evolution
Digital
there
bums.
is. Navigating the world in all 3 dimensions.
Okay, how about the Dragonfly?
How did I not land in there? Like, what the
What are we
hell?
looking at? I want to see the Dragonfly. Here it is.
Presence in the fossil record is relatively complete and shows that their morphology has remained mostly unchanged through time.
Oh, wow.
Their size, on the other hand, has changed dramatically.
So they used to be huge.
The ancient dragonflies were giants compared to the ones that exist today.
Okay.
What is it about the dragonfly morphology that led it to be arguably the most effective predator alive today? And if this particular body plan is so effective,
The point is that it's easy. He doesn't have to do any work.
Why did
And,
evolution rob us of a world where almost 1 meter long aerial beasts
But
rule the
as
sky?
always, Phil fucks it up, and then people don't want to tip him.
They look cool. Like, to me, some people think dragonflies are creepy. You gotta remember, dragonflies do not ever attack a human. They only eat other bugs, right?
What?
Looks cool to me. I like them when they're around. I like having dragonflies around. Sometimes we get them in our backyard in the early summertime and they're buzzing around. They're really cool to watch. They have that ability where they can just, on a dime, just zoop, stop, and hover in place.
Wow.
And then they can start moving around again.
Wow.
It's so unique how maneuverable
That's
they
crazy,
are.
dude.
I love, and they glisten in the sun and everything.
They're
They're
glistening,
beautiful, different
dude.
colorings and stuff.
Yo,
they're really neat.
Dragonflies are glistening,
I say, well,
dude.
they're ugly. I don't know. I think I like.
They glisten in the
looking
sunlight,
creatures.
dude.
So I think I like dragonflies. Yeah, they're gonna show you how they fly. They fly like
Odonata
crazy
means toothed
maneuverability.
ones in Greek. And these fearsome predators' namesake comes from their prominent chewing mouth parts with sharp teeth found on the underside of their head. Odonates are also characterized for having a freely movable head, very short antennae, large and highly developed compound
zillion eyes.
3 simple eyes, and 2 pairs of long
Oh, they have
wings.
symbol eyes and compound eyes? They have 2 different kinds of eyeballs. Whoa.
The only difference between extinct and existing dragonflies is their size.
Size, that's it.
Some Paleozoic species were known to have wingspans exceeding 70 centimeters, whereas
Phil
the
likes
largest
this.
existing
This is meaningful,
species
dude.
barely exceed a wingspan of 16 centimeters.
Wow. 5 times
Males and
smaller,
females
essentially.
can easily be spotted perching and flying around aquatic habitats, as
these things
dragonfly
are cool.
eggs must be laid in water. They
Nobody
generally
said they
feed
weren't
on
cool,
midges
dude.
and other
The
small
fuck?
flying
Small
insects
flying
that inhabit
insects,
the
right.
area, and hunt and eat them in mid-flight.
Look at that. They catch
and
them.
despite being considered relatively primitive insects,
Imagine you're going to like Wendy's, okay?
What?
Okay, McDonald's.
Sir,
A lot of
this
people
is a
don't have
Wendy's.
Wendy's. You're going to McDonald's, all right? So you're at McDonald's and you're running by. You're just running. You're running by the store, and they throw you a cheeseburger, and you, as you're running, you run and you catch it, and then you just keep running down the street. That's how the dragonfly eats.
possess some
Pretty
of the
crazy.
most unique and spectacular flight adaptations of any animal.
Look how
allowing
cool
them
its
both
arms
to reach
are.
fast aerial speeds and be incredibly agile.
They could hold on to like anything
One
because of the way its
adaptation
arms
they
are designed.
possess is something few other insects do: direct flight muscles. Most winged insects have what are known as indirect flight muscles, which attach to the walls of the thorax. making the thorax deform as they expand and contract. The deformation of the thorax transmits its resonance to the wings, making them vibrate and initiate the flapping motion. Whilst indirect flight muscles have their own advantages, dragonflies instead have individual muscles that attach directly to the base of each of their 4 wings.
Wow.
Being able to tug on each wing individually enables them to move and direct each of their 4 wings independently in all 3 axes.
So could this be, I mean, let's be honest, they just said that the dragonfly is basically the most successful bug predator, right? Maybe that's why. Maybe because it evolved the direct flight muscle, and it can maneuver way better than everyone else out there that's the competition, and therefore that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Meaning they can control their horizontal, vertical,
they can
and
move any direction
motion,
at any
granting
time. They
them
can go
precision
all
and
over the
agility
place,
like a hummingbird, dude.
unparalleled
What the
by
fuck?
most insects with indirect flight muscles.
Right.
Thanks to this independent control, dragonflies are one of the few insects that can propel themselves in all 6 directions: up, down, left, right, forwards, and even backwards.
Well, that's
Another remarkable way
that's
that
the cheat code,
dragonfly
Phil.
flight differs from other insects is their ability to
That's the
flap
cheat
their
code to
fore
flight.
and hind wings in different phases.
That is so cool.
And can vary that
All right, what's
phase
this card
depending
here?
on the maneuvers they wish to perform. One flight technique is known as counterstroking, where they flap their fore and
Counterstroking.
hind wings
Phil
180
knows all about that
degrees out
counterstroke,
of phase
dude.
with each other. This allows them to hover or
You've heard of
engage in
Counter-Strike.
very
Let Phil
slow
show you
forwards flight and
Counter-Stroke.
can generate large amounts of lift. For fast forward flight, they're able to switch to phased stroking.
And the thing is, they could just do this on the fly. It's all instinct, right? These things are fascinating, and I love it. I love this kind of stuff. I wish maybe I'll have to look into this channel, Real Science. Looks like a great channel, right? Probably learn a lot.
Oh, you don't
on
follow
there. Is there
nobody.
anything else? Like we learned the flight. Anything cool?
Phil, you don't follow any channels, dude. Come on.
Vision. Well, oh god, that's how they see.
Yeah, no mods lately.
Oh, that's
Each
confusing.
Ommatidia also
Big
has
ups,
4 to
EOJ.
5 opsins,
Big ups, Kramer.
light-sensitive proteins that absorb different colors of light in the spectrum and allow
Big ups,
dragonflies to
Fred.
perceive color from orange to ultraviolet, which is useful for hunting during the day
They can't
and
see
for
all colors,
detecting
but they can
and
see a good
courting
amount of
females
colors.
using visual signals. With
Big
30,000
ups, Miss
Ommatidia
Schools.
spanning a full 360 degrees,
Big ups,
dragonflies do not have the
Kensai.
same visual acuity as a human or a bird,
Of course
but
not.
are much more sensitive to movement than we are. A common prey target in the distance will rarely span more than 1 degree across their field of vision before they decide to pursue it, which equates to movement across 2 to 3 Ommatidia at most, meaning their brain is capable of detecting and processing movement incredibly quickly.
So they basically have insanely good coordination. They can respond to
Kirk
something
Speed, what do you say?
incredibly fast when they see it. Wow. It's fascinating. Hunting. Do we really want to see them eat the bugs? I mean, we could.
At least this submission is educational, unlike
Suck
the
the juices
black
right out,
heat.
right?
What the?
All right.
Oh
All
my
right, I think that was
God.
good. Let's continue. Great suggestion. That was I love that.
Dude,
that video was
what?
great. Sadly, this is a clip show. I don't want to watch this for like 20 minutes. But I love that. I would love more fascinating videos like this.
Phil,
Doesn't
what
have
do
to be
you
from
do?
this
What
channel,
kind of
but
chat are you
that was
running here,
interesting to
dude?
me.
Come on.
I love dragonflies. I think they're beautiful creatures. All right.
This video
That's
is
not
sponsored
very
by
chill and
Skillshare.
welcoming.
What is this? The Sam O'Nella Academy? Timothy Dexter. the
Yo, Phil
dumbest
unbanned
dragon
him
in
for
history.
for being
Hey, kids.
racist.
Now, we all know that fate is a fickle thing. Some of
He's
us
like,
may
"Oh,
try
man,
to
you were
defy
being
its will,
racist. Here,
but there's
I'll
enough small
unban you."
businesses with Pizza
What?
Hut roofs out there to tell you that such a thing
Phil, how many
because they
times
always
are you
do
gonna
Pizza
have to
Hut
ban and
very
unban
branded.
this guy
That's
for
funny.
being
It
racist,
is
dude?
ultimately futile. As for most of us, we
It's
tend
okay,
to have
he
our fair
tips, dude.
share
That's
of good
true,
and
that's
bad
very
luck
true.
throughout our lives. But every now and then,
That's the
RNG
factor,
Jesus
right?
smiles upon some drooling little
As long
love
as you tip,
child
brother.
and says, "You, my son, you shall be the one with all the figgy pudding." That child was Timothy Dexter. Dexter was born in Malden, Massachusetts in 1747. He
He's
had
Malden.
a humble upbringing, dropping out of
He
school
was
as an
born in
8-year-old to work
Malden.
as a farmhand and a leather worker. But
Okay.
Dexter thought he deserved better, so when he grew up, he married one Elizabeth
Phil's Malden, dude.
Frothingham, a rich widow in need of company. Gold digging achieved, he began
Wow.
his quest to become a true aristocrat. As his first step,
What's
he
he
thinks,
saying?
all the rich guys I know are in positions of power. I should run for office. Now, the town of Malden wasn't much keen on appointing a
Damn,
bumbling
dude,
second-grade
he's
dropout. But
doubling
after rejecting
down, bro.
dozens of petitions sent in by Dexter,
Kirk's
they
doubling
eventually
down.
gave up and
I don't
decided
know,
to just
dude.
make some shit up, leading to Dexter becoming the
No
official
mods around
informer
to
of
care.
deer, testing
What? The informer of deer?
Somebody's gonna tag Phil, dude, and tell him.
And over statistics of
Perk's
does
being
and bucks
racist
alike,
again, dude.
Dexter ruled with an iron fist,
Bro, Perk's
triumphantly
being
concluding what
racist,
many had
bro.
already known. That there weren't any
You know how
deer
many
in Malden,
times I've heard Phil
Massachusetts.
say,
Satisfied with his political career,
you
Dexter
can't be
then
saying
set
that,
his
bro.
sights on greater financial
Kirk,
ventures.
you can't be saying
so a
that,
little
bro.
history. In 1775, as part of our growing independence from Britain, the Continental Congress
Can't be saying
decided to
that, man.
establish their own
Come on.
currency, known as the Continental Dollar. Real creative there. Then the Revolutionary War started, and it dawned on people that these pieces of paper wouldn't be very useful in a giant pile of wet tea and smoldering patriots, causing the value to do one of those horny eagle death spirals. Then the Congress did,
Look, people are
that
telling Phil
stupid
it's
thing that
racist,
every high
and
schooler
nobody
learns
cares.
is stupid,
Phil
not
doesn't give a
invading
shit.
Russia in winter, but the other one, practically making them worth less than their weight in paper and ink. And wouldn't you know it, a good portion of the Continental Army was paid with these, so by the time the war ended, many veterans were left totally destitute. The aristocrats were like,
All
well,
fake
these
money,
grass-eating
basically.
Untermensch.
This is the equivalent of the Street Fighter movie where M. Bison paid everyone under him with the M. Bison dollars. Remember that? At the end, he pays them, oh, here, M. Bison
People reporting
dollars.
Kirk
What do I
are
do with
getting
this?
leaned?
Just did kind of give us
No.
a country. So, whatever. We'll throw him a few cents and take this trash
He's
off their
getting-
hands.
he's getting
Dexter
rid
was
of the non-racist people?
I'm a wealthman. I'm going to do that too. And he spent the majority of his savings buying a boatload
Phil,
after
you're not gonna have
boatload of
anybody
the
tipping if you let all
1780s
these people
equivalent of
stay in
blockbuster
your
gift
chat and
cards.
shit,
By all
dude.
accounts, this should have been his ruin. But by some stroke of luck, after the Constitution was ratified, the new government
Say goodbye
decided
to
that
your
they
tips,
trade
buddy.
Continentals for treasury bonds worth 1% of their face value.
Really?
Doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind, Dexter bought thousands of crates of
Oh
bills
my
for fractions of
God.
pennies apiece. So as buybacks began across the country, his stockpile appreciated massively in value, and this informer of deer realized
there's like
that
nobody
for the
on
first
in
time
this
there
lobby,
were a
dude. What
lot
the
of
hell?
bucks in Malden. But just because he was now a
Malden.
man of the upper crust doesn't mean
So he was a complete idiot. He bought something that was worthless, and by complete and utter luck, through just historical things happening, everything he bought that was worthless became meaningful, right?
I mean, if he doesn't
And then he
ban
became
him,
filthy
like
rich.
if he
And
lets
that's- I
him
mean,
be
that's
like
the end
mad
of the story.
racist, dude, it's
They said rags to riches. That's it.
his
What else do
stream
we
could
need to
get
know?
like flagged or
He
whatever.
just got insanely lucky for doing something stupid. He bought something that was completely valueless. Before there were even stocks or bonds, he essentially bought a busted stock, right? That had no value. And then it just, by luck, appreciated.
Canadian
So,
Kirk.
you have to, like, what else happened?
he let it go to his head. Sure, he might have purchased the most luxurious
Probably
chateau that money
Canadian, I
could
don't
buy,
know.
for daily Playboy Mansion-style ragers, and commissioned over 40 statues of
Yeah, he's
America's
definitely
greatest
seeing
heroes,
what he can
one
get
of
away
which
with
was
right
of
now.
himself,
Right.
with a plaque calling him, quote, the greatest philosopher in the Western world. Despite his incredibly tacky displays of wealth, his contemptuous contemporaries still saw him for the loud, illiterate rube he was. So they started giving him deliberately awful investment tips in order to get him to bankrupt himself. One such piece of advice was that he should ship warming pans to the Caribbean. For those of you born after 1850, a warming pan's this dish on a long pole that you fill up with hot coals to warm up your bed. Not much use in a tropical paradise. But Dexter was undeterred by such frivolous things as logic. Went ahead and sent over 40,000 of them to the West Indies. When they arrived, the locals didn't really know what they were looking at and decided to use them as ladles for the sugar and molasses refineries. And by the end of it, Dexter sold every single one at a markup of nearly 80%. Frustrated that their plan backfired, the elites then told him to literally carry coal to Newcastle, which is an old idiom used to describe a pointless task based off the fact that Newcastle was one of the world's biggest producers of coal. The only idioms Dexter knew about all involved different animals shitting in the woods, so he took their word on good faith and went along with it. But by some divine providence, by the time the shipment arrived, the Newcastle coal miners had all gone on strike.
Oh my
and Dexter
God!
once again cleared the entire shipment.
Is
with
this
a
seriously a real story? Everything he did was dumb and everything worked. How could this be real? Something's got to eventually not work, right? Like, oh my God.
hefty profit. He was like, man,
How
I am
lucky
so
can you
smart.
be?
By this point, he was pretty confident in his speculation skills, so he started making seemingly far-fetched ventures all by himself.
Oh,
One
no.
time he had a bunch of stray cats rounded up for basically free, which sounds like herding cats, but what do I know? And he sent them to the Caribbean, where they were gobbled up en masse. Not like eaten, but purchased to deal with all the rat infestations. In another instance, he bought up just about every whalebone in Boston. And coincidentally, at the same time in France, men started wearing corsets too for some reason. Demand went way up, Dexter's laughing. Now from an
Oh my
outside
gosh!
perspective, at the end of the day, Dexter was a very shrewd merchant. So at this point in my research, I was like, wait a minute,
out,
is he
Tensai.
smart? Then I learned about his life outside of business. Dexter considered himself extremely knowledgeable on just about every topic. Keywords, considered himself. For example, he once stumbled upon a guy painting a sign to go along with the newly built statue of Jefferson. And when he saw that the sign called Jefferson the writer of the Declaration of Independence, Dexter lost his frickin' mind and insisted that Jefferson did not pen the DOI, but rather the Constitution. Spoiler alert, not remotely true. He was in France at the time. An easy mistake to make today, sure, but this was only like 10 years after the fact. That's like someone today saying, Obama didn't kill Bin Laden, dumbass. That was Bill Clinton. Anyway, when the painter refused to change the inscription, Dexter started shooting at him with a long rifle until he complied. Real genteel. Dexter made sure to surround himself with the requisite number of weirdos to maintain this level of delusion, one of which was Jonathan Plummer, a man whom Dexter paid to be his poet laureate, writing only the most laudatory odes in his honor. Mind you, this wasn't just your run-of-the-mill wise...
This is the wildest story. They gotta
Remember
make a
when
movie
we could
about
celebrate
this. Did they ever do
achievement,
this? There should be
historical
a
figures without being
movie.
labeled as
It would be a
racist?
comedy, a drama,
Wow.
and a historical biopic at the same time, right? I would love to watch a movie of this.
Wow.
Like a good actor doing it.
KK Kirk.
All right, we've already watched half of it. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. You gotta wonder if it ever did have bad luck at the end. Probably not. Let's see.
Skillshare is an online learning
ad.
I imagine the big man upstairs dropped his big deck of mortal soul trading cards at just the right moment, letting him slip through the pearly gates undetected. And legend has it that to this day, with a little note saying that anyone who felt like whining could just stick them wherever they wanted. Dexter died in 1806, and by and large, he probably should have ended up in Davy Jones's locker, but given the circumstances...
there's nothing else. There's nothing interesting about how he died. All right. I want a movie. I want the Timothy Dexter movie starring a really great actor, and I want to hear this. I want to see this completely drawn out. I would love it. All right, let's continue. That was a good one.
Oh, snap. It's that time of the year again. Tax season. What you gonna do with your refund?
They got him again? EDP got caught again? Damn.
If my paycheck dropped the same day, I'm buying a lion.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
What kind of nonsense is this? What are we doing? Please be sensible with your refund.
This is a prime example of why I tell people.
Until tax season, you get your little 900.
You don't have to.
Turbo thought with 3 kids over there buying a helicopter.
You don't have to super chat to troll Phil. Just do it in his chat, and you'll probably get away with it for longer. And it's free.
You know, I was watching an episode of
so you don't have to.
where
you don't have to tip
measles
at all.
came up.
All right, the short clip. I was gonna say, how do we get away with this? It's only an hour. It's only a minute. A minute should not get blocked or claimed. So let's see. Here we go.
Wait. When did I mention measles?
I don't know. It was on you.
What?
Fox News submission.
What was on me? What are you talking about? Is Raymond even hearing what I'm saying? I never had the measles.
Was on you.
We never did a...
What?
We never did a measles and vaccine episode. Is this a joke?
I know.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It was on you. It was on you.
I've never had... Raymond, I've never had measles. What are you talking about? This is stupid.
It was an episode of a show, Laura.
What's it called?
You.
Oh, get it? I get it now. The name of the show is You. So he keeps saying it was on you, and she's like, what do you mean me? I didn't do it. Oh my, it's like the who's on fucking first joke from 5 zillion years ago. I get it.
It's called You.
Keemstar blocked you, man.
No!
I give up. We gotta get up.
He knew you were no good, dude.
You on Netflix.
There's a show called Luring on Netflix.
No, you idiot!
What are you
Never
talking
mind.
about?
I'm moving on to Adele. I can't explain this to you. My singer had an Oprah-produced special on CBS last night. It drew about 9 million.
Yo, she couldn't get it. She's a host of a news show, and she can't understand what he's saying. Oh my God! Fucking, this is who we have in charge of television shows. What is this? Joaquin Phoenix accepts award? Is this when he accepted the award for Joker?
Oh my God, Kirk's wildin', dude.
I wanna
the
whole act
He puts on like he's hesitant. He's so real and everything. Give me a break, man. You're as phony as a bowl of plastic fruit, and everybody knows it. I'll tell you what's real. I'll tell you what's real, Joaquin. Right here.
Yo, he loves Alex Jones, dude.
I'm real, Joaquin.
He loves Alex Jones.
And they don't like you. Mr. Scary Joker.
Do you still like him, Phil? Do you still like him? Phil, do you still like him?
What is going on? I never watched Alex Jones. Not once. Like, seriously. What the fucking shit is going on, right? By the way, we have a troll imposter, don't we?
Big ups, Yanni.
I'll have to take care of that.
That's the real one, dude.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let me ban him.
Kirk?
Here we go. Hold on.
You're going to ban Kirk, right?
Sorry for the troll. I didn't see the troll, guys. I wasn't paying attention
You
to the
didn't
chat,
ban Kirk.
And I just got rid of the moron. He's out of here now. So.
You banned the wrong person, Phil. Kirk's still...
Good lord. I ordered pizza from the Nintendo Wii and you can too 3 months ago. Now, there used to be, on all the consoles, there used to be apps, right? So there was probably like a Domino's app and you could probably order. I don't know. If that's where this is, I don't really get why this would be anything special. Let's see.
So here's a sentence I never thought I would say in 2023. I ordered this pizza from the Nintendo Wii, a console that is almost 17 years old. Is it the easiest way to order a pizza? Well, no, but when has this channel ever been known for doing things the easy way? Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. You know, we've done a decent...
Okay, here we go.
Logo and name of the channel come from. In English it translates to delivery channel, and it was pretty simple to use. You would select what type of food you wanted to order or use this roulette button to have the channel decide for you.
Whoa.
And then just pick the restaurant you wanted to order from and the menu items you wanted to get. After you ordered, you'd receive a confirmation, which is also sent to the Wii message
That's pretty
board.
wild.
And none of your payment info was processed through this channel. You had to pay your delivery driver when your food arrived. So if you were planning on paying with Wii points, well, you're out of luck. The Damae channel and its lesser-known Wii U counterpart functioned until March of 2017 when Nintendo took the service offline.
Yellow
but
Cat.
that doesn't mean it's gone forever, because thanks to the work of the developers behind Wii Link 24,
yeah, you can report individual
project,
messages, I think, if you click on
I think,
right? Let me see.
Ones can be used once again. And you don't even need to have a Japanese Wii.
Yeah, you can
and
click on the
it's not
message
as easy as
itself
just
and
typing
report
a
an
delivery
individual
address into an
I
app
think
on
that's
your
the
phone.
best bet.
It really isn't all that difficult. So here's how you
reporting his
First,
messages,
you need to have
maybe.
The homebrew channel installed
Because then they'll
on
see
your
like
Wii.
that
if you haven't done
it
that,
was in
head
his
over
chat,
to
you know.
This link and follow.
So they'll already
I
get the
don't care about
picture,
the
you
tutorial
know.
how to do it. I really don't. You know, I'm never gonna do this, but I'm curious to see how it works. Okay, here we go.
The category on the next screen. Click it and it will display a listing of Domino's locations closest to your
Probably
home.
the easiest and best way to like report
Select the one you want,
unmoderated
click See Menu,
messages
and just
and
like
shit.
that, you're browsing the entire Domino's menu on your Wii. So just go through and pick whatever you're in the mood for. I went with a medium build-your-own pizza with pepperoni and mushrooms. You'll have to choose your sauce as well, and if you want the correct option, don't pick the first one or else you'll end up with honey barbecue. Oh, and it's worth noting that the price will show up in Japanese yen, but it's really in whatever your local currency is. Otherwise, I'd order like way too many of these. Anyways, once you have what you want, hit Add to Basket. There is an additional $5 delivery charge that isn't itemized here, so that's why the total is what it is. When you hit Next, you'll be able to confirm your order before submitting it. Just like the original channel, your payment information is not processed through here, so you won't have to enter any of that.
31,
but
wow.
you will need cash to pay and tip the
Tips
driver
are frozen.
when they arrive. And now, for the moment of truth.
Tips are frozen in deep space.
Shut up.
We got it, people.
That looks fire,
well,
dude.
We already knew that, but it's still
that actually
nuts
looks really
to me
good.
that this actually worked. And if you're wondering, the food channel does keep
It doesn't
a
normally
record
look
of
that
your
good when you
deliveries,
get
and it will
Domino's.
even pop a letter on your Wii message board, just like it did back in 2009.
It just sucks you can only get Domino's. Like, it would be cool if it had, like, a network of food you can get. Like, it looked like, originally you could,
That was
right?
literally
like,
like pristine.
It showed all those
That
different
was the most
kinds
pristine,
of
like, Domino's pizza. There
so,
wasn't
I mean, it's a unique
out of place.
idea that when the Wii was hot in Japan, that you could just order any kind of
that
food
pizza
you
made me
wanted
want pizza, dude. I was like, oh fuck.
This app, right? And then you could actually
Ack? Did you say ack? Somebody say ack?
House. Just always constantly have food while you play your Wii games, you know. But the thing is, you got to do your Wii Fit, right? Your Wii Board, your Wii Fit. Since you're burning the calories, then you could eat the pizza while you're playing your Wii, and you never have to leave.
Was one of those tips.
Hot dogs down, you know.
You can't ban them.
Burgers, salads. Eat some salads.
You can't ban one of your only tips today.
Just keep eating. I mean, back in the Wii time, we got to remember there was no Uber Eats. There was no DoorDash, right? There was none of that at all. So you had,
of course, Kirk's still there,
like a
bro.
third-party
Kirk's
service.
Chilling, dude.
And I remember there was one back in the day. What was it called? Grubhub? Yeah. It was called Grubhub. And so what that one would do is it would show you all the food. Some places you still had to pick up, but some would tell you if someone would deliver for an extra charge, but usually it was through the restaurant. So I guess that's probably what this was, right? It was probably businesses that had deliveries would list all their businesses on this Nintendo app. But sucks that it only works with Domino's now. That's interesting. Yeah, Grubhub today is very similar to like.
I hope Phil realizes that letting that guy chill in there is going to bring more people like that guy.
Okay. All right. Guys, thanks for watching part 3 of DSP versus the Internet. Good variety of stuff right now. I'm enjoying. Thank you to all the members who submitted videos for this week. And I'll see y'all in part 4. Peace out. Okay. Cool. We got a couple things to shout out here. Actually, no, we have one thing to shout out here. I received a $5 tip from Dan the Man, who says, hey, Phil, what is going on, Dan the Man? Thank you very much for that tip. So that's going to get us up to $36 in tips. Again, guys, as I said, I don't make any money on these videos.
It's a slow day, dude.
They're all going to get claimed. So if you could do me the solid of supporting the stream today, this is how I make my living on this channel. I'm a little worried about September because it sounds like we're not doing any long-form events. So any support you could do during this stream would be great, including memberships or gifted memberships.
He's worried.
Again, 130 memberships by the end of this show is very doable, all right? Or perhaps tipping me to help me hit this tips goal. We're 36 guys. We're 14 bucks away from hitting the tier 1 tips goal. That would be stupendous if we could do that, all right? So please consider supporting the stream in some way.
You're begging
Those are the
so
two preferred
hard,
ways
dude.
that would help the most, all right?
You're begging
all right,
so
we're going to keep
hard
going.
right
Keep
now,
moving
dude.
here. All right, on to part 4. Here we go.
He's begging so hard today.
All righty, we are rolling on with
Big
DSP
ups.
versus the Internet, episode 29 for September 3rd, 2023. We're currently in the standard member submissions, which are
Big
in
ups,
a
Misguided.
randomized playlist. Let's see what we have next on our agenda.
Let's not and say we did, Phil.
Hail this.
Hail what? Heil what? What do you
say to that? I don't even know. Some of these are just like, I have no idea what to say to that. At all. I don't. What the hell was that?
Yo,
Anyway,
Kirk's going ham, bro.
Now, here's the deal.
What's he saying now?
This video
Nothing?
seems interesting to me. They're trying to compare the plot of Chrono Trigger to the Bible. I would
Nasty
actually like
garage
to watch
ants.
this, but there's a problem.
Yo,
All
nasty
right?
garage. How's that guy not
Why
banned yet, dude?
is there a problem with this video? I'm playing Chrono Trigger right now. And it's only my second playthrough I've ever done for YouTube. The first one was over 10 years ago. So right now I have an ongoing audience of people who have been watching me play Chrono Trigger. And I'm afraid that if I watch this, this is going to spoil that audience who've been watching me play it, right? So here's what I would say. If you're the person who submitted this clip, please wait until I beat Chrono Trigger, which will be within the next 2 weeks. And if you could resubmit it, I would appreciate that. But I don't want to watch this because you know this is going to have plot point spoilers of Chrono Trigger about the end of the game. And we're not there yet. So I don't want to spoil my audience. You know, someone who watches this show might be watching a Chrono Trigger playthrough, be like, what the hell? So, sorry, I am going to skip this one. it just makes sense. I wanted to at least explain why before I just didn't put it in the
You're
playlist.
gonna skip it?
But that's why we're skipping this one. But it would be great, again, if you could resubmit it in a week or two in the future once I beat the game.
Resubmit
okay?
it.
Thanks for understanding. Okay, let's continue.
Resubmit it.
Oh, no. It's this guy again? Remember when we first watched this guy many months ago, I thought this was a prank. I thought this absolutely is a prank. There's no way that people believe that looking at this guy actually has some kind of powers. But remember, there are people who do believe that. There are people who, this guy's a cult leader, and people believe that looking at this man is healing and does all kinds of religious things. Why? What about this man would possibly... What about this man
would
possibly...
Come on, Phil.
Oh my. The pain in my shoulder, it's going away. I can't believe this. I feel rejuvenated. I feel like $1 million. I feel like I gotta get up and I gotta dance. Yeah. Come on. Come on, yeah. Oh, I'm so energized. I can't believe it. It's like a new me. I'm 20 years younger. It's like the beginning of my YouTube career all over again. I'm a cartwheel. Woohoo! Woo! Woo! Oh, okay. Wow. Holy shit. Wow. Well, it's good to know that at least in 2023, some things are still honest. Okay. Let's continue. What is hell?
Hey, this is Chelsea. This episode is going to be about a particular type of people that I don't really like that much. Dentists. Here's what happens at a dentist's office. You walk in, right? You know, you get your whole registration thing. You walk.
This kid.
Did somebody say dent?
Needs to lay off the caffeine and sugar. Do you see how he's moving? How erratic and how fast he's moving? Like, it seems like he is completely, utterly wired, right? Like, what the hell is going on here?
Excuse me?
Yeah, so this is like Fred's cousin. Exactly. Like,
Sway?
look how he's moving and talking.
Sway?
The nurse. Then, you know, the nurse does all the work. She works on your teeth for like 30 minutes, and she doesn't get paid squat. You know, the dentist gets paid a whole bunch of money. Yeah, so after the nurse is like done with you, the dentist comes in, and the dentist always thinks he's like the tightest kid on the block. Like, he comes in, hey, what's up, man? Let me check your teeth a little bit. And you know, he doesn't do anything. Like, he's kind of, hey, let me tell you now, yeah, breathe out. Like, okay. And then here's the greatest part. So the dentist is like talking to you while he's working on your teeth. He's like, yeah, so how's your spring break? You know, you go to school, you know, you having a good life right now. What sport do you play? And like, you physically cannot respond because he's like working on your teeth. So you're like, I mean, seriously, like, come on, dentist. Like, are you seriously that stupid? You're freaking working on our teeth. Like, we can't talk. Like, get the hell out of here. No friends. Mike, here's a good one. Like, the nurse is always working on your teeth, and she's, like, really angry or something, and she's, like, trying to put you down as much as possible. Yeah, you know, really, you aren't brushing at all. Like, seriously, you might, like...
I mean, I don't know when this is from. Is this 3 days ago?
This kid
I don't
has,
believe that.
This kid
this
has
is definitely
spirit.
some kind of a re-upload, right?
This kid's got what it takes, Phil.
It's an older general version of Fred. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too entertained, honestly. Like, it's just someone just basically trying to do generalized comedy about, observational comedy about dentists.
This
sounds like a really
pleases me.
bad stand-up act. Okay.
Last weekend when you weren't answering my calls,
dude, somebody did that once, I think. They submitted a video of themselves and Phil like roasted them. And Phil didn't know it was actually them.
Yeah, I know.
I swear to God that happened.
We planned this all out.
We planned this all out?
You planned it out.
Well, Brian bet me $50 and a pack of cigarettes.
What?
He could sleep with you. So now I'm down $50 and a pack of cigarettes.
Oh, that got some axe.
Yeah!
Oh, rest in peace, Jerry Springer, dude.
Between our friendship and change anything just because you have feelings for him, but you couldn't control yourself when I asked to take you home.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
What?
Oh my God. That's it. That's the whole clip. That's the whole clip. Oh my God. Wow.
Yo, Jerry Springer was like one of the original.
Well, rest in peace to Jerry Springer. Remember, he just passed away recently. Holy shit.
Shut up.
All right, let's continue.
He's like the original, like,
oh, look.
Bison. He had wild cows on, you know, before wild cows were wild cows.
I'm gonna follow this dude real quick, and I'm gonna do a fucking I can't even talk right now because I'm just ready to beat this dude so bad. What is it?
Oh, this is fake. This is that edited video. So what someone did, the gameplay is real, but they completely edited in commentary. It's not real. It's not either side of our commentary. It's someone edited things that we've said from other videos into the video. Yeah. Because we didn't, first of all, how would they have that commentary? It doesn't make sense, right? So, yeah, it's a bullshit match. So apparently this is the one match I did actually play LTG like 100 years ago. We're talking like Street Fighter 4 days, so that's like almost a decade ago, right? But of course, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I had no clue. And I wasn't playing Street Fighter 4 seriously. It was a game that at the first season, what was they called that? Vanilla Street Fighter 4. I played a lot.
Vanilla crispy complexion
and stuff. But it was around Super Street Fighter 4. I decided, I like the game, but I'm not going to play it seriously anymore. That's kind of when I retired from competitive play back in 2011. But every time there was an update, I would still play. I would try the new characters or whatever. It was good content for the channel, but it wasn't anything that I took seriously. So I guess what this was one random match ever. All right, where I was playing online one of my sets, one of my like madness series of the new character, and I didn't know what I was doing. Like I didn't know how to play with the character. I was just messing around. And I guess I played LTG, and LTG was playing a character he was good with, and I think he kicked my ass. If I remember correctly, he like kicked my ass because I didn't know what I was doing. But I don't know who the guy was.
Frauds Exposed episodes. Typical idiot scrub. This is nothing but your typical online derp idiot talking shit and can't back it up.
Who's this? I don't know who's next. It's just nonsense. It's just his commentary edited over my video. Because I think this is my video.
No.
What is this?
Is it?
Yeah, see, this is my video. It says DSP Gaming in the bottom left. So this is from my channel, DSP Gaming, but they edited his commentary into it.
So? Play the video, dude.
Typical scrub character.
Another Rolento
just
means
troll.
another match I'm gonna get effing bodied.
I'm just gonna troll right now.
Every fucking match with Rolento, I get bodied.
He's just gonna troll you right now.
Go 100%. I'm sick of these idiots.
What's funny is I even said it. I even said every match against a Rolento, I get bodied. I even admitted I was gonna lose.
Talking.
It's the battle of the
Let's go. Put your money where your
Take a look. So.
Let's go, Phil. Put your money where your mouth is, dude.
Oh God, I don't even know how do these rankings fucking work?
Dude, who cares?
Right?
Play the video. You're scared.
How do these rankings work?
Bro, you're scared, bro. You're scared.
So I guess
you're scared.
If you look, I guess PP
you're scared.
and BP. How the fuck does that even? I don't even know.
Who cares?
But he has
Play the
way
video.
more of both. You could tell. Oh, you can't see. Hold on.
We're not watching for that. We want to hear him talk shit about you,
so
bro.
there's the
Come
BP, and there's the PP.
We want to see you get bodied by LTG,
I don't know what's
bro.
what, but basically you can see he has way more of both. Over
so
1,000
what? I just want to see you die, bro.
And he has more than double my BP
in the game.
I don't know what the trophies mean. I have no idea, but yeah, like
I want to see you die in the game, Phil.
He had way more points. He was playing this game hardcore. Like this was his thing on the internet was to play Street Fighter 4. For me, this was just me messing around, not knowing what the hell I was even doing at the time. So. PP is player match points. BP is ranked points. I mean, so God, he had more than double my rank points.
Scrub cycle pressure, praying that it fucking works. Typical dumb scrub. Fucking idiot. Come on, run.
I tried to fucking do a move.
He has way more PP than you. No, dude.
See, my commentary's not even coming out. They're only playing him, and then I'll go fucking random.
Canadian James Kirk says not all.
Play the fucking game.
He says not all black men are well endowed.
Easy fucking.
That's what Kirk says.
You can link all these normals into each other into giant combos.
Fight is underway. What's next?
Big ups, legend.
You can't even stop the pogo? I'm doing unsafe pogo mix-ups.
Kirk must know. Kirk does know. Kirk knows. You can tell, dude.
Put him blocked.
You're still gonna lose. Wake up with something. Doesn't know how to punish my roll. I could probably just keep doing that to this
Yo, keep mashing on that fool, dude. Mash on that fool.
It was actually close. I didn't know what I was doing. It was actually pretty close.
That's fucking round 2. Easy. Let's get to the next fucking game with this idiot fucking scrub.
Ridiculous. I don't.
So toxic, bro.
My commentary is honest. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what Rolento does. He seems really good.
No, he's so many mix-ups and
Why is he
so many
so
insane
toxic?
combos apparently.
This guy was talking shit that looked like a pile of dog shit.
See, listen, this is all commentary.
Oh, he was talking shit?
Fuck.
Oh, Phil.
Don't ever say you can beat me in a 5-0. You got 1 round.
Don't say you could beat me in a 5-0. You got 1 round. I didn't even get 1 round. See what I mean? The commentary doesn't match.
Phil was talking shit.
This guy edited in the LTG commentary, and it made no sense. Completely bullshit. Anyway, was that even him? Was that the name he used in Street Fighter 4 back in the day? Because I thought he always used Low Tier God. So why does it say his full real name? Actually, different. I don't even think that is his real name. If I know.
It's probably different.
But it's weird. Anyway. Let's continue.
Oh, God.
Although Nickelodeon is mostly regarded as a sad, shambling
Nickelodeon
mess
is regarded.
the network really has had some amazing shows over its 36-year history. Many of its original cartoons were so creative that they themselves founded new cartoon styles and had groundbreaking effects on Western animation. For the longest time, Nick was destroying Cartoon Network in the ratings. And it was no wonder. The original Nickelodeon was creative, fascinating, and often disturbing. So today, let's take a look back at the top 10 best Nickelodeon shows of all time.
Oh god, it's 25 minutes long. There's no way we're watching this whole clip. Maybe we'll just skim through. But no, it's true. I was there the day Nickelodeon released.
Dude?
I was watching it as a kid.
Why do I get so fucked in this game, dude?
Oh, it's the channel just for kids, and everything is catered towards children, and you know. And then they have
one time,
wild shows in the 90s.
Shotgun,
like, how
bro.
could these be for kids? But they were like Ren and Stimpy, you know, pushing humor. All right, they're gonna start with Rocko's Modern Life. I used to watch this.
Just so much creativity in Rocko. While I liked all the colorful characters and weird imagery as a child, as an adult, I really enjoyed watching Rocko's bizarre suburban life and the constant satires of our own world.
Yep.
It's really interesting just watching Rocko interact with this strange, surreal, sometimes terrifying world he lives in. And the amount of controversy this show got away with was just ridiculous.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Rocko.
Oh, this was one of my shows, dude. I grew up on this shit, too.
Next to Animaniacs, Rocko was the leader in constantly giving the
That,
big
Ren
middle
and
finger to
Stimpy.
the censors.
Yep.
I mean, the most controversial
Fucking,
moment is the second freaking episode. Rocko gets lured
Hey,
into the home
Arnold.
of a female mutant frog who tries to seduce
Doug.
him before finally drugging his drink. Jeebus! This is bizarre. Even their title cards contain titles like, Who Gives a
Who gives a buck?
Shit's heads. They didn't even try to hide that one. The freaking pub is called the Choking Chicken. It seems like the whole point of this show was just to see how much they could get away with. And it can get so cleverly surreal from just the simplest daily activities.
What's funny is, I used to watch it and my dad loved it. My dad thought it was like the funniest
Hey
show
Arnold was
because he
deep.
understood all the references. I was younger. I didn't really get most of them.
I was very
but
wholesome,
he understood
you know?
all the adult references, so he thought that the show was hilarious. Hey Arnold. I never saw Hey Arnold. It was after my time. Rugrats I watched. Yeah, Rugrats, that was a show everyone watched in the 90s.
Rugrats is cute. But frankly, despite that innocent exterior, Rugrats has had an astronomical impact. It was the first big game changer for Nickelodeon. Even today,
Yes, it was.
when I think Nickelodeon, Rugrats is the first thing that leaps to mind. But I've often wondered why. Why exactly was a show about toddlers the big game changer for Nickelodeon? I think it's actually because the ideas were always very creative and unique, despite the deceptively simple setup. I mean,
Oh, Wild
there's so much
Thornberries, yo.
creativity purely
That
in
shit
watching
went
how
hard.
these kids interpret the world with their wild imagination.
Yeah, they had like pop
And
culture
all we
references
gotta
and
do
stuff,
is
and it
grow
was
the
wild.
same way my grandpa grows his crooked squat.
Every episode I
rewatched, Cat Dog, bro, that shit went
go,
hard.
Oh, I remember this. It's like every single episode had left an impact on me growing up. Just seeing these tiny problems become gigantic
Real
through
monsters,
Tommy,
though?
Chucky, Phil, and Lil's innocent perspective. It should be corny to me.
Oh,
but
Guts,
damn,
yes.
It was creative and fun to watch unfold.
The Astro Crag.
Freaking years.
Yeah. And the other part,
hey,
other
dude,
show that's good
salute
is
your
that
shorts.
It appeals to both kids and
Yeah,
adults.
all that
because the
shit.
kids like the baby stories, but also the parents are just as much of the stories as the kids. So there's entire episodes where it's the parent plot line that's kind of more interesting to the adult watching. So you can watch it as a kid and enjoy it, and the parents can watch it along with the kids and still like the show because there's all these references to actually being like an adult or a parent that you get when you're older. That's, I think, part of the genius of it. Even though the art style is hideous, right? Yeah, I know. Grandpa was one of the best characters as well. I agree. I have never seen My Life as a Teenage Robot. I don't know anything about that. I have never seen Danny Phantom. Again, these were all after my time. Never saw Drake, Josh, and iCarly. Again, those were after my time. Never saw Harvey B. These are all way after my time. Way after. SpongeBob, we all know. So we don't have to watch. We know what SpongeBob is, right? I never watched it, though. Again, I only saw it when I was an adult. I never saw SpongeBob when I was younger. I never saw Avatar. I only saw the early ones. The last one's got to be Ren and Stimpy. The last one has to be Ren and Stimpy. What? No? They didn't put Ren and Stimpy? Ren and Stimpy was the ultimate gross out cartoon. Like, when you think cartoons that were pushing the boundaries to gross you out, Ren and Stimpy 100% was that cartoon. There were boogers, there was poop, there was hair, skin, fingernails, toenails, the nastiest shit. It was so gross, but it was on purpose, you know? That sucks. Ren and Stimpy didn't make his top 10. Well, he's a moron. We're never listening to this ever again. Let's continue.
Men have it harder when it comes to looks and being socially deemed attractive than women do. And hear me out. There is so much going on about body positivity and all women are beautiful and women have makeup and a curvy woman is attractive, a skinny woman is attractive, having nothing on your chest and a
red alert, Phil.
And having it reversed is attractive. But for guys, you're either cute or you're not. You either have abs, a nice body, or you don't. And 9 out of 10 times, if you don't fit those standards, you're not attractive. Guys can't really wear makeup, or they're deemed not masculine. I know in 2020 it is what it is, but I'm just saying, I think men genuinely kind of have it harder because it's less socially accepted for them to not be, like, fitting the mold, I guess.
Oh, there's another one saying that. Well, what do you guys think? Let's see what people have to say. Someone just said heightism is real. If you're short, you'll never be attractive to women. Yeah, you think so? Then what about Tom Cruise? He's like 2 feet tall. Did you know that? Tom Cruise is like incredibly short, but they make him look like tall in every movie, but he's not. He's a famous celeb. Well, of course he is. But he wasn't always a famous celeb. You understand that, right? Derek doesn't care. Well, there you go. He doesn't care about how men look, I guess. There you go. If a girl has to look down at you to see you, you're just going to be her friend.
Very true, Phil.
Here's Howard says, here's something. Here's a different take. Having a bunch of money doesn't really do anything for a woman's attractiveness, but it does for a man.
Bro, what is this chat, dude?
Alex from Phoenix says, as long as men are successful or proud of themselves, it doesn't really matter.
Well said, well said.
Lady Charisma says, if someone cares about how you look, it says more about them than you. It's like I've told you guys. I never in my life have really cared about too much about how I look. You know? Not to say that I want to look like a bum, right? But never in my life have I actively been so concerned with looks or, you know, grooming or wearing a certain style of clothing.
Grooming? You don't do basic grooming. I know you don't do.
Never. You know?
He barely showers.
Like I told you, when I was younger,
he barely showers,
through things that had kind of happened to me and the way that people kind of treated me, I kind of got this stigma in my head.
He looks like a bum.
He does, I was always ugly, no matter what. And so when now
it clearly
when people
shows
compliment me on my looks, I actually feel a twinge.
Yeah,
of like
one person,
that's
Batman, one
just
person
being patronizing. that it's not true.
One sane
they're just trying
person.
to be nice, but they're just saying that because, you know, they're trying to be nice to you, but you never believe it, right? I don't know. So since that's always been a part of my life, I've never really cared. So I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong, but for me, it's just like I never really gave a crap. You know, for me, it was more about being myself, doing things that I like to do, like people were saying, being successful. That's important. To have a job.
Being successful, okay. Being successful, that's pretty vague, dude.
Like a lot of things, I would say. But for me, like, I don't really give a shit. I never did. What the hell?
Yeah, I want to be successful too, Phil.
Dude, I gotta hand it to you bitches for being so creative with some of these, because I see some and I'm like, it can't get any dumber.
This guy's based.
It can't get any more petty. And it fucking does! Dude, icks with guys, it's like the standard 4 that I see, like, constantly. It's like, oh, she talks too much, she's a hoe, she can't cook or clean. Whatever. Not original, seen it all. With women, you guys have fucking dude, it is incredible how creative you are.
Oh, incel alert.
You guys should fucking channel that into something that actually matters. Follow me.
Incel.
These TikToks leave something to be desired.
Incel Nation.
AEW referee Audrey Edwards cringe moments. Okay, I've never actually seen an AEW match, so let's see what this is.
Nay, nay, nay.
Oh, it's a horse.
What the hell?
It's a horse, Phil. It says horses go neigh, right? Nay, 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 nay. And it's wrestling.
I don't get it.
Horses and wrestling, dude. That's 2 memes. That's a double meme. Look at her. Look at her.
I have no idea.
She can't move, Phil.
Norm Macdonald. Now there's someone I know. We're not watching 20 minutes of Norm, but we'll watch a few minutes of Norm. That entire clip went right over my head.
Rest in peace, Norm Macdonald.
Supposed to be cringe. I don't know what's supposed to be funny. I've lost what we just saw. Rest in peace to Norm.
Loss? Dude, I totally understood it, dude. Actually. I totally understood what that was.
Stuff here.
How about this?
You didn't get
College
that?
freshman Scott Damerow.
How could he not get that?
Set a new world record by using his head to bust 142 eggs, and he now officially holds a place in the Guinness Book of fucking retards.
Based, yo. He can say that because he's not alive anymore.
2 guys. There's Larry King as well. Larry King, rest in peace.
It's just ridiculous. Why are these dirty?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is something exciting. Our next guest made his stand-up debut. I did not remember that. This man began his television stand-up debut with us 25 years ago.
Didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Very talented actor. Nobody
Oh, he passed away 2 years ago? Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, Norm Macdonald.
I thought it was last year. This was 2 years ago. Damn, time flies. So we'll probably get in trouble for watching this clip. Let's fast forward.
As a kid, I was like 16, and I remember they warned me. They said, hey, you got to be careful with that LSD on account of you can get a flashback. 10 years can go by, 20 years, 30 years, and a flashback will happen. So I thought, hey, that seems like a good deal. You know, you tell me I buy a drug for $5, I eat it, I get high, and then 20 years later I get high again?
I mean, it doesn't sound too great. I mean, you probably...
That's not the point.
20 years later, you're probably not trying to get high, bro.
The point is this. 10 years have passed, 20 years have passed, 30 years have passed, and no flashbacks. What a jip that turned out to be.
Let's fast forward because sadly we can't just watch this. We have to like see, is there other things? Yeah.
Is
we
there
have to
other
watch different
things,
clips.
dude?
If you watch the same clip, it'll get flagged. But if we skip around, we might actually be able to watch it.
Is there other things, Phil?
What the hell? Here we go.
Hey, for the 9th consecutive year, Nick, JetBlue Airlines ranked first for satisfaction among all North American airlines. But you know what ranked least in satisfaction? 9/11 Airlines. What a terrible name for an airline. It reminds me of that tragedy. Oh, 9/11. Yeah, Oh, don't laugh at 9/11 again. I tried to tell him not to laugh. Adam. I know. I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother.
Jesus. You see what he'll do? So he's making this up. And he says it in a way that's so deadpan, so you can't stop laughing.
Bro, it sounds like it's true, dude.
Not laugh.
Are you sure he's making it up?
That was always what he would do. He would do complete deadpan, and is he being serious or is he full of shit? And you can never tell because he's so deadpan. You don't know what he's saying if it's real or not. So then you start laughing.
What the fuck is deadpan?
And then he'll fucking yell. He'll like, "Ha! Why'd you laugh at that? That's not funny. I'm serious."
You mean
what?
like dry humor?
That's how he was. Especially for a little.
Is that
further.
what he means by deadpan? Dry?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? A lot of guys go, "I like to rape. I don't give a fuck."
Listen to that. We didn't even do anything. See, his humor cannot stand today, right? His humor could not. That was his humor, and people thought it was hilarious back then. The first clip I play, listen to what he just said. You can't say that today. Let's go further forward.
What do you mean? He just said it. He's saying it right now.
A good
You just played
place to
it.
start would be this nation's haunted houses.
I've never asked you this before, and we've been good friends for many years. Okay, I made that up, but...
No. We haven't?
No, we're friends. We're good friends, but I don't know what your... McDonald, is that Irish? Is that Scottish? What's your ethnic background?
My ethnic background is Polish.
Are you really Polish? Wow,
Polish people,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
McDonald, you don't...
Well, my parents changed their names. They had to because of the constant ribbing they'd get for being Polish, you know? And so they changed their name to McDonald. But, you know, it's one of the things that you can, you know, I mean, I get a little upset about it, you know? Because, you know,
all the Polish jokes and
stuff.
stuff.
You can't make jokes about other people, but for some reason you make jokes about Polish people, you know?
Right.
I don't like it.
Right. You shouldn't. That sounds bad, yeah.
I mean, I had an experience, you know. I go in and I order a Polish sausage, you know, from this guy, you know. And so the guy says to me, you must be Polish. And I said, come on, man. I mean, come on. Think about it, what you're saying. You know, I'm trying to knock some sense into this fellow's head, maybe give him a wider world view, you know?
Sure, yeah.
I said, you think because I order a Polish sausage, I'm Polish. I said, what if somebody came in here and ordered French toast? Would you think he was French, you know?
Right.
I mean, what if somebody came in here and ordered a Belgian waffle? Would you consider that guy a Belgian, you know? I mean, if a guy came in and ordered a German bratwurst, would you consider that fellow to be a German fella?
Right.
I said, what if a guy came in and ordered German potato salad? I suppose you'd think he was German too.
You keep going.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, what if a guy...
Wow, you talked to this guy for a while.
Keep going.
I'm telling you, man. With racists, you have to get through
You have to really get it into their head. Right.
I said, if a guy came in and he ordered a Cuban hamburger, are you going to assume he's a Cuban?
Right.
I said, I think it is absolutely ridiculous that just because I come in here, I order a Polish sausage, why would you jump to the fact that I'm Polish?
Right.
And the guy says to me, well, first of all, it's a hardware store.
See, and that's how he was. It was deadpan delivery, always stretched out jokes, and then the fucking punchline would be out of nowhere. You'd be like, "What the?" That's how he was.
What the?
He was a great comedian. I mean, I remember him from Saturday Night Live from the '90s when he was on Saturday Night Live. And he did Weekend Update and stuff like that. That's when I knew Norm, and I saw his Dirty Deeds, the movie in the '90s. Dirty Deeds, him and Artie Lang. Yeah, I remember that too. So, rest in peace to the great Norm Macdonald. All right. It's time to end this part, but we have an hour left. Thank you all for watching. I will see you in the next part. All right. Okay, guys. So, we got to keep going here. Alex from Phoenix re-upped his membership for a month at the ultra level. Thank you so much. He said Norm Macdonald was funny as Pigeon on Mike Tyson's Mysteries. He played a literal talking pigeon. I'm sure he did lots of stuff like that.
I remember that.
Not Dirty Deeds, Dirty Work. That. That's what the name of it was.
That
Dirty
was
Work.
That was weird.
Yes.
That Mike Tyson show?
Someone sent me $1 and says, actually, back in the day, people would leave comments on videos complaining about my risque jokes. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that
no he's not banned.
Complained. I'm saying that overwhelmingly, back then, you're talking 13, 14 years ago on YouTube, things were different. People thought it was funny. I mean, I was popular on YouTube. I was one of the biggest gaming YouTubers for a good 3-year stretch there. I would say probably for like 2011 through 2013-ish.
Oh, Phil.
I was at the top of the crop. Every time I played a new game, my videos were the featured videos on YouTube. I was getting millions of views on my Spider-Man content. Doing that kind of commentary.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen,
it was acceptable back then. Today, it's not. So, okay. So guys, we're gonna hit into part 5. Now, whenever we do part 5, I answer Q&A questions because every week, super members, these are the middle level members of my channel, get to ask some Q&A. So what we're gonna do
he's talking about like 2010, like it's 1960. Like it's okay to be racist. Like people accepted it.
Week, but it is kind of a lightning round
it was 2010,
like
bro.
I go into crazy detail when I answer these questions. So here we go. We got 4 questions this week that we're going to check out. And I'm going to go in the order that they were submitted. So we start with this one. And then we got this one, and this one. Okay.
Hey,
all right, you ready?
All.
Let's do this. By the way, guys, thank you for your support. Last hour, last chance to support the stream. Guys, please support the stream. Either let's hit that members goal of 130. We got 0 members so far today. Or let's hit that tips goal. We're so close. When I do this every week, I only do this once a week. I appreciate those who do support the channel. But
get on
really,
your hands and knees,
on
dude.
Stream, it sucks because that means that I'm not making anything on the videos. So it's kind of
get on your hands and knees, Phil.
I wish that
it hurts.
I could find a way to be more consistent with the React stuff, but really right now it just is a side thing to my gaming. We all know it's the gaming stuff that brings most of the attention. People want diversity. That's why I've been doing the React stuff this year. I like doing it, but please, if you can support this stream, please do. All right, we got an hour left. All right, let's continue. Alrighty, everyone out there. It is time for more DSP versus the Internet for the September 3rd, 2013 episode 29. This is part 5, and at the beginning of part 5, what I like to do is answer member questions. People who are super members of the channel have an opportunity to ask me a question every week, and I go through them and answer them in a lightning round style. This week we had 4 people who asked questions. I'm not going to go too crazy into the detail of the answers because I want more time to react to the videos. But let's see what people had to ask me this week. All right, first of all, we had a question here, very lengthy. I'm going to try to get through it. Ready? Phil, you mentioned it's okay to disagree. Excuse me. It's okay to agree to disagree with someone when it comes to politics as long as there's no hatred and not to dismiss someone just because of political differences. However, while disagreements over pizza toppings or movies might be tolerated by some, the same leniency doesn't usually apply to issues like human rights, racism, and political equality. If someone embraces political policies that uphold systemic racism or votes against trans rights, would it not be a valid choice to disassociate from their standpoint? Suppose I had a transgender brother and a friend of mine voted in favor of a bill aiming to exclude trans individuals from the Fair Housing Act. Would it not be morally reprehensible for me to unfriend them? This is because their vote negatively affects my family and their political stance supports transphobia, even if it is not fueled by hatred. All right. This person is referencing a specific conversation we had several days ago on my podcast. And what it was in regards to, say, if there's a celebrity or an actor who you like, but then you find out later after the fact that their politics aren't in line with what you agree with, does that mean that you should no longer like them? In fact, I remember the specific reference. It was Mark Hamill. Someone had said, I really love Mark Hamill in the Star Wars movies as the voice actor of the Joker in the animated series, but man, I just don't like his politics, and he posts up about them all the time on social media. So does that mean that you should not like Mark Hamill? Well, you probably shouldn't like Mark Hamill as a politician, but you got to learn to separate the art from the artist, right? If someone does something creative that you like, do you necessarily need to know every possible thing about what else that they're doing? I made another comparison. Chick-fil-A. Now, you may not know this, but Chick-fil-A is owned by a bunch of religious people. That's why the business is closed on Sundays, okay? But Chick-fil-A also makes one of the most delicious chicken sandwiches I've ever eaten in my life. So if I don't agree with their religious beliefs, does that mean I can't eat at Chick-fil-A? I have to be in line with their religion to eat their food?
Does it offend
For some people, the answer is actually yes. For some people, the answer is no.
Exactly.
It's a subjective question,
Mhm.
all right? For me, there's plenty of people out there that I don't agree with their politics. I don't agree with their religious beliefs. I don't agree with 90% of the things they say in their real lives. But the moment that they're out there making music or acting or whatever it may be, I'm highly entertained. You can respect the craft, right? Now you make a completely different comparison. You're talking about someone like a friend or in your personal life, a relative. Listen, if those people don't publicly influence you in some way and you are directly affected by the way they're acting, you absolutely have a right to cut them out of your life. That's your prerogative. In your life, you can make those choices. Listen, if you think someone around you is doing toxic things that's bringing you down or people around you down, it's harmful to you, then cut them out of your life. That's the beauty of human life, is you can make choices for yourself.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong
you
with
heard
that.
him. You heard him,
But if
Dents.
you're talking in general, the discussion we
Cut him
were
out of
having,
your life.
which was about like a public celebrity or an actor or a
Be
musician,
brave.
I separate the art from the artist. That's my personal take
Cut
on
out
it.
the
You can disagree.
toxicity from your life.
All right. Next question. Let's suppose someone came up to you and asked, would you like chocolate or vanilla ice cream? And you picked chocolate. Let's examine that decision. Here are the reasons why you picked it. Number 1, you like chocolate more than vanilla. Number 2, past experiences with chocolate, which is the same thing. Number 3, texture of chocolate, which probably could be the same thing. Number 4, advertisements of chocolate, which again could be very directly related. Number 5, a craving for chocolate, which again would be a result of the top 5. And number 6, many more. Literally every reason he just said is the same reason, by the way. Okay. If you examine this list, it's not reasons you chose or you control that influence and determine you to pick chocolate. This would be true for all decisions that you make. Well, okay. So you're saying because I ate something that was chocolate and I ate something that vanilla, I was like, oh, I prefer the chocolate to the vanilla. That wasn't a choice. It's a preference. Okay? Well, you're right. I didn't make my taste buds. I didn't design them. I'm not sure anyone who does. Does anyone actively actually make those kind of choices?
Maybe
in life?
maybe in the
Or is it just
future.
something that you have and then you choose things based on
Genetic
enjoyment
engineering.
level, okay?
You know?
How can you say you have free will if you were determined to pick chocolate?
No, not free will, dude. Please, no free
Because
will
I
talk,
chose
dude.
to eat the chocolate after the fact because I liked it.
How do we always come back to this topic, bro?
I had a choice between chocolate and vanilla. Personally,
Why
I
are
like
they
the flavor
why
of
are they
chocolate
so
more,
obsessed
so I
with
say,
free
I
will?
will
What do you
now
think about
choose
free
the
will,
chocolate
dude?
over the vanilla. We had a choice between the two.
It's
I will pick
an
the
obsession,
one with
dude.
my free will that I like the flavor of more. You guys really make this too easy, really. These people who've been trying to say there's no free will have really been trying to like prove it for months, and they have not gotten anywhere with me because they just don't know how to phrase an argument, basically. Anyway, let's continue. What was the scariest
He's not
experience
exaggerating,
of your
dude. For
life?
months they've been trying.
The scariest
He's not even
experience
lying.
of my entire life. It's a tough question. It's a very tough question. You know, because there were certain things that happened that made me very afraid, health-wise, money-wise, in my life. Like, there's different levels of fear, right? That would create a scare.
Money
For
fear.
example, you know,
Money fear is
a
the
health
worst
scare,
fear,
where
dude.
you might think that something's going wrong, horribly wrong with your body that you can't control. I've been through that.
The fear of being broke,
And it's
dude,
scary
that's
as
worse
shit
than
because
anything,
you don't know
right?
what
That's
you're
worse
gonna-
than death, Phil.
There's levels of escalation.
Being broke,
that you can
you'd rather
determine,
be
so you have
dead.
a test. From that test,
You might
have
as
a
well be dead if
result.
you're broke,
After
right?
that, you have, you know, a determination.
No Hogan's means no life.
Perhaps treatment.
How can there be
All
life
those
without
things
Hogan's?
that come after it? And there's some things you just can't control.
There's
right?
no life after Hogan's.
And that's scary to know that at any point in your life, all of
Yeah.
a sudden something could go wrong that you
Yeah,
never
big
even
ups,
knew
Fred.
was there, or you know, an underlying condition or something you never knew that maybe you are adept at having because of maybe family history or
Bro,
something like that, right? You don't know. It is a scary thing that one day maybe you get diagnosed with cancer, or all of a sudden you find out you have a horrible heart disease, right? You don't know. That's very scary because then your whole, like right now, I'm 41 years old.
Why
I'd
even
like
think
to
about
I've
that,
got a
dude?
good, at least
Dude.
20, 30 years left in my life, right? At least
20
And then maybe
that's
then
it? 20
you start worrying
years?
about the end of your life cycle. But who knows?
That's all you got,
I could
Phil?
wake up tomorrow
That's all you got
with
left,
some
20?
Crazy pain, have to go to the hospital, and they do a
That's it?
biopsy, and they find out I got cancer, and that would be awful, right?
Dude,
That's
who sits around and
scary
thinks about shit like that?
For sure, right?
Bro, who sits around and
You
thinks
know,
like,
or you know, equally.
oh my
scary
God, I
would
might
be
get
my
cancer?
wife,
Like,
that something like that happened to my wife.
dude,
Maybe
why?
to my
Why
parents. My
even think
parents
it?
are not in good health.
Why even think that?
They are getting up there to the point where I know soon something's going to happen. I just know it, and that's scary too. To know that eventually.
Is he
I'm gonna
prepping
lose
to
them
tell us he
at
has
some
like
point. It's
a
just
brain
going to
tumor,
happen,
dude?
You know, That's scary.
And he needs like $10 million to fix it.
When you're in a situation where you don't see a way out of a situation you're stuck in. You know, I was in that situation with the amount of debt that I had, and it was to the point where, like, the only way I could even make a payment was to borrow from something else to pay the payment for something I already owe. And then, you know, coming to a stream to tell you guys that I'm in a situation where I can't pay my bills this week and I really need your help.
That's like a pyramid scheme, Phil.
It really was.
It sounds like a pyramid scheme.
I'm in that situation anymore.
You're borrowing from another place to pay someone else, dude. That's weird,
that was
bro.
terrifying. You know, now if you want to talk about direct terrifying
and then you're
fear,
borrowing from other people to pay that.
Probably the 2 car accidents that I was in, the one in high school where my car was totaled and I likely should have died, but I somehow, by a miracle, survived it. Or there was the time when I was driving home from a Street Fighter tournament in crazy snow and ice, and my car lost control, and there was no way to control it, and it just went right off the road. And at that point, I was like, moving the wheel literally does nothing. My life is in the hands of fate, right? You know, there's crazy moments, but I would say any of those could be, you know, scary moments for me. That were some of the scariest things that ever happened to me.
Yeah, it's definitely a DoorDash night.
Okay. One final question. All right. I want to ask a follow-up question about the video you did with Indian scammers pretending to be with the Department of Education and Federal Student Loan here in the USA. The video revealed many of them actually legitimately are getting hired by contractors on behalf of the U.S. government, and they get commission based on how many people answer them. What do you think people should do to hold the government accountable for allowing information and government duties to be outsourced to unscrupulous companies? What should be done to stop them? I have no idea. I don't know the law. I don't know to what extent the law could be utilized to stop it. I mean, obviously, we all watched that video together and we disagree with it. It was literally a scam. You were being scammed into thinking you were going to make money or something else, you know, a benefit to you. That was never going to happen. It was complete bullshit. It was meant to fool the person answering because they thought they were going to get some kind of big personal gain out of that, right? But yeah, like, I can't answer that because I don't have the information in front of me. If I knew, oh, this is illegal, this isn't, this is illegal, this is, you know, it shouldn't happen at all, but if there's no laws against it, then I guess there's nothing can be done besides campaigning against it, protesting against it, and hoping that someone in government would make it illegal, right? But I think you're asking me the wrong person. I'm just a dude. I'm just a content creator and streamer on the internet. I don't have the means to answer that kind of question.
I'm just a regular guy, dude.
All right, ladies and gents, now that we're 10 minutes down, let's get more into reacting to clips. Let's see what people have nominated. Here we go.
And there's the water cooler, and here's your desk.
This is Mad TV, I can see it right now.
No problemo.
I recognize the
everybody,
actors.
This is Ted Baker. Ted, this is the accounting team. That's Chloe, Kelly, Jenna, Renee, and Steve. Hey. Hi. Hey, everybody. If anybody needs me, I'll be asleep in the storage closet.
It's supposed to be a sexual harassment skit. Now, I am going to have to pause and unpause. It's the only way I get to watch it.
What?
I can't watch it straight
Dude.
because since this is a clip from a show, likely it's going to get claimed. So I have to keep pausing and unpausing. It's 4 minutes long.
It doesn't help,
pretty
dude.
arduous. Again, I have to say, you got to be careful about what you nominate. Something like this likely is going to be way harder for me to watch because I can't just watch it straight. It's going to get problems with claiming and everything. Okay?
Oh my God, what a cute baby!
Oh, thank you. That's my little Emma. She's 3.5 months. She's a lot bigger now.
Oh, what a cutie. Well, do you have any other pictures?
As a matter of fact, I do.
What a good dad.
Let's see. Here's a good one.
Oh my gosh, what a little munchkin!
Yeah, he's a content claim evasion. Like what?
I can't
Oh, what
see
are you?
it. Oh, what's so...
You think that works too?
That's so...
What an asshole.
You think you can trick a robot made by Google, dude?
You just hold it still.
Sorry.
I'm getting dizzy. Oh, that is so...
Phil's smarter than Google AI, dude.
Very cute. She's very cute.
Thank you.
Thank you for
He's big.
showing me
He's
your
a big
pictures.
brain.
Thank you for the show. I mean, thank you.
No. Okay. Okay. I get it. Oh, let me see.
Oh,
So today, probably already be fired.
Yeah, I would get mad too.
He just started his new job. He'd already be fired, thrown out the door.
If I paid for a fucking clip
right?
to be watching.
I mean, obviously,
he's
he's supposed to be a disgusting perv that's doing this. That's supposed to be the funny part, is that he's trying to get away with pervy actions at his new job, right? We'll split it here for
dude, what's up with all these submissions, dude? They're all like suspect.
Okay.
Sure. Oh, look at the little bugaboo. I have 3 at home myself.
These are all suspect.
So
what are the names?
What the hell's he doing? Look.
Let's see. Kiyamaya, Lalafonda, and Bill.
They grow up so fast. She's
Phil?
so much bigger now than.
Did she say Phil? Oh, he touched her.
I'm sorry.
He sexually assaulted her, Phil.
Must have got caught up in my watch band.
Is that funny?
Did you have a watch?
Oh, he's laughing. He's laughing. He's laughing. Yeah. That's funny, Phil.
I gotta go.
Did you get caught at the end? Oh, yeah.
Did he get caught at the end? Did he skip it?
Mr. Baker, I'm Harry McNabb from Human Resources. Now we've
Yo,
been
the
getting some
90s
complaints about your pictures.
were great, dude.
Why? They're just baby pictures.
I miss the
Let me
90s.
see them pictures.
Sure.
Is this 90s?
That's my daughter Emma.
No,
Crash.
I mean show them to me like you showed everybody else. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's how Mama liked it, right? That's my
See, so this is supposed to be dark humor. It's supposed to be
dark humor.
So the pervert,
dark side humor, dude,
then gets it given back to him, and now he doesn't like it. It's supposed to be like poetic justice, right? But today, no one would find that funny. They would find this equally offensive. So it's like, so the sexual harasser then gets sexually harassed himself, right? So that's not funny. Again, this was the 90s, right? Mad TV? I'm trying to remember. This was along the same time as SNL in the 90s, if I remember correctly. So again, they thought that this was funny back then. But now today, good luck getting any humor like that on anything, right? They'd be like, oh my God, this is insanely over the top, offensive stuff. You cannot do this anymore, right? Yeah. But back then, people thought this was hilarious. Genuinely hilarious skit, right? Greenlit to be on major TV.
Yeah, it is pretty funny when you watch back some shit.
Oh, yeah, that's realistic. Oh, that really happened. That's totally not.
I was rewatching Miss Doubtfire.
The fake.
Oh, come on, bro. Really? You gonna shoot at me right now?
Yes. It's totally legit. Right.
We had retaliation for a complete accident in the first inning of this Cubs-Cardinals game. This breakdown is brought to you by DraftKings. Michaelis pitching to Hap. Contreras is the catcher. We have a 2-0 count, swing, and
that's what you
backswing
get,
hits
brother.
Contreras right in the head.
I always wondered about that, because I've never actually seen that happen before. But you got to think, in baseball, sometimes that just happens, and it's not intentional. Sure, why on earth would you want to do that for real? Like, that's a mistake. Dude, that's got to be bad, because they're swinging fast. Oh, shit.
Hap and Contreras were teammates for 6 years. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to see
that.
Oh,
He's bleeding.
And there's blood off the side of his head. And Hap sees that. He says, my bad, man. And then he sees the blood. He says, oh, shit. I don't like that.
Damn.
The trainer comes out. It's dripping into his hand. All reports say Contreras wanted to stay in the game. Hap said he felt awful afterwards. No one wants to see that happen. Michaelis comes up and says, don't worry, Willie. I gotcha. I gotcha. Stares at the Cubs dugout. I gotcha. Long backswing from Contreras. That hits him right in the head. This happens to him
man.
A decent amount. Catcher's interference are also happening a ton. Catchers are just getting a little closer. Batters are getting a little further away, trying to steal strikes, and fastballs being faster, and it just gets him in an awkward spot of the helmet, I guess.
Yeah, it's just completely inadvertent. It's bad luck where it hit. So what's the retaliation he does? Let's see.
Misses him. Yeah. Next pitch, a little lower.
Oh my God, right in the ass.
Tush, and Hap takes his base and says, well, he did tell Willie he was going to get him his back, and I was standing right next to him, so that makes sense. I heard him. Now, the umpires are going to get together, and he says, well, you know, they hit him with the first one, and that was probably intentional, so they eject him right away.
No, wow.
Says, how do you toss me? How do you toss me? And the umpire says, well, we think that was intentional. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You just told him you were going to do it.
My hands are slippery. He hits our catcher, and it's an accident. I throw a ball inside, it slips, and it's my fault? That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. No, unacceptable.
He sounds like Phil.
He's going to get him.
He sounds like Phil, dude.
Unacceptable. That is unacceptable.
Keep saying it.
That sounds just like Phil, dude.
That is unacceptable.
And it's my fault?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, it's Phil. It's Phil.
My hands were slippery. Dog ate my homework.
The dog ate my homework.
It's literally Phil, dude.
How I do the... Alright, it's good. That feel odd.
Oh my god.
I don't feel right.
That sounded just like what he would say.
Pull out my menu, like what? Oh, okay. I think I remember how to do that one move. Okay, so I just do L1, R1, and then square and X. Oh no, that ain't it.
What the hell is that?
That's not it. Oh my god. All right, let me just try to fight him, see if I can just figure it out on the fly. Oh, that one terrible. Okay, let me try that one more time. Damn, how do I roll? I don't know.
Slapped around.
Can't get past this one dude. All right, come on. Oh, God.
He just stands there and slaps him down.
Bro, what are you doing? I'm getting real sick of you making me look stupid. Press the right buttons, bro. How'd you get this far? I'm sorry, man. I just haven't played this game in a little while. Oh, okay, so you ain't been playing the game. That's what it is. Okay, so what made you stop playing the game? I mean, life just been kind of crazy, man. I've been trying to play, but So you telling me that I gotta get my ass beat because you're irresponsible and you don't know how to schedule some time to just play the game casually? I'm sorry, man. Life is hard. Life is hard? Yo, life is not hard. I'm the one sitting here gotta fight ninjas and samurais. Whoever this dude is, all you gotta do is press buttons. All you gotta do is press buttons. You can't even do that. Man, I was just trying to have some fun.
This is Sylvanas. Nah, this one's not my favorite. This one's just okay. I like some of his other stuff better than this. So I think, nah. Alright, let's go on to the next video. Not really digging that one.
I buy some video game. You have some classics? Maniculture, I see. Yep, it's right over there. Nice. I take a...
Super Mega Sun 4 with extra cartridge. Look at that kid. Look at the kid. In the sunglasses, shoot a gun. Woohoo! Play video games, yeah! Oh my god.
Is he flying in space? He's just really enjoying the game. He's not even holding the control.
No.
Never mind, you have a Xbox 360? Yes, bro, I actually got one of these, I don't. Thank you, I take one of the...
The PX 3600. So it looks like a hybrid. Oh my god. It's like a hybrid between the original Xbox and a PlayStation 2. That's exactly what that's supposed to be. And the controller looks like a Batarang. Right? Look at that.
Is it me or does that say PX 3600? And it's 10 times the price. It even comes with controller vibration. Vibration's not new. My vacuum cleaner has built-in vibration, huh? You know what? Never mind. Just sell me a ordinary plain PlayStation, okay? You want the plain, the normal one? Got it. Okay, it's right over there. Good.
Polystation. The Poly Machine. It's just not a game anymore. Built in. Like, oh my god, does that say built in like 1 million in one games? I think it does say that. The machine, the games, the controller. What's funny is the box almost looks like a Nintendo 64 box, right? It does. And you could tell those controllers are just like a plastic shell with like barely functional buttons on it. Look at that. Ugh. I wonder what games it has. It's probably just an emulation box, right? That's probably what it is.
Polystation! Sony did an upgrade. No, I'm pretty sure Sony didn't make a Polystation 5 forget about the console. I buy some games. You got the Spider-Man game? Yeah, we got Amazing Rope Hero Spider game. Did you just have a cramp? I said Spider-Man. Oh yeah, we got Amazing Rope Police.
Rope Police.
Call 911 because of rope. You don't have the most famous superhero. No, totally. We got Grand Spider Hero.
Dollar store Uncle Roger, dude. Great value, Uncle Roger.
Denmark. Well, this one's actually available on the biggest console, Sony.
Phony.
Phony. They're becoming self-aware. Okay, you must have Grand Theft Auto. Come on, dude. Yeah, we got Gangster War Mafia. Did you just have another cramp? I said GTA. Oh right, we got Real Gangster Mafia Vice Town. Vice Town. What's that?
How many are there?
Village. Oh, are you looking for Gangster Town?
The best part is they're all mobile games. You notice that? All the knockoffs are always mobile games. You would never see like a knockoff on a console, but on the there's no checks or anything on this shit. This even uses the same font as Grand Theft Auto. It even has similar art style to look like a Grand Theft Auto game. Oh my god.
Auto 5? There's 5 of these? Yeah, these also come with our Xbox deal. Also, you have Xbox?
No, there it is. That, you know what? Surprisingly, that does look like the original Xbox. Does it not? That looks very similar to the original Xbox. The difference is that it has a PlayStation controller. But it does, and it has, wait, look at that gun. That looks real. It looks like a real handgun.
Extreme box. Listen, forget. I buy a racing game, then I go. Okay. Yep. We got Need to Drift.
Need to Drift.
Oh, hell no, the racing game. Oh, you mean Need for Driver? For Will to Live. Or are you looking for the classic one, the simple classic one? Driving. We're doing a special that actually comes with a free console.
Advance boy, and a gun. Because you need that.
Boy, I will send you to Jesus.
Oh, is that it?
This video is brought to you by...
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was it. Now we're into paid promotion. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was pretty good, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching DSP versus the Internet. We're now heading into the finale. If you're someone who enjoys this show every week and you watch it, and you like the content, and you want to see it continue, and you want to support it, please become a channel member today. Then you can be one of the people who get to nominate these videos for next week's show. Every Sunday we do this, all right? Thank you all. I really enjoyed it so far. Last part coming up, the big finale. See you then. Okay. All right, guys. So, yes, last chance. If you'd like to support the ReeAcked content, and again, I would really appreciate it if we could either hit our members goal or the tips goal for today. Just one of those. I'd be ecstatic and say, wow, we actually were successful today. I am sad that these streams have gotten very slow for support. So it'd be great if you could support in some way. All right. Now, aside of that, I did receive a $1.25 tip.
$1?
From Spawn Killer. It says, I sent in a Howard Stern clip. Can you watch it? No. If it's from the official Howard Stern channel, no. No. If it's a reclip that someone like edited and did commentary over and made it that it's fair use, then yes. But I tell you right now, Howard Stern shit, like I remember back when I used to watch the Howard Stern show, or excuse me, listen to the Howard Stern show, Howard would complain that people ripped his show from the on-demand TV services and actually uploaded it to YouTube. So anyone, that shit gets claimed like this, like instant claim and block. So no, but sadly we can't do Howard Stern stuff unless again it's an excerpt or an edited thing that it's a portion and then it's okay for fair use. We can't watch the raw video. It would never be allowed. Okay? All right, I also got a $2 tip from Adam. Thank you very much, Adam, for a $2 tip. I appreciate that. So guys, we are now up to $40. We are 10 away from hitting the goal, which would make me very happy if we did.
Sucking up dollar bills.
In the next half hour as we watch the final part.
He's sucking
also,
up dollar bills.
I do want to give a shout out to Alex from Phoenix who re-upped his membership at the ultra level. Oh, I already read that. That was about how he played a pigeon on some Mike Tyson show. Okay. Derek says, I hope US versus UK snacks and Gordon Ramsay video made the playlist. I know the Gordon Ramsay one did. US versus UK snacks. Did we do that? I'm trying to remember. I'm sure it probably did. I don't remember not putting that one in, so. Jay says he played 12 hours to see his stars, really loving it. He's sure I'll love it if I end up playing it. Well, thank you for the recommendation. Okay. All right, are we ready for the finale? Here we go. Again, last chance to support if you could. At least hitting one of these goals would be really great. Okay, let's continue.
Level 3.
Alrighty, everyone. It is time for the finale of DSP versus the Internet, episode 29 for September 3rd, 2023. The live audience, you guys have been great. Thanks for chilling with me today. I also obviously want to give a special shout out thanks to all the members who supported this channel this week and nominated all these videos. Now, next week, quick reminder, please, no videos flagged for kids, no videos flagged adults only, and no videos that are taken straight from like a television show or broadcast network. Those are going to be problems. But outside of that, I really enjoyed the variety, and let's continue and see what's in the final video. Here we go.
Cyclops.
If I don't want to step on the scale at the doctor's, I say, oh, I don't want to be weighed today.
What you need to understand is that weight is a vital sign. We need it. It is so important. You can't even understand how important knowing your weight can be to a very serious medical condition. I can't tell you how many times a month I go into the chart, specifically look for a change in weight, and get frustrated that it's not there. Either the patient refused, or more likely my nurse got busy. I'm sorry that you don't feel good about yourself, that you're self-conscious about your weight. I understand that society puts so much importance on looks and things like that. But when you're at the doctor's office, you don't care. That's not why you're there. We're there to help you with your health.
That's right.
And your vital signs, blood pressure, heart rate, and changes in weight over time, long-term, short-term. These are things that are vital and important. I respect patients. I understand that not every patient has the same beliefs and core values. I also respect that not every problem a patient has, they want to have fixed. For instance, I talk about smoking, but I don't push the issue. If the patient's not ready, I don't harp on them. If I know they drink too much, they know I know it, and I talk to them a little bit, but again, I don't browbeat them, because that closes communication. I understand when patients struggle with weight, and if they don't want to address it, that's fine. But when they say, I don't really want to be weighed today, I say, well, that's okay. Come back when you do.
This restaurant is suing a customer for tipping $3,000.
All right, hold on. So my comment on that, I'm sorry, I completely agree with the doctor. The doctor's job is to diagnose you.
I don't know if Banning Kirk can even save his tips now.
Or to give you an update on your health. All right? If you go to the doctor and there's something wrong with you and you won't let them weigh you, then you might as well not go to the doctor. Because it could definitely be related. There's so many diseases related to weight. So many. And if you won't let them weigh you, then why did you go? Just stay home and hope for the best. If you don't want to,
they're fat phobic, yo.
Could possibly be causing the
all those doctors are fat phobic.
Then don't go to the doctor. Let the doctor be open for people who are open to actual medical advice. If you don't want medical advice, why are you wasting everyone's time, right?
Because they're fat.
Sorry, I agree with the doctor there 1,000,000%. I think that he's dead on correct. That it's the doctor's job to tell you what's going on with your health. And if you're going to ignore facts, then why are you there? Self-diagnose yourself at home and leave us all alone, and that way you don't waste everyone's time.
Who's bothering you? What do you mean us? Who's us?
So a man went inside this restaurant to eat and ordered food. His bill came out to $13.
Okay.
But when the waitress came to give him the receipt so he could pay, he deceived the waitress by leaving a $3,000 tip. The restaurant and his waiter even took pictures of the receipt where he wrote $3,000 as a tip. He also wrote tips for Jesus, which apparently is some trend of people giving back in forms of tips.
Ran his card, everything went through properly, and they took his ID and took pictures of everything. So they waited a little bit to make sure that it was.
So what happened?
Went through and then ended up being real.
But after getting the waiter excited and making her day, not even hours after the man left, he called his.
There's no guns in this whole building.
He even sent the restaurant a letter in the mail telling them he's disputing the charge and he wants his money back. And to make matters worse, the restaurant had paid the waiter the tip the man left. Because of this, the restaurant is suing the man, saying we've already paid the waiter and it's unfair for her. He should have not left a tip if he couldn't afford to pay it.
Would you rather have $500,000?
So, I mean, that's fucked up.
There's nothing.
I mean, that guy had an agenda, correct?
Dude, nothing's
literally, that's an agenda. He's going there to cause problems. He wanted to get immediate pleasure out of making people happy, and did not give two shits.
There's nothing
about taking that away later.
Oh,
that guy's a scumbag.
Yet.
So, I mean, yeah, it sucks because I guess my question is, why on earth would the credit card company have entertained that? That's my real question. Because, again, I've told you guys the story that years ago, I had an issue with a purchase I made on a credit card. I disputed it. They launched an investigation.
Yeah.
After the investigation, ended, they essentially said, well, we can't side with you because there's no evidence of what you're saying. If you remember, so I bought a bunch of furniture when I first moved here. I still have the receipts downstairs. I had them. I found them, and I had all evidence of this. So I was quoted a certain number of, a bill that I was going to have to pay. This is what it's going to be for everything. So that was for my love seat for this office, for my dining set downstairs, and for my couch. So here's your entire price of what you're going to have to be paid. They charged it to my credit card. Then a month and a half later, I got an additional like $700, $800 charge to my credit card. And I said, what the hell is this?
Heard this
now
before.
We're charging you for the love seat because now it's in stock. Wait a minute. No. You quoted me a price. I agreed to it, and you charged me for it on the day I was there at the store. There was no agreement you were going to charge me a month and a half later for this piece of furniture. So what on earth do you think you're doing? I filed a dispute with the credit card company, and they looked into it and essentially said, well, technically, there's no contract you signed that said that was the final purchase price. What you did is you signed a credit card receipt for the charge, but there's nothing to prove that they said that this was going to be like a package price. So you kind of got screwed there. And they didn't grant it. They declined my dispute charge, and I had to pay it. Okay? So this guy, this is what gets me.
Yeah,
he goes there.
He scammed the credit card companies.
There's actual evidence that he was at the restaurant. There's photos that he was there. He paid. He signed the $3,000 tip. He autographed the fucking credit card receipt. How can he charge that back? The credit card company should say, well, we have to investigate, and they should look into it, and they should see there's a physical receipt. There's pictures, there's evidence he did all of this, and it should be stopped. Why did they give it back? That makes no sense to me whatsoever. That's a piece of shit credit card company. That anyone could just lie and get their money back? I didn't get that. So why did they get that, right? That's pretty ridiculous. I don't know.
Why did they get that?
I don't think that should have happened. I don't see how it happened legally. Oh, God. If this is a fucking Jay-Z thing, we're skipping it.
Today or...
No, fuck you.
If your cats are not vegan, you're paying for animal
because he has
abuse.
money and shit.
And that's wrong. The fish on this package had a right to live.
Well, guys, it's a brand new day, and...
I'm not even going to watch this clip. No. Thank you for the submission.
Why?
I'm not wasting my time on that idiot.
Dude.
I can't.
Hey, that's
I have way more important things to do in my life than watch that clip of that fucking moron.
Scammed again,
Let's continue.
Dude. Scammed again.
Does it feel like there are bullets going through your brain? Do you want to take your head off?
Scammed again.
Until the pain goes away. If you are suffering from tension headaches, you are not the only one. Our friend, the Sunshine, has asked for a natural method for this.
See, I don't know the difference between kinds of headaches. I don't. Usually when I get a headache, and it's usually in the same spot. It's usually like right here above my eye, and it feels like it's right here, and there's always like a pressure buildup in my head. It feels like brain swelling, and it hurts bad.
What?
And usually if I hydrate, and if I take something like Advil or Tylenol or something, it'll go away. But that's usually the headache I get. I've had other headaches in my life, but that's typically where I would get a headache. So I don't know the difference between like a standard headache, a tension headache, a migraine headache. I never really
swelling?
got that.
That's not good.
Imagine how relaxed you will feel without the pain. Let's get started.
Massage both hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Massage the side of your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Yeah, there's snitches everywhere.
4, 5. Front of your head. 1, 2, 3.
He is scoped for this.
5. 1, 2.
No.
3, 4.
Okay.
5. Back of your head. 1.
Okay.
2, 3, 4.
This is getting pretty intense.
Strong enough so that you feel the friction.
3, 4, 5. Both hands tap onto your head. 1, 2, 3.
I think I'm getting a headache doing this, actually. I was fine before, but now my head is starting to hurt.
This is normal.
3.
4, it hurts.
5. Left hand onto the right side of the head and stretch to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right hand.
Does anyone actually think
to the
this is
left
working or
side
doing
of the head
anything?
and stretch
To be
to the
honest
right.
here.
1,
All right,
2,
enough of this.
3, 4.
Enough of this
Hold
bullshit.
Your hands firmly against your head. 2.
Okay, on to the next video.
So I'm cranking it everywhere now. I'm cranking it in the bedroom. I'm cranking it on the toilet.
Oh no, look who it
I'm even
is. It's our
cranking it
buddy.
in public.
Brutal Moose, the Game Boy with a crank. Oh, I know what this is. There was that thing they sold earlier this year, right? And you had to like pre-order it to get it or whatever, and it sold out. It's like a portable game device, but you can crank it to power it or something like that, right? Yeah, here it is. Look.
So yeah, I'd say that I do like the Playdate and that I'm a huge fan of its unique side crank that allows you to control games by cranking it to and fro. I'm glad you asked, actually. And if you put that stupid phone down for a second, I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you about the console, about the games, but you gotta put it away. Put it away, listen to me, or I will ruin this date. I swear to God, I will shit my shorts, and everyone's gonna smell it. The Playdate is a gaming console that was first announced back in 2019 and then released in 2022. The console is a little shorter than 3 inches long on each side, and it's 12 Dave & Buster's credit cards
12 Dave & Buster's
credit cards.
Why does he have 12 Dave & Buster's
how
credit
small
cards?
this thing is. And now I'll get a grasp of it myself so that you can see how it fits in my nimbly fingered pasty
Itty-bitty
whites.
Game Boy.
Some older handheld consoles are too small and unwieldy for my bony sausages to grip comfortably, but the Playdate feels good. The body of the console has these crisp corners on
So what does it play? By the way, guys, please stop fucking spamming. All of you. I mean, every single person spamming in the chat, just stop right now.
What do you mean
I don't want to see
spam?
one
Who's
more
spam?
message like that. Thank you, Sambuca, for the membership. I appreciate that.
What are they spamming?
Whitewater Wipeout.
Start with 2 games. Whitewater Wipeout
Have a great
and
weekend.
Casual Birder.
Casual Birder?
Alright, so this game uses the crank almost exclusively.
What the heck?
Kind of
Look
just
at
point
this.
him where he's supposed to go.
This
You
is
wanna go down
weird.
the wave, back up the wave, do a little. Oh, there we go.
What the heck kind of game is that?
Oh,
Fudged.
This one kind of reminds me of what was that paper airplane? No, the helicopter game. Remember the helicopter game?
No, this reminds me of
It's a lot harder than the
California
helicopter game.
games.
Crank that.
They had a
thing.
surfing game just like this in California games back in the day in
Crank
the
for
80s.
the fun time. Sleepy and
salty enough.
I figured this out at some point. I think the secret is just getting the stick. The secret is putting the.
All right, what else do we got? Casual Birder. What the hell? Look at the face. What the hell? This is real, huh? He's singing
this
to
game's
it.
really good. Really love the music in this one. Well, kid, here we are. Your new digs. I already moved your stuff in, so you're all set. You're a pretty kid. Well, I mean, do you even know anything about bird photography? You just point a camera at the bird. It can't be that hard.
What the fuck? Black Body Booby.
They're not even from Birdtown. To Bahuth, they can be a nuisance, but Idika, whoa, you got 'em. Nice work, boy.
You're a pretty kid.
A lot of talking. A lot of.
It's kind of disturbing. Like the game looks like it could be pretty interesting, and at the same time, it looks like it could be incredibly disturbing, right? It's like a weird mix. Okay. All right, let's keep going. What else is on this thing? Pick, pack, pop? What the fuck?
Here, they turn into a little box, and then once you've got all the matches on screen,
It's a puzzle game.
You ship them away.
It's a puzzle game.
Nice. This one's really fun.
So this thing is completely unique. It doesn't have any games that Nintendo had ever put out before. It's all unique games. Executive Golf. What else? Zipper.
Ooh, this one's easy to learn the rules of, and just really hard to do.
So you zip in a line.
Okay, is
you're
it
trying to slash
conveying
people
to
in
you
a line
guys
or
that the
something?
crank is showing how the turn is going to play out? Maybe the strategy is to take, like, really short steps.
A samurai
troll submission?
game. Oh, it's not by Nintendo? I thought it was.
There we go.
Oh, this is not? Oh, I totally thought this was a Nintendo product. It's not, I'm being told. Oh, okay. Flipper Lifter. Demon Quest 85? What?
But I don't think I would play it very much alone. I'm not a very good reader. Sleepy, I mean, so I kind of need the audience there to remind me what is happening. So far, I think Demon Quest has been the best Season 1 game. At least.
So it's also going to have seasonal content? It's kind of interesting. It's pretty unique, huh? It has all these different kinds of games, and they're all completely unique, original games. Right? A Celeste demake. It actually has Celeste in there. P-Racing. Look, that's a racing game. That's fascinating. It was expensive, though, was it not? Wasn't this thing, like, pricey? And that's why I wasn't even considering getting it. I heard it was, like, pretty pricey.
Sorry, wrong person. No way.
All right, why are there so many Tic Tacs?
TikTok?
Why are there so many Tic Tacs? Tic Tacs! I call them Tic Tacs. There's so many TikToks, I can't even call them the right thing. I think we've seen too many TikToks. Enough with the TikToks for now. I've had enough. Oh shit, it's Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger Boundary Break? Oh, this is fascinating. I love Boundary Break.
Hey, what's going on, you radical dream?
So let's fast forward and see what they can find here off boundaries. Let's see.
And there's no codes to implant characters into the game. But I found a way, and no, none of the other characters have anything to do with the scene if you put them in your party. However, these two characters do show up if you have them there. So now that we have more pieces of the puzzle, it's time to put it together. Ayla shocking the man, Marl laughing, Luca interacting with the new. Now after playing through the game and getting every single ending for this episode, I figured out what this actually belongs to. See, what's actually happening here is that when you step on this tile, it's triggering a specific room to a specific cutscene to a specific ending of the game. This cutscene belongs to the ending, What the Prophet Seeks. And as you can see here in this clip, it's nearly identical. Now why there is an exit tile to trigger this in the first place, I'll never know. The game's actually fairly clean and you can very rarely find other parts of the game that also have random tiles that you can step on and activate things. But at least the theories about what the scene belongs to can finally be put to rest.
So you found a way to trigger one of the optional endings. You saw that? Whoa, what's this?
It's for the outer ring effect when you see the portal. Yeah, that extremely negligible part of the portal is pulled out by an elaborate moving background. So I thought this was kind of neat. The gate key that Luca uses is actually stored in the upper left-hand corner of this screen. Now, before you guys go off on some wild fan theories about why it has to be there, consider this wild fan theory. In a lot of games, whether it's 2D or 3D, and even in Chrono Trigger itself, oftentimes characters are stored off-screen, ready to be queued in for a story scene. And I believe since Luca pulls out the gate key on this...
So that's where it comes from. They have it go from off-screen to her hand. That's interesting. I want to see, none of this looks too fascinating. I'm looking for like stuff I don't recognize or something new.
I did not suspend my disbelief here, and I was wrong to do so. See how this grating looks like it has all sorts of gadgets and gizmos underneath it?
Right.
Well, as it turns out, if you remove the layer on top of it, there really is gadgets and gizmos and pipes underneath this grating. Personally, I would have never guessed. Here at the end of time, you can see good old Gasper sleeping against a light post, and something I found a tad odd is that you can actually remove the light post that Gasper leans against. Or you can remove Gasper himself and find that the end of time actually has an open space for objects to be placed on top of. Now, putting Gasper on the sprite layer makes a ton of sense, but honestly caught off guard by the light post. Speaking of little objects and layers, one of the best things about Chrono Trigger is that they dedicate an entire layer for knickknacks. With a push of a button, you can vacate an entire home or building of all of its possessions, and this was done so that the developers could personalize every single building in the game. What objects and how those objects are placed are completely at the discretion of the developers by not having any of these objects automatic.
That's kind of interesting. Sorry guys, it seems like we got trolling at the end. We had like no trolling all day, and now we have morons at the end. What do you mean? It's so stupid. I don't know where these people came from. It's probably the same person with their 100 stupid stock accounts or whatever, right? What I'm curious about is there anything that we just don't know about the game that was discovered when they were boundary breaking?
Now, normally you cannot touch that red dot in the sky because that red dot is supposed to represent Lavos, not a magic tab or anything else you'd find that's usually a little glittery sparkle on the ground. But what's funny is if we break the boundaries and walk up to said little Lavos glitter spot, you can interact with it in a small way. The game doesn't know what to do once you touch said glitter spot, and so instead, it just turns into a glitchy mess.
Oops,
the prehistoric era is a little bit strange compared to the other eras of the game. See, in other eras, removing a certain layer will just take away buildings and other key objects on the map, or just reveal a set piece to be used later in the game. However, the prehistoric era has a massive land in the upper left-hand corner of the map that's never used and never seen. And also, every place that there's supposed to be ocean is replaced with dry land once you remove the layer. Again, this is not something that's typical in any other era of the game. And just so you get a good perspective, I'm going to do a little bit of a zoom out for you.
So that's very weird. The upper left-hand portion of the map, you never... There's an extra area.
Yeah, some of the stuff that's always bugged me about the floating continent Kingdom of Zeal, there's stuff on other floating islands that you're not allowed to get to. Like, for example, this entire building over here, which apparently you can't go into. And of course, the Prism Pyramid that shows up in the later eras of the game, which you also can't visit. But I also just wanted to see what happens to the waterfalls. Like, where does it end? And it ends like right off the screen. Cool. All right, gotcha. But is there anything else to see on the screen? Not really. Although there is one little funny thing, and that's when you reach the bottom of the map, your allies suddenly get confused about what's the closest route to your character. And so instead of following you down off the side of the map, they start traveling up to meet you at the top.
What the heck? Look at that. That's weird.
So with the ability to walk through walls and also remove layers, I found out that there is a doorway here that's never used. In both of the secret rooms in the Kingdom of Zeal, both rooms have a wall texture that laps over what was supposed to be a doorway, and it's further evidenced by the fact that above this blank black space is an overhead. Now, any other texture on this wall, Chrono and his gang would walk over it, but because this is supposed to be an overhang...
And they never did anything with it. What I want to show, they showed the future, like a future area. Is this it? I think this is it. This is the future that never happens because Lavos destroys it. That's what I want to see.
To the scene. And if you slow it down, you can see that it reads Miss 89. Oh, guess where I am? How can I do a Boundary Break episode on Chrono Trigger and not talk about 1999 AD?
Right.
And for some reason, 80s and 90s films really thought that the apocalypse was going to happen a lot sooner than, well, it actually did. Or will. Getting grim. Anyways, right now we are walking on the map for 1999 AD, and you can see everything.
So this is only shown in a cutscene of Chrono Trigger. It's when Lavos comes out of the ground and destroys everything in 1999, which then creates the dystopian future of 2300. So it's kind of neat because you can't do anything on it, but he found a way to access it.
What this area had to offer. And now it's not a full map, that's why you're seeing so much green here. You're actually looking at nothingness. That is Chrono Trigger's void.
Yeah.
With that being said, there's still a lot to look at. Now, are there any access points that allow you to actually go inside these buildings? No, absolutely not.
Look how
it would
big
have just
that
been a
city
huge waste
is.
of time
That's
for the
cool.
developers. Still, it's incredible that we can be walking
Look
in
at
this
that,
area
it's
right
huge.
now. To a small extent, it's like fulfilling a childhood dream.
Yeah.
And before we take off of this area, I figured we could do a zoom out to give you guys a much better idea of the entire area of the map.
Oh, I was too. Look at that. That's neat. If only there was actually something you could do in that time
So
period.
I realized that this is Chrono Cross and not Chrono Trigger, but I'm never going to be able to boundary break Chrono Cross. It's just not going to happen. And I figure I have one opportunity to show you guys something Chrono Trigger related that I've always wanted to see, and it means a lot to me, and so I share it with all of you. In Chrono Cross, you do get to meet Chrono, Marl, and Luca, but it's old PlayStation 1 graphics with tons of aliasing and locked cameras, so you can't see anything other than a blotch that resembles Chrono, Luca, and Marl. Well, I'm wicked happy to report that deep within the catacombs of ChronoCompendium.com's forums lies a user named uTunnels, who actually extracted a ton of Chrono Cross models and put them into a model viewer. And so I thought I'd bookend this episode with close-up shots of Chrono, Luca, Marl, and Shala. And hey, thank you so much for watching.
But you know what's funny? Is that maybe now
of course he did. Chrono Trigger is his favorite game of all time.
Modern consoles.
Of course he watched the whole thing, dude. Are you surprised? Chrono Trigger is his favorite game.
One day. I might. We'll see. All right, we got time for like one or two more.
It's Velma. It does look like her.
Scenes today as internet antique Badger 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 celebrates 20 years of being, and a new version is released.
Mushroom, mushroom.
The original cast of the animation, but motion captured, so we don't have to look at old things.
Mushroom, mushroom. This is funny. So do you guys know that old meme? The badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Oh, a snake. Oh, it's a snake.
They don't know what that
you ever
is,
see
dude.
that old meme? It used to be huge on like Newgrounds and other websites that had flash.
They don't know what
animations in
Newgrounds
the
is, dude.
2000s. So because they're saying it's 20 years, it's 20 years old now. So that would have been 2003. Wow. 2003, I saw it when it was new. I seriously saw that animation when it was new. So this is supposed to be a celebration of that meme becoming 20 years old.
The original piece, made in Flash, was seen by
There it
millions
is.
across the globe.
There it is.
Yeah, it was an old meme.
Eventually becoming a successful horror series on the timeline.
Like Flash animated or something.
I actually didn't know that. Badger, 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 badger. Mushroom, mushroom.
By Mr. Weeble, granddad of the internet.
All right. Pretty cool. I like the old badger meme. I forgot all about it, but I still reference it every once in a while. That's the badger mushroom snake meme from a million years ago. All right.
Hey, what's up guys, Perplexify here, and in this video, we'll be counting down 5 times kids got caught stealing. But make sure to watch till the very end, because there's this one kid who steals his parents' credit card to buy V-Bucks, and it just does not go well for him after the dad finds out.
Oh,
Like
wow.
and subscribe,
It's totally like you spoiled your own video, and you so talk like this in every part. What is he talking like that for? It's obnoxious. 3 million views on this fucking video, by the way. 3 million views. Oh my god.
That's what
kids steal.
That's what the kids like.
Oh, they get caught. Oh my god.
That's what
Should
the
I just
kids
make
like.
videos like that?
Yeah.
Would you guys like that? If I just had a channel where all I do is make video.
They would.
Did you know?
They would like that.
Just kids that steal and they get caught. Whoa. At the end, the dad finds out. Whoa. Oh my god. It's obnoxious. Let's watch one part of this.
Spider will appear in your bed tonight. Anyways, in our first clip,
Spider will appear in your bed tonight.
Stealing a PS5. Now, you guys already
Don't
know
steal
that
a PS5
PS5s
at 3
are not
a.m.,
only
Phil.
expensive, but they're pretty rare.
Well,
And
this was over 2 years ago. Now you can pretty much get one, but back then you couldn't.
this delivery man took advantage because he goes to the back of the van, scans the package that has the PS5, so that way it says delivered, then keeps it in the van for him to steal. Obviously, stealing is not good, guys, and this guy gets instant karma by getting fired
Calling
from
Bob Barker
delivering
at 3 a.m.
packages, and I think the guy ended up getting his PS5 in the end too. But guys, for number 4...
Wow, I mean, what a great video. A tiny piece of surveillance camera footage. Just explaining what's going on. He got 3 fucking million views on this.
You're so jealous, dude. Who cares? You're jealous of this dude? For real?
Jesus Christ, YouTube is fucking pathetic at this point. I mean, holy fuck.
If asked for the worst ways to die, burning is probably pretty high on most people's lists. Even if the incident isn't fatal, nobody wants to get burned. Imagine then an invisible fire. You're engulfed in complete
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's how he
flames.
talks.
Because you can't see it, you don't know how to escape it. And worst of all, nobody will know how to help you or even realize you're in need
He's
of
on
help.
fire? And you can't see it? Oh my god. Seriously?
Methanol is a flammable chemical often used as fuel. Compared to gasoline, which has a carbon content of around 87% by weight, methanol is only about 38% carbon. With much less carbon to burn, methanol fires do not emit as much light as gasoline fires. Methanol burns with a transparent blue light, enough to illuminate the dark, but it's practically invisible in daylight. It also doesn't produce smoke. Methanol also has a lower rate of combustion than gasoline, meaning it burns slower and doesn't get as hot.
Oh my god.
This means a methanol fire is technically easier to contain than a gasoline fire, but if you can't see it, you can't contain it. This is evident in the 1981 Indianapolis 500 pit fire. Rick Mears is pitting on lap 58. While he waits for his crew to service his car, a refueling hose starts spraying fuel before it's connected to the car. This covers Mears, his crew, and the car in methanol, which ignites when it comes into contact with the engine.
No, seriously, like, if that happened, that's it. The race is over. There's fuel everywhere. You can't continue to drive that vehicle. What the fuck?
They are engulfed in invisible flames.
YOLO.
The crew flees. They can feel the fire, but can't see it.
Oh my
Panic
God.
ensues. Rick Mears jumps out of his car. He is on fire, and after inhaling and feeling the heat go down his throat, realizes he must hold his breath. A safety worker tries to remove his helmet, but catches a light and runs away. He jumps the barrier and runs to someone with a fire extinguisher. They try to put Mears out, but catch fire themselves. They drop the extinguisher and run away, leaving Mears to pick it up and try to extinguish himself.
Oh my God!
Mears' fueler, having already been sprayed with extinguishers, has trouble alerting the crew that he is still on fire. He flails around both in reaction to the burning pain and in an attempt to signal he needs help. Rick Mears' father rushes to his son with a fire extinguisher and puts him out, and the safety team manage to extinguish everything else. Rick Mears and 4 of his mechanics were sent to hospital, and Mears had to have plastic surgery on his face, particularly his nose. Thankfully, however, no one was seriously injured. This is not always the case for accidents involving the combustion of methanol.
Shit, dude.
In 2005, at the Butler Motor Speedway in Michigan, USA, 49-year-old Rudy Corsini was working as a fuel man during that day's races. Corsini was in a fuel shed constructed of wood, transferring methanol from one container to another, when suddenly there was a spark, suspected to have come from improper wiring at the pumps. This spark ignited the methanol and caused an explosion. Corsini was engulfed in invisible flame as all around him the fuel shed caught fire, igniting gasoline and propane. Despite this, Corsini somehow managed to escape the burning building.
Did?
A race car driver who was also a firefighter came to his aid, wrapping a shirt around his face to extinguish any burning methanol and protect him from inhalation. This man pulled Corsini away from the scene, and some 1,000 spectators were evacuated as fire departments quickly contained the large fire. Corsini was flown by helicopter to a burns unit at a nearby hospital. He suffered 3-degree burns to 90% of his body.
Oh my
God. Rudy Corsini died of his injuries the following day.
Died? Fuck. Dude, this shit is crazy scary, man. How could you be a driver like that of one of these cars that has this shit that could explode? Like, oh my God.
Well, like gasoline, you mean?
Methanol fuel is still widely used in racing, and one of the reasons is, believe it or not, safety. As previously mentioned, it burns slower and cooler than gasoline. Also, unlike gasoline, it can be put out with plain water. You'd think the fact that it's practically invisible in daylight would make it much more dangerous, but actually, its visibility is considered to largely be a good thing. The lack of flames or smoke means a fire doesn't create a visual obstruction, which could be a huge problem on a racetrack, posing a serious risk to safety workers and other racers.
Oh my God.
Of course, the downside to invisible flames is detecting them, as we've seen with Rick Mears' incident. The level of confusion and panic it inspires is much harder to quantify than its rate of combustion or temperature. Methanol fires may be technically safer, but they're still terrifying. You could be on fire, but when you look down, you don't even know where to start to put it out, and neither will anyone watching you. They might set themselves on fire if they come to your aid without realizing what's happening. You might not know which way to turn to get away from the fire, or avoid more sources of methanol, which is transparent in its liquid form. And all the while, you're breathing in invisible flames and burning your lungs.
Jesus.
That is the horror of methanol fires.
That's terrifying. Wow.
Yeah, it sounds like an ad campaign. It sounds like an old ad campaign.
I never want to go to a racetrack. I'm done. No way. I never was going to go anyway, but now there's definitely no way I'm ever getting there. Fuck that. Stay away.
They scared him straight.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for DSP versus the Internet
for
this week. I want to say thank you to everyone who chilled with me here on the stream all day. I want to say thanks to those who are members and who submitted
Big ups, everybody.
Their videos. And, of course, thanks to those who have supported this channel through memberships and gifted memberships over the last many months. I really appreciate that. Next week, you know,
Big
same
ups,
time,
everybody.
same place. We will do it all again and see what you guys nominate. But remember, please, no adults only videos, no kids videos, and no videos from like an established network or broadcast show, because those are all going to get blocked or claimed. All right, guys, thank you so much. Until next week, peace out. Be safe. See you then. Okay. So thank you all. We have a couple shout outs to do before I adjourn.
Couple shout outs.
I do want to say special thanks to those who did support and chill today. In particular,
big ups, KB.
We have Sambuco, who became
Chris,
a channel member. Thank you,
everyone.
Sambuco, for becoming a channel member today. Yes, we did watch your Dragonfly clip, and it was great. That was the first clip we watched of the general members, and I loved it. I really enjoyed it. And I received a $10 tip.
Whoa, $10, baby. Hail
This
Mary.
is goal reach. It was from Adam. Thank you so much, Adam. No,
Hail
I
Mary
appreciate
tip.
that, because again, I'm trying to be honest with you guys. All right. Sadly, it seems like almost every video I put out on this channel gets claimed now, or gets flagged for unsuitable for advertisers. So I'm not making anything on the revenue of this channel except for when you guys contribute to streams. That's literally it. So when I do this once a week, it'd be great if you guys could contribute in some way.
What?
Even as little as, you know, a little bit, super chat here or whatever. It goes a long way, because that's all I'm making on this channel.
Yo, who
now, on a
cares?
month like last month, we had the Machinima React, we had the anniversary event. This channel made decent amounts of profit for me. This month coming up, you guys have told me you don't want
profit.
any special events.
You heard him.
Right? You just want me to focus on games. So if that's
He
the
made
case, that
decent
absolutely
profit,
means
dude.
this channel will be slow this month. So getting support on these streams that I do of this show once a week are very important right now. Okay? So again, if you could, please support when I do stream the show. All right. That is it. I'm about to upload. All right. I'm back tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time for Starfield.